too exhausted, I needed the energy. Needed to pick me up, I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot, I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull, oh no, you can't stop me, I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that, you all know what we came for. Been here, done that, you all know what we came for. Energy, 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 I need that energy, 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 I need that. Been here, done that, you all know what we came for. Been here, done that, you all know what we came for. Energy, 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 I need that energy, 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 I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, 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 I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA, been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, 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 energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
The Call of Duty League Resurgence tournament is here. Ready to pit the best players in North America against each other to decide who will rule Fortune's Keep. But before we crown the best Resurgence team, the CDL orgs have assembled some of the best Warzone players here to prove their mettle.
Of course he wins it because he wins them all.
We started with 64 teams in our qualifiers and got down to 32 after the week were lost in combat. The remaining trios will battle it out in today's semifinals, and only the top 16 will move on to our final.
Yes!
Where they will put it all on the line for $100,000. You heard that right, $100,000.
There it is!
Do the open qualifier teams have what it takes to hang tough? Will the seasoned Warzone warriors drop in and remind us that to be the best, you've gotta beat the best? Well, let's find out. The CDL Resurgence Fortune's Keep semifinals starts now.
And welcome everybody to the CDL Resurgence Split 2 Fortune's Keep. What a day it's going to be. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. I'll be your host for today and tomorrow, joined by the wonderful Dream Crazy and Dandro. Dream Crazy, you're looking good as always. Always incredible to be with you. How you feeling?
I am super excited here today, Reflections, as we have, of course, the best teams going at it in Fortune's Keep. And of course, there were the qualifiers that happened on the road to the lead to even get here. And with those invited squads, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be momentous. And of course, heading into Modern Warfare 2 as we have coming up at the end of this month. It's just high excitement and intensity here for Call of Duty this year.
That's right, Fortune's Keep, incredibly fast-paced, high-octane. It kind of is like, you bring everything that is fast-paced from, your standard BR now into Fortune's Keep, where you're going to be fighting. Dandro looking fresh as always, baby. Got some gold around the neck this time around. How you feeling?
Listen, I mean, the day is all about gold, right? When we're on Fortune's Keep, we see gold bars everywhere. And I figured, we got to match the theme. We got to match what we got going on here today. And, of course, with all of our teams, they're going for gold themselves, obviously competing for that fat stack of cash.
That's right, fat stack of cash. Let's talk about how today is going to work, and including this weekend as well. And I did see a command in chat, ! format. It does bring some things up, but just to give you the rundown, today we're doing semifinal A and semifinal B. We've got 16 teams that qualified up until this point. They'll compete across 5 different drops. The top 8 teams from each semifinal will advance to tomorrow, where they'll play in the grand finals for that $100,000 prize pool across 8 different drops. It's going to be the gauntlet for sure, but as I said, ! format will bring up the point system, and this is the point system. 1 elimination equals 1 point, but the big factor is you want to get first place. You want that 2x multiplier. So if you get 8 points, you get 16 points. If you get 14th through 16th, though, you're going to be walking away with however many eliminations you got. So if you got 2 eliminations, that's 2 points. You'll only be getting 2. You want the multiplier if you can get it. First place, y'all, tomorrow. $30,000. A lot of money on the line. Top 8's been the name of the game. If you get top 8 tomorrow, you walk away with at least $3,000, but everybody's got their eye on the prize, that $30,000. Dream Crazy and make you holler.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And for some of these teams, of course, that just came off of a win from World Series of Warzone, that's an additional extra cash to add to your bucket.
That's
so
right.
Absolutely, it's going to be intense playing for that top spot.
Well, let's talk about our teams and maybe who's going to be earning the top spot. First, we'll be starting off with semifinal A, our qualified teams along with our invited teams. And my Lord, Dandro, is this stacked already?
Yeah, we have a lot of very talented teams that have, kind of, we said, slayed through the gauntlet in order to get here. And, a couple of them I'm going to be looking at. Number 1, it's going to be Team Z Colors. You got Z Colors, De Niro, and, of course, Stu Kawaki, who absolutely just dismantled their qualifier lobby to be able to get here. And another team I'm looking at, it's going to be Strixie. Strixie, Believe, and Foreign Jace. This is a squad that I was really impressed with throughout of the qualifiers, because Strixie and Believe, they were just some demons who were running around the map, and Foreign Jace was just playing that anchor, keeping them alive, and it was really a sight to see. So I'm excited to see how they perform here, in this lobby with some other contestants as well as some of the CDL teams.
Yeah, De Niro had probably one of the highest KDs we've seen throughout the qualifiers, but this is where things start to get really interesting, Dream. We've got our CDL teams handpicked to represent their org.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, my eyes right away go to even the Los Angeles Thieves that had previously King App. Of course, shout out to him. He had a baby. Baby Ryan was born today, but he was a part of that LAG squad. If you remember the Kings that won it as alongside Unrational Huskers and Scummin. And of course, I'm looking at Seattle Surge, of course, with Jowu, Breadman, and Wars. Wars was a part of that Paris Legion that placed 5th earlier in the year. And of course, speaking of Paris Legion, the Kings, the winners of the World Series of Warzone,
Yes.
Mayapple, Skullface, and Hisoka. Looking forward to seeing them frag out because we know they completely dominated during the World Series of Warzone.
Yeah, we'll talk about them in just a little bit, but what a team that is, and to be representing Legion, I know they're going to be in good hands. We broke down Semifinal A. As I said, we've got 2 taking place today. Let's move on to Semifinal B, our qualified and invited teams, Dandro.
Yeah, I mean, semifinals B, I'm extra excited for this one because these are the teams that I get to kind of get loud on the mic for, right? We got Team Brax up there at the top. You have Braxton, Empathy, and Brolic coming in. Unfortunately, their normal third, Tyrannics, had a family wedding to be at. So while spending time with the family, I'm glad they were able to get someone like Brolic in there. And it showed in the qualifiers, you know, for being a newer trio, they were able to gel immensely well. And hey, I got to shout them out. It's Team Nadia here, invited by Activision.
Yes.
You know, obviously Nadia has been here, has showed, you know, kind of her prowess, obviously, in both Rebirth and Fortune's Keep. I'm excited to see what she can do here in a lobby that has some of the best of the best.
Yeah, you got Nadia representing the females out there, Smixy on semifinal A. But when it comes to semifinal B, CDL teams, I'm loving who we got on this list, Dream.
Oh, absolutely. My eyes right away go towards that NYSL squad. We have Knight, Z-Spit, and Aiden, who, you know, we know previously Enveld swapped out for Knight, and they literally, this was the core team for World Series of Warzone, like with the plays that Aiden makes and his ability to slay out like the top fragger of the team. I would only imagine he's going to lead them to victory. And Minnesota Rocker, the return of TBE. They played 7th in World Series of Warzone, and of course with Tommy by their side, this is their playground. The aggressive style of play, and just the fact that Tommy's ability to consistently slay out and stay up there. Man, these guys are going to be heavy hitters, and of course possibly making it to finals tomorrow. We'll see.
Well, we set the tone for at least how today is going to work, but I want to reminisce because we were here together during the World Series of Warzone qualifiers, and Dream, you actually had a chance to also be on the desk, not only for the qualifiers, but also the finals. Let's talk about the team that took it all, the team that's competing today, representing Legion, of course. I'm talking about Skullface, Miapo, as well as Hisoka. It's amazing that they came in, Dream. They win the qualifiers, they win grand finals. It's literally the perfect story.
Oh, absolutely. And Skullface and Hisoka, like playing that IGL role has worked so well for this team. And of course, Mayappo going out and doing what Mayappo does, just slaying out and staying consistent with the kills. But just the plays and the poise that Skullface was making in every every decision making that he was making, like with the streaks, with his snipers, and just being able to pick up the cleanup kills. You had like Hisoka in positions to where they were just like playing the positioning so well and playing for that late game that ultimately in the end was just so beneficial for them.
Dandro, this trio, it's scary for sure today, but World Series of Warzone played a bit differently than I'm assuming Fortune's Keep is going to play today. How do you think this trio is going to perform?
I think this trio is going to do exactly what everyone expects them to do, and that is to just absolutely fly and fry, baby. I mean, listen, Caldera, it's a lot bigger and kind of open play field, right? Like, they were able to kind of catch teams who are rotating, play power positions, but anybody who's watched these 3 players know they can get mixy, they can break cameras, they can break ankles, and they're not afraid to be able to make some ego chows. So I'm expecting them to get kind of, you know, push at a pace that hasn't been seen before. I'm also going to be looking at Skullface with that Karenko because, you know, we saw its dominance in the World Series of Warzone on Caldera. Or to Keep, it's an even smaller map, so you're going to see even more disgusting plays with that Karenko, especially in the hands of Skullface.
And Skullface, one of the hardest workers out there, so he's going to be bringing the fuego today for sure. And speaking of bringing the fuego, let's start talking about some of these CDL teams, right? And first, I want to point out Minnesota Rocker. And Dream, you pointed them out a little bit earlier. Let's go a little bit more in depth. Of course, I'm talking about Almond, Tommy, Noobs. This trio have been playing together for a long time, and they've had great success.
Yes, indeed. And with that success comes with chemistry, right? They are able to essentially have Tommy or maybe even Almond and Noobs play together, or just being able to all rotate out and play that positioning to where you'll have Almond set up pinging enemies, and then you have Tommy and Almond just be able to split off and play the cleanup kills. They can either which way adapt to any play style around them, that when it comes to these top teams playing in this lobby, those decision making points, or like the ability to make the decisions late game or just adapt to all these players in the lobby is just what's going to be really, really important. And these guys, and no matter any situation, even if they do split off and go solo, like they almost win every single type of situation, like by themselves. Like they can do it all. These guys, I just expect them seriously, potentially even to be in the top 3 or take it all. They're just so good at everything they do and utilize any play in any situation that comes at them.
Well, Dandro, they got 6th place at World Series of Warzone, 4 NA finals at least. Not a bad placing at all. They are an incredibly aggressive team. That aggression, though, sometimes if not tapered off, turns into recklessness. How do you think they're going to fare today?
Yeah, I mean, listen, TBE, they're a team that kind of has to prove themselves here today, which I know sounds awkward to say for a squad like this, right? They were the kings of Verdansk. They were winning everything at the end of it, but have not yet to find sort of some of the success in Caldera, and then, you know, obviously in some of these other tournaments. But guess what? You can never count them out. So I think, you know, one of the things I do love about this team is their ability to get scrappy. And in a mode like this, in Fortune's Keep, where, you know, you are able to kind of come back in, you're able to respawn, even if you do get caught out, right? I was watching them yesterday. Almond was not afraid to come in with, you know, like an Uzi out of the sky and just absolutely full send on somebody who was very unsuspecting, to be able to grab their guns and move on. So I think that this squad is going to be not afraid to get a little mixy, but I think you have a good point there, Taylor. It could be their demise. Only one way to know. So sit back and watch.
Well, Dream, we've also got Team Biffle, right? Team Biffle in good hands. Talking about Biffle, Repulse, Super Evan, an intelligent player himself. This trio has found success in the past. In fact, 2nd place, I believe, in the World Series of Warzone, 65 elims total. Biffle, Super Evan, both having 29. Repulse, though, sitting at 7.
Yeah, but regardless, he's still doing the support. He's still hyping the team up. He's still getting the cleanup kills. And overall, it got them 2nd place in the World Series of Warzone. So no doubt about it, the Wolf of Warzone is going to bring in the heat today. And of course, making the smart stim plays and being able to maneuver around his enemies, playing it so well. And of course, Biffle just supporting him as well. They just play so well and complement each other that, hey, it works out in the end. You got Repulse maybe just sitting back and playing some damage, but at least he's getting the enemies weak enough so that Evan and Biffle can just move in and get those cleanup kills. So at the end of the day, they complement each other well, and no doubt about it, they're gonna do good.
I think, would you call them Wolf of Warzone, something like that? I actually love that name.
I think that's a perfect name for him.
I really do like that. Incredible stuff. And Dandra, I think this team is going to be all right. I mean, they do bring a lot to the table, just as the others do.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that, listen, I'll admit it. Going into World Series of Warzone, I definitely slept on them a little bit. Shout out Goj, because Goj was like, you're an idiot. This is a team you have to be able to kind of, you know, keep in the back of your head. And listen, I love being proven wrong in those instances, right? And they absolutely showed out. I think Repulse having those 7 kills, I think Dream hit it perfectly. Is, you know, there's a lot of intangibles in Call of Duty. It's not all about your gun skill. It's not all about the things at the end of the day. But the one thing we have to remember, that Repulse is a rebirth / Fortune's Keep grinder. This is his playground. Some of these players, they're coming into his domain. I expect him to perform extremely way better today. And if not even on the gun skill part, we'll be able to keep the vibes high, help the comms, help Evan and Biffle direct where they're supposed to go. And I think that they are going to be able to make a splash.
Well, vibes are important, and let's talk about weapons, Dream, and I'll pass that to you because obviously things are going to play a little bit different today. You know, obviously new patch, but more importantly, it's Fortune's Keep. It's very fast-paced. What could we expect today weapon-wise?
Well, definitely we're going to see the XM4, the UGM, the Arma, of course, which has been hitting hard lately. And the main thing is a sniper. The Gorenko, but possibly even see teams have 2 snipers, because we see that one of the strategies between these teams that we'll see is either teams are going to land aggressive, of course, and try to pick up as many kills as possible before teams get their loadout, because at the end of the day, you want to get your loadout as fast as possible and pick up as cash, because popping those UAVs, picking up those bounties is what's going to be really important. But the XM4, the AR, the Arma, that's overkill. That's going to be that perk that we're going to see used a lot, because having both weapons in those tense, close moments, it's going to be very beneficial when you have an Arma and how quick it shoots. Oh, it's such a heavy hitter gun.
Yeah, and Dandra, when we did World Series of Warzone, you brought up a great point. Floor loot was, relatively viable, right? You could rock an entire game with that, and obviously you went your loadout. This time, that's not the case.
Yeah, listen, I mean, the floor right now, we have a kind of homage to Warzone overall, some of the metas of season pass, right? We got some AMAXs on the ground, some Grouse, some Cold War MP5s. If it was meta at one point and you died to it too much, it's probably ground loot right now, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily the greatest gun to use. So, in World Series of Warzone, you had a lot of options. You could grab Ghost because maybe you found a legendary, Armaguerra or a Marco on the ground. You don't have that kind of, thing that you can rely on this time around. So finding those supply crates, those personal supply crates that give you those loadout guns, being able to grab a loadout early is going to be so much more important this time around, because you need the weapons in your hand that you're going to feel most comfortable with and that you can get kills confidently with.
So we talked about guns. Let's talk about POIs, because there were a couple familiar POIs added onto Fortune's Keep. There's going to be less than your standard regular BR map. Plus, it also is, in fact, going to be a bit smaller. But when we're talking about the POIs, Dream, what could we expect? And what do you think the pros are going to favor the most?
Well, when you look at the POIs, you have to kind of determine, okay, but with the plane line, where's there a buy station? Because as we mentioned, picking up cash is very important to get your loadouts. So looking at the POIs, you want to overlook the high ground areas, because you want to pick areas that you can rotate in easily to. Towards the lower part of the map, like winery and grotto area, it's very open, so you'll see teams try to take over the towers, you'll see teams try to take over the terrace side of the map, the keep side of the map, and then work those rotations towards graveyard or town area, or vice versa, just depending on the play line. Of course, teams adapt in those situations, but at the end of the day, I know a lot of teams want to be, it just depends where the buy station is, because the buy station does fluctuate, of course, per drop.
Well, we're going to see how those drops are going to work out, and let us know in chat, where do you think most action is going to go down? That map you saw a little bit earlier, we might be using that for heat maps to give you some more intel. But let's bring in our wonderful casters. We've got Seymour, we've got Ghost ready to call the action. And speaking of which, we're going straight to game. So I'm going to give it over to you. Ghost, Seymour, take it away.
Well, thank you so much, Desk. Man, Seymour, I am so excited to be in the booth with you, brother. I know game one is just about to be underway. We're going to be hopping straight into the action as fast as possible. But Seymour, I need you to give me some insight. Give me some intel. Any thoughts, questions, comments as we drop into the first map of the day?
Honestly, I'm just ready to see these teams, break the ice for game number one. It's going to be important to see, who stays consistent from start to finish. So right away, off the bat, we're looking at Shifty's point of view. And this is a team that I'm excited to see, fly through. It's a team that a lot of people are going to have their eyes on representing. And I think that right now, when you're looking at them, you want to get that quick start. You want to start off hot. You don't want to start a little iced.
Yeah, well, hey, a huge shout out to the London Royal Ravens. I was going to shout them out before the game got started. I'm glad we're dropping in with it, because, well, the London Royal Ravens team, we've got Jukies, we've got Lennon, and then we've got Shifty. Well, Jukies and Lennon, they flew all the way across the world over here to the North America. They're in the Royal Ravens studio, getting the reps in for the event. So they flew in to compete, playing with Shifty this time around. And I know Shifty competed with Rated most recently in World Series of Warzone, has plenty of competitive experience. I think this team could go very far. And again, huge shout out to Jukies. I know he's had some medical issues more recently. Good to see him healthy, good to see him able to travel, and good to see him able to compete.
And we can see, right now is his chance to, showcase exactly what he can do on a map like Resurgence. I think Jukies is definitely going to, have something to prove throughout this tournament. And I definitely think that he is a player that can turn things around for himself. Already getting to the action, and Juki's the first one down for the team. Let's see if he can pop that self-revival. The team comes around him to see if they can help alleviate some of that pressure. Shifty goes down as well, as things are not looking good for the Royal Ravens. Off drop, 2 players already off respawn. Juki's, he needs to stay alive.
All right, well, in the words of FIFA Kill, I was asking for some advice. He said, focus up, lock it in, no pressure, trust your gut. And Juki's is gonna have to trust his gut right now, because if he goes down, they will be fully eliminated. I'm sure everybody at home knows how this works. He's able to stay alive to keep his teammates from coming back into this lobby. This is the key moment. The entirety of this tournament, you're gonna be watching the bottom left corner of your screen, watching those timers, because if Shifty dies, Linen dies, and Juki falls before their timer's complete, that is all she wrote for this match. Dying is not the end of the world in Resurgence playlist, but it is the end of the world if your entire team goes down. So keep an eye. Bottom left corner of your screen, we're going to keep calling it out as we go through these matches. Seymour, we have a lot of different strategies we could talk about. There's 2 main ones I want to highlight that we're seeing from a number of these teams, specifically from London Royal Ravens right now. You can drop hot, you can drop in keep, you can drop in town, you can drop in winery or what have you. Play fairly aggressive early, because if you have an amazing map 1 or an amazing map 2, it really relieves the pressure for the rest of the semifinals. Or you could go for the consistent route. Let's play it slow. Let's grab a couple kills. Let's grab those multipliers, and we're going to be just fine, because only the top half are moving on. But that does mean you don't have to get first or second. You can get 8th. You're still making it to the finals tomorrow.
Well, for London Royal Ravens right now, it hasn't been their pillar to success. As you can see, Shifty goes down. Juki's taking a lot of heat. They were able to finesse their way back onto the map that first go around, but they have to be careful, because if they keep on taking this pressure, you're going to start falling behind to teams who are picking you off. And you don't want to be those guys, like you said, in game 1 to fall behind, because then you have your work cut out for you, where other players are going to, be able to, sit back, relax, and, coast, maybe get some solid games after a perfect, first game. Right now, you don't want to be the team that play catch-up. And London Royal Ravens, with the way that they've been playing off this hot drop, they haven't found the success that I'm sure they were hoping for.
Well, I know a lot of people at home call that the regame blender. Sometimes you're just trying to regain. You're trying to get your feet from kind of underneath you as you're flying back in. There's always going to be somebody looking at your loadout. Always going to be somebody looking at the high ground, the rooftops, or otherwise. It can become very difficult to stabilize. Juki's going to try to do just that, but he's got the wrong weapon out, and it's going to go down. 2 down yet again for London Royal Ravens. Not a great start for map number 1. But hey, we've got 5 maps in total to be played. So as long as Linen can stay alive, at least put some points on the board. I know there's an arbitrary metric out there that I'm going to be paying attention to. It's not going to slack apathy in their team. And one of the things they were saying, they're playing with rated this time around, was that, hey, we're looking to try to grab 12 eliminations every single map. That's our metric to success. If we can hit 12 and get a couple multipliers, we're going to be in a great spot.
It's just a spat one.
I don't like those numbers. I like hearing teams, set that goal for them. We do see, still struggling London Royal Ravens. Boston Breach were the ones that were seeming to gatekeep them, around keep. And I'm excited to see that Boston Breach team just as much as I'm excited to see that London Royal Ravens team. A couple players, finding success in College Warzone, now looking to walk away with Fortune's Keep. But when we hop to the champions, when we hop to the Kings in the Las Vegas Legion, they're not finding success either. You see Hisoka Mayapo already down, Skullface looking to finesse, break some ankles, and stay alive for the 17-second respawn timer. Now he's got the Garanko in the back pocket. So right now, if you want anybody to stay alive, I feel like Skullface is going to be that consistent player to get yourself out of the situation.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, you missed the desk. Really gas up this team, and for good reason. They won World Series of Warzone, and they won all the qualifiers leading up to World Series of Warzone. They were essentially undefeated throughout that entire tournament. Now, they call Hisoka the king of Caldera these days. At least that's what the people are calling him. I don't know about Fortune's Keep. Will it go in their favor? Maybe. They lose too early, but Skullface is playing that anchor position. This is going to be a crucial play style for a lot of these teams. Have an anchor player that plays slow, keeps your team alive, and then have 2 aggro players that don't mind throwing their lives away a little bit as long as they're grabbing an elimination or so every single time they go down. But you see a couple of Garekos for this squad. This is not going to be unusual today, but we see Mayapo go down.
Mayapo goes down, and Hisoka again just needs to stay alive for the team. Skullface was finding some success in the gunfights back on town, but now Hisoka escaping down throughout the caverns. Using the smoke, the gas too. I love this call. You have some time to burn. if you're Hisoka, 6 seconds is all you need to do, and it looks like he's going to bind himself right out of the gas. Allow his teammate, Mayappo, back in the redeploy. Love this call coming out from Las Vegas Legion. But the thing is, you know, now that teams are starting to get their loadouts, now that everybody's starting to get comfortable on the map, Coach, it's not going to be easy for anybody to fall back down and, you know, find some footing. PDS coming out, though, from Hisoka. He's prolonging his life down here really well.
I love the idea of hiding in the gas to make sure my teammates come back. It's a crucial way to play this because most people won't be hunting in the gas this early in the map. A fantastic strategy here coming from Legion. And as a reminder, if you guys tuned in, the first CDLR, Las Vegas Legion, then Paris Legion, got 5th in the CDLR Split 1 on Rebirth Island with Skullface. Now, Skullface was playing with Wars, Autorize, and Valid. This time, of course, with Mayappo and Hisoka.
I feel like after their success in World Series Warzone, this is the team that you want to run with. See if you can go back-to-back, you know. What a, I guess, title that would put on you if your team's able to go back-to-back in something like this. Really going to have your work cut out for you going into Warzone 2. You know, that team to just watch out for constantly. And in the inside, Mayappo, through Keep, actually going to run into somebody and immediately goes down. Again, Legion down to only one player, and they haven't really been able to group up and start to, you know, scavenge for some kills just yet. They've always just been struggling to get their footing again.
Well, that was Extra J that just grabbed that elimination. That is a part of Team Disgrace. And Disgrace, Mirai, and Extra J playing together. I will say there have not been very many Fortune's Keeps tournaments since it's dropped. I don't think Fortune's Keep has even been in the Customs UI since it dropped. So in terms of kind of strategy for Customs, yes, there is some. Yes, we've played Rebirth. Yes, we've competed on Rebirth and Customs. But Fortune's Keep Customs have been very far and few between, if non-existent. So in my opinion, Seymour, I think the teams that played the qualifiers have a bit of an advantage. They've got some experience playing on Customs on this map, and it may not play exactly like some of our invited teams are thinking about. But I wanted to give a shout real quick to everybody in chat. If you didn't know, we do have a Dead Alive tracker currently live on the Call of Duty Echo stream. So go check that out if you want to see if your favorite streamer is still alive. Now, we've only lost one team thus far. We're keeping that up to date as much as possible. So go check that out. See if your certain players down, a certain team has been eliminated, especially as we get into the later circles.
This team right here, Team Biffle, is somebody who you have talked so highly about with just the consistency from this squad. And I'm excited to see if they can keep that going here on Fortune's Keep, as they're going to run into somebody on the inside. Will be able to get that res onto Super F, and it looks like, however, a little bit of a flank coming through, and Biffle's down. Repulse has to get out. No, not able to recover Super Evan through the bunks, and a little bit of unfortunate turn of events, as it looks like another team has dropped from this game number 1. But you see if Team Biffle can stay away from dropping as well, as we're going to hop on over to Team Breadman.
Well, this is a great squad to watch, of course, because of their chemistry, but also their experience. They've added Wars into the mix. FIFA Kill, usually this trio's third, playing with the old Lofwo combo, as they call him, but they have plenty of experience with Wars as well. He's not able to make it, wished Wars the best, and said, of all the people that could replace me, he's the one I would want to be there. So excited again to watch this trio. Wars did fly over for this event, as well as playing in Breadman's spare room, and everything got set up, seemingly going very, very well. Wars was commenting earlier about how he likes the ping this time around as opposed to playing on NA servers from EU. So excited to see him competing. And also, I think it's worth mentioning, Seymour, he's already on 5 eliminations. This is a great start for this trio. And by the way, our respawn timer, the ability to respawn is completely eliminated at this point. As our 4th circle has started and we're seeing players drop, we're going to see these teams dwindle dramatically. When that timer stopped, there was 15 out of 16 teams still in this lobby. So it's about to be chaos in these final circles.
Things are about to heat up fully here in Fortune's Keep, as Wars going to get the revive onto Breadman. Not to mention, he's using the Nikita too, something that the desk didn't really have time to highlight, but I'm excited to see, you know, what he can do with this weapon. A couple players should be using the Nikita as well, and those 5 eliminations definitely serving strong right now to Team Breadman, as they're going to look to hop inside these buildings, take a little bit of cover, but some cover. Wow, going to be a shot through the walls. Combat Scout probably going to catch them a little bit, and 12th place for Team Breadman as they're caught through the windows out in the open.
Seattle Surge will fall. Joe, Breadman, Wars representing Surge this time around. Surge had a decent performance last time in CDLR Split 1 on Rebirth Island. They got 7th. We'll see if Joe and company can represent them in even a better fashion this time around. And this is one of those equipment pieces we have to continually call out that usually is helpful, but Hisoka is lurking in the shadows. It looks like Unrational was able to get a bit of revenge, but Huskers grabs another as well. But there goes LAG. The reigning champions have just been dropped out of map number 1.
Skullface coming in to full effect there, lining up 2 to end that run. Still not out of the danger just yet, and a squad wipe from Mayapo finds yet another for the team, now on to 4. He's going to be able to recover some of the cash, recover some of the dropped loot. Skullface working on the opposite end. They do have enough for a redeploy on Hisoka. The only thing is I don't really see any way to make that happen right now with this circle. You can't see any buyback stations just now. Skullface going to be dropped back. Mayapo, a little bit of a crossfire between these two teams. Only 6 teams remaining as well throughout Fortune's Keep right now. So it does look like things are about to cook up a little bit. And it seems like right now Skullface thinking a team's above him, and he's well aware of that. Nice shot. It's going to get the down and the thirst. The second one below him connects with the broken armor, has to evade and escape back to the secondary rooftop, but the job's not done. The molly just to diverge those teams away from each other. And Skullface last alive for this team. How much damage can he do to the lobby? Because right now it looks like he's big chillin'.
Unbelievable job from the reigning champs of World Series of Warzone, trying to bring it back in their favor, and he's gonna go for the rotation, threw his life away to the gas, but an unbelievable performance. They hit that key metric of 12. They hit 14 eliminations in total, and they go down in 3rd place. So they're gonna grab a great multiplier to write home, about 1.8 times the multiplier going in their favor. But we're here with a 1v1 Colony 2K 9th in World Series of Warzone in the fight, and I'm not sure what happened, but all I know is he was in a pretty good position. Stu falls, watch Waldo, Colony. I believe they just won map number 1, taking the high ground position and taking the victory. Fantastic job from one of our underdog teams.
We get a little bit of a freeze frame at the end there. It's kind of like a, guess as it goes, which direction do you want to take that fight? But what a win coming through from Team Gyro to Bass. They get that 2 times multiplier, and that is exactly the way you want to start off this tournament, Coach, with a dub under your belt. That's just one way to heat up.
Well, here's the thing about this squad, right? Watch Waldo, Colony, Gyro, they all played together in World Series of Warzone, and they were kind of skating under the radar, about middle of the pack, or a little bit even lower than that, most of the way through World Series of Warzone, until the last map, where Watch Waldo popped off with 13 eliminations, and they grabbed 2nd place, and that carried them up to 9th place in total. Seemingly, they've carried that momentum from World Series of Warzone all the way over here to CDLR Split 2, because that was an incredible performance at the end. 2 times multiplier achieved. I think somewhere around the neighborhood of 32 points at the end of the day. Talk about the litmus test that we just had of map number 1, of how spicy this whole tournament's about to be.
Well, you had Las Vegas Legion up there in top 3. You had Team Colors in 2nd place there, and Team Gyro to Best taking 1st. So, a couple big names that we expect to be up there. I think it's a big, test for the team to show that they can win out some of these maps against the best of the best here in the semifinals A. I think that, what we got out of these teams is what we expected. The consistency out of Colors and Las Vegas Legion are both there. Both 2 teams that, the desk and ourselves had our eyes on. But, with what we were getting out of some of the teams that we didn't get to highlight, I'm excited to see if, that consistency stays true into Game 2.
Well, we've got 4 maps to go, and De Niro, Stu, and Colors had a great map as well. Like you said, 2nd place. They dominated their group stages, but we're going to head to a very short break. We're going to get map number 2 underway. The desk is going to break it all down for us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a moment.
And welcome back, everybody, to CDL Resurgence Split 2 Fortunes Keep. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dream Crazy and Dandro. Dream, I'm going to hop right into it. Game 1. I blinked, I missed it. I really didn't miss it. I know what to talk about, but that was fast.
Oh, yeah, indeed it was. And I mean, there were 29 players left and no respawns. So at that point, it was really about survivability. And we saw right there at the end, like Skullface working the top keep area. He obviously didn't want to give up any eliminations to any other players. So he just stayed up there, utilized his stim shots as long as possible. And then at the end, died to the gas because, hey, don't give the team an extra point. Just get as many kills as possible. So at that point, it's just about winning your ones, staying alive, and my goodness, I blinked and it just ended.
And I want to jump off of that team because such a good play was made, Dandro. It was Hisoka going into the gas so he can get his teammates back. He stemmed before he died. He was able to join the rest of his teammates. So incredibly smart. That snowballs into a 3rd place finish. I think 14 elims to 1.8x multiplier. Great plays all around from Hisoka.
Yeah, I mean, that's a squad that we're not surprised we see making plays like that, right? I mean, I feel like Skull very early on, you know, was always this person who's making gas plays with stims that I've seen. So I'm not surprised that this is one of those teams that is going to make full use of that. And I love that Dream touched on that because Skull dying to the gas is actually kind of like a big brain play, right? I mean, he tried to kind of go for it, try to get back into zone, but obviously by dying to gas, you deny that point from another team. And especially at that point in the game, that's actually like really huge just because of our sliding multiplier. Right. So not only was it a big brain play to get them back in, a big brain play to kind of go out on your own terms and not getting picked off by another team.
And I've seen that useful in other BRs, but I haven't seen it necessarily in Warzone. So it was nice to see, you know, a new addition or you know, a strategy in other BRs kind of come into Fortune's Keep, which we knew would play a bit different. But let's go to our #1 team, Gyro the Best, clearly living up to his name, Colony Waldo, taking 1st place. We covered and highlighted a lot of teams, Dream, but that wasn't one of them. Even though they were still on our radar, it's impressive they get 1st.
Yeah, this was one of the teams actually I was kind of watching too last night a little bit because I noticed Waldo, obviously, he was one of the main slayers of this squad even during the World Series of Warzone. He hit a lot of damage, of course, I think around 4,000, but he also kept the consistency up with his eliminations, of course, right there at the end. So, I mean, this is a squad that has that ability to play really aggressive, and Waldo with his decision making, like he chooses his fights carefully and picks different angles. Like he makes sure he's picking the perfect angles to get perfect picks. So yeah, kind of no surprise there that they were just able to just take it in the end, but they have the experience together, and just from World Series of Warzone going into this, hey, you have to feel pretty confident on that 1st win and going and just setting the bar hopefully as high as possible.
Well, I know Z Colors got 2nd. We saw obviously Legion get 3rd. 1st place going to Gyro the Best and Co. Let's take a look at our standings, top 10 Dandro, and see who's at the top.
Wow, actually at the top, it's going to be Team Ebates, 32, just nudging out Gyro and them by 0.4 points, and obviously they had to have some stacked up kills in order to be able to get there. But kind of going down through, we got Gyro there in 32nd, and then not too far behind, it's that LA Thieves squad that we did highlight with 27.2, hot on their heels, the Vegas Legion squad, and then we kind of have a little bit of a dropout. So you can kind of see this will be a little bit of the story to kind of look is what of these teams, how does this leaderboard shake up as we get into kind of game #2 and as we move on to the rest of the map, because it can definitely you know, it's only one game, right? It's only one game. We still have 4 more to go. Plenty of action left.
That's right, and they're quick, so it's hard to gain that mental back. So hopefully everybody's, you know, hot on their toes whenever it comes to each and every game. And speaking about being hot on their toes, I want to see more. Bring back in Seymour. Bring back in Goj. Lightning fast. Game #1. Game #2 is getting queued up, and you guys are beautiful. Goj, you already know how I feel about you, man.
Come on now, you can't give me that premium gas. We gotta talk about the premium gas of Team Ebates, 32.4. Are you kidding me? We didn't even see them on broadcast. They're slaying behind the scenes. I'll have to take a look back on that map and see what they did well. I was looking at some of our weapon pick rates too. I think like 70% of people are running that Armaguara and like 30% are running the Gorenko. That's essentially 1 Gorenko per team.
Yeah, I love it. I do. And again, Fortune's Keep, we're still learning about it competitively, right? I mean, it's being played at the top echelon. Speaking of which, Seymour, glad to be on the desk with you. You're handsome, as always, okay? But either way, enough gas. It's premium gas. Seymour, game 1 was done. What did you learn from it?
I mean, things go from 0 to 100 real quick. It's what you expect in Fortune's Keep. But a lot of those teams that we had our eyes on, you know, you love to see the consistency from them. You love to, you know, get what you expect from them as well. But, you know, surprised to see, you know, Gyro the Best, you know, finish off in second. A lot of these teams who were off screen, you know, actually finding a lot of success. We got to, you know, look between games at a little bit of a heat map, and a lot of those fights were happening around Keep and Terrace. I wonder if that's going to, you know, continue throughout this, or if we're going to start to see some action elsewhere.
Yeah, Terrace was a spot actually, Dream, you brought up a little bit earlier.
That's correct, because usually teams are fighting for those tower buildings, because essentially that's like you're getting that high ground and you're able to work around the gatehouse area and look down into Keep. So yeah, high value place. And of course, if there's the buy station, they're fighting over that. So I kind of expected to see that, because, you know, you can get in and out of the buildings just as fast too.
That's right. We'll go see more. Game number 2 is getting heated up. Let's go and pass it to you. Take it away.
I'll see more. I'm excited to get into game number 2. I think everybody's saying, wow, these games go by quickly. And that's what it is. Like, it's Resurgence, right? So not only do the games go by quickly, but there's eliminations abounding. And like I was saying before, it's kind of a litmus test at the very beginning of this event. You're only playing 5 maps. So the first one really showcases, hey, how fast do we need to play? And teams like Team Ebates, teams like Colony, of course, Gyro the Best, they dropped 32 some odd eliminations or 32 some odd points. They're starting off with some heat, and that relieves some pressure later into maps number 3, 4, and 5, because you've already kind of set yourself up for success.
It almost makes me wonder if, you know, games will slow down as the day goes through for Fortune's Keep. And if they do, then, you know, players who run the Gorenko might find more success. You know, you start to see those anchor players starting to lay down some more damage, and then it'll allow your subs to clean up the kills when you go through. But as we hop into game 2, I mean, anything's possible right now. It's a big bounce back for a lot of those teams who might not have gotten the start that they want to. And, you know, as we heard from the start, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And first, if you want to beat the best, you got to get through these semifinals.
What a great call out. Well, I am getting word from our production team. We've got plenty of stats abounding behind the scenes to give you a bit more insight in how some of these players are playing. And a couple things worth noting. I said 30% as we're taking some early shots here on Gyro. Our Gorenko usage is at 39.6%. That means there is over 1 per team. 33% would be 1 per team. Over 1 per team. And I'm sure we saw 2, I believe, Gorenkos on the side of Legion, which would be our squad that won the World Series of Warzone. So watch out for that team. But as we swing back to this perspective, you know, when you grab 16 plus eliminations in a customs Fortune's Keep, Seymour, I can only imagine you're dropping fairly hot, and that's really what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, big Gorenko stocks to the moon right now, coach, for a lot of these teams. But let's hop on with our previous game number 1 victors, Team Ebates. And Ebates himself dropped 10 kills as he's leading eliminations for the customs lobby after game number 1. Let's see if they can, you know, find success into game number 2. Already, they have their loadouts, so in great shape for now. As you can see, DJ Mas is picking up what he has. He's going to have a Marco in his sub pocket. I'm excited to see players with Marco too, because, you know, we talked so much about the Armaguera. I think the Marco is just as viable.
Yeah, and I want to say, I got to shout out DJ. I think he might be the only player in all of group stages that used this Vargo. He swears by it, and seemingly it paid off well, right? They had the highest score at the end of the day in map number 1, and as they find a number of eliminations, it seems like the hot starts is where they really want to go. And those are the 2 play styles we were talking about. You've got the highly consistent type players that are going for a slower pace to drop, where you can play slow, you can work your way around the map and try not to die. And then you got teams like this where you're flying at everything, you're ego challenging everything. And this is something DJ said. I was interviewing a bit before the broadcast, and he said, if you can have a hot start, you're not going to be stressing at the end, and that's exactly what we want to do. And if you start off terrible, just don't lose composure and try to swing for the fences towards the end, and you should be okay. You're looking for somewhere around the neighborhood of 60 points or so in total, and they've already taken over half of that in 1 map.
Well, it looks like they want to double down with games 1 1 and 2, the pacing that they're at for now. But let's look over at Johnny 2K and his squad as already finding action. That's Freyway and Boston Breach they're going up against. It's not going to be an easy team to, you know, match up when you're going into those 1v1s, as this team does have some pretty notable accolades, and they were giving, you know, the Ravens quite a run for their money back in game number 1 as well. It seems like they're very looking to take over this terrace area, but at the moment, Johnny 2K and his trio looks like they have quite a reign over Keep.
Well, this is something you certainly want to do in just about every map, but specifically in Fortune's Keep and here in Customs. You can kind of take ultimate high ground and just find a pick or two here and there every couple of minutes. You're going to look up and have nearly double-digit eliminations and almost kind of at that key metric of looking for 12 eliminations in total. And so take the easy ones. This is a bit of a different approach where we can play a bit slower and find easy eliminations. Maybe some of the people that are in that regain blender we mentioned beforehand, but just kind of controlling some of these high ground positions really put a lot of things in your favor. You're always looking for the micro advantages as they find a fight indoors. One pushes through the door and he's going to take quick work of them. That's one more elimination added to his total for a total of 2. Hunticities and Jody 2K up to 2. I believe their team's up to about 4 or 5.
And he barely takes any damage too. Cleans up that one fast. I'm loving the comms out of this team too, because it seems like their communication is just as fast as their gameplay. As soon as they see somebody, they triangulate and they collapse on that positioning. And I love that. It's the exact same playstyle we saw out of Team Ebates, the team that was, you know, #1 in the standings after game 1. And to see that translate in other teams, you can see that, you know, Fortune's Keep, it's not slowing down, coach.
Well, LAG on your screen right now. First in CDLR, split 1 on Rebirth Island with, of course, Apathy. Seeing that it's trios, they dropped Apathy, and Apathy joins Slack and Rated on the side of LA Thieves. So we'll see which side of LAG will come out on top, but certainly here to defend their title. Huskers on your screen right now. I will say this trio had a slightly disappointing performance, and they'd say the same in World Series of Warzone. They played together, and I believe they got 17th or so in World Series of Warzone. So top half, certainly, but not the best day in the office for a trio that has won hundreds of thousands of dollars, literally. Husker is one of the most winningest players in Warzone history, 5th most earned ever in the game with $337,000 earned. I mean, they are accustomed to winning. The question is, can they do it today?
I like that they, you know, they stay together. Obviously, they're confident that they can bounce back after a poor, you know, representation back in the World Series of Warzone. But Scummin, out of nowhere, just clocked to the noggin. You got to get back there to revive your teammate. It looks like Scummin's going to be, you know, watching over, or Unrational's going to be watching over the rest of them while that revive comes through. Nobody's going to press on that. That was literally a stray shot from downtown, I swear. I don't think that team was in any position to follow up.
No, exactly. And that's the power of the Gorenko. We'll try to do a little bit of listening in to some of their comms to figure out what some of their strategies are as we rotate different perspectives. I know you all have some of your favorite streamers competing today, and certainly tune in to their co-streams on their own channels. And we'll also do a bit of listening in to hear some of those strategies as we swing over to Cranks & Co. in an encounter, find one inside the barn, great trades, find the elimination, and that's a pickup on Smixy.
Wait, the last one's flying.
What a way to just bounce from the doorway side to side, using that natural cover just to allow that hip fire to be even more impactful when you do press it in. Just wait for the player to run out of bullets and run at them, and Team Crank's able to get back into full strength right away without having to rely on that redeploy. And it looks like the action's not done yet. They know what team's pushing the issue, and the issue is so bad right now for Team Cranks. They go down by 2. It looks like Team Cutler's gatekeeping them a little bit around keep, and now looking to just stay alive for the squad. It's just Ventroxy trying to stay low right now.
10 seconds.
Yeah, these are one of the things you're always going to be looking for when it comes to Resurgence type tournaments and playlists. Instead of pushing in and trying to grab the trades as the third, Ventroxy is doing exactly what they need to do. You need to relocate, you need to open up boxes to reduce that timer, get your teammates back, and then maybe try to play the revenge card. But there's no reason to push the equation when the respawn timer is still active. It will close in a couple minutes, and then you got to be careful with the fights you take, of course, but run away if you're last alive nearly all always, because you've got to at least make sure your chance has a chance to fight. Your team has a chance to fight later in the map.
Your winners from game one in a little bit of trouble right now is Gyro Best on the ground looking to get revived. Precision airstrike holds them inside. Whoever is watching this team is just doing a great job at burning their resources and making sure they have no way out for now. But after the revive, it looks like they do reposition into the tower as they look for the high ground.
I gotta give a shout here to Watch Waldo Seymour. I gotta give him a quick shout because not only is his KD insanely high, his KD in customs in the group stages was also fairly solid as they find a number more eliminations. But Colony sitting on 7 elims with 13 teams alive. What's going on? This was your map 1 winners just a moment ago. They won map 1 with 16 eliminations. Colony's nearly got half of that just in this map already.
I mean, it's what you love to see. Go. It's just consistency from game 1 to game 2. You not only have an outstanding performance to start off this Fortune's Keep tournament, but you also double down with, backup so that you just kind of put yourself out of contention early on. It allows you a little bit more leeway into those next couple games as we have 5 today. If you get 2 outstanding runs, it should put you in a good running to, walk away in first for the semifinal A. But we look over at Team Biffle, a squad who, no matter what you throw against them, they somehow still manage to find their way on top. Seems like they have a little bit of pressure on them as well. The pings come through. You can hear the communication that there is a team just around the outside.
No, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to call out. They got a team close. I would love to listen into some of their comms later in this lobby because I love hearing their communication back and forth because it's very, very calm, cool, and collected. So next time we swing back to that squad, it'll be fun to listen in. You've got Repulse with his high energy, but they are so talented at communicating efficiently as they're talking. But we're going to swing over to, of course, the Legion. This team is incredible. They had a great map number 1. Of course, they have plenty of prowess. They're trying to kind of defend their title as the best of the game right now. Of course, kind of contending with the defending of the title of LAG and CDLR, but either way, both teams have great success in this type of a playlist, but maybe not this type of a map, Seymour. I think it's worth mentioning yet again for this team. They don't necessarily play a ton of Fortune's Keep in comparison to Caldera, but they certainly have Ken. Let's turn up their comms a little bit. Let's listen in to this fight.
Let's go. Good. I got Sims. Loot up. I got Sniper. Here. I got Sniper.
I got Sims.
Above.
Who has Sims? Fuck. I don't think I won. Who do that? That's me. Okay, I got a PDS.
Drop 1 plate.
Dome's gonna probably pull back.
I love listening into stuff like that, Seymour, even just for a moment. I mean, talk to me a little bit about what you heard. I mean, they're constantly communicating about the equipment and things they have at their disposal in order to grab this victory.
You see that they're using a lot of, items around them to make sure that they stay at full strength. They were not in the greatest situations. They didn't have their loadouts, and you can see it started to bite them a little bit in the later end as the self-revive for Skullface, trying to keep them alive. It's apathy to line all 3 of them up right down the cavern. Talk about a player looking to have a great day after, having a new family member introduced. Congratulations, Apathy, on that as well. If you can find success throughout today, I can imagine the day he's having.
I might PA it real quick.
Yeah, a little extra dad energy today. Congrats to you and your family again, but a great slay there. Not only a great pick, but also a great pick by a team that was up at the very top, right? I called out Slack and Apathy and Rated. I said, watch out for him. That's 100 Thieves. Huskers trying to cover his advances with the airstrike. A lot of bullets coming down range. He's inside the gas, finds one, grabs the elimination, swings around the corner looking for the next with only 10 bullets in his pocket.
Scumman's on the ground, so able to feed information to the rest of the team on the inside of this. Husker is going to use that stim shot just to push the issue a little bit, see if you can find a better angle, but not able to re-up on the armor just yet. It seems like you're well aware that airstrike kept the team on the inside. He's just waiting as long as he can. Second stim shot's going to be used. That's his last. He's going to go in for this precision airstrike and more armor plates to see if he can get back into full strength, but he's not done just yet. He's going to take the fight on the inside. He's going to lose his life, and that's going to be a 5th place finish for Team Unrational and LAG. Not the finish that they wanted, but you can see that they were not in the best position to get this one done. As we're down to now 4 teams in game number 2, LA Thieves being one of them, they're stuck in the caves.
I just saw, not only was that De Niro on Team Colors, the team that dominated the group stage still alive, but this is the team I've been calling out. This is my squad. This is a squad I think could take this whole thing home if they start picking up the pace. I think Apathy and Slack have some, obviously, from CDL style all the way until now, crazy chemistry. They also play a stupid amount of Fortune's Keep. And Slack was even saying before the broadcast, he was like, I've never walked into a Warzone tournament feeling 100% comfortable. I do today. We're here to play, especially with Apathy, of course, actually competing post his wife having the child. They've got a great position here. This is a final 2 teams, 3v2. They're on low ground, which is difficult, but they're using the cluster to push up the zip line. I like this idea. They're going to send one up, not risk the immediate death. He finds one elimination. Seymour, they might take it.
But now Apathy with the Overwatch, they get it done. Warzone victory for the team. LA Thieves take game number 2 using 500 IQ plays go, if I say so myself. That cluster strike just to zone them out, allowing a little bit of space to get up that zip line. You see Slack pave the way for Apathy to get there too. I mean, the teamwork, the coordination, it's what you expect from, you know, not only competitors, but friends inside, outside the game, and Call of Duty champions too.
I couldn't agree more. A massive victory there for LA Thieves. Rated Apathy, Slack. They came to party and they said, look, I know we can get top 8 and still make it to the finals, but we're looking for a victory today, and they found one in map number 2. Here's our final moment. They had player advantage, and once it looked like, I believe, Slack was able to grab the early knock, Apathy came in, helped clean up the second. An easy team wipe. At least they made it look easy, Seymour, because to be honest with you, I think they played it flawlessly. The cover from the cluster to push up the zip, they've played the map enough to know, hey, there's no cover up there. As long as we throw a cluster down, they're gonna have to back out. We're gonna have plenty of time to get to the top of the zip.
Oh, it's no man's land. And you know, something that surprised me throughout that second game is not a lot of slow play styles. It seems like even though we're getting deeper into these, you know, 5 sets of games, the action is still on fire through all these squads. I mean, not to mention Team Ebates and Team Gyro the best. When we were watching them for majority of that opening for game number 2, they did not let go of that gas pedal.
Exactly. Well, if 12 eliminations is kind of the key to success, a number of teams still finding that. The question is, what about the teams at the bottom? Well, we're going to head to a very short break where you're going to actually get a chance to see that new trailer that dropped. Really cool trailer, really catchy song. I don't know if you saw the premiere at the Rams Stadium, but it was amazing. Let's go check it out, and then we're going to head over to the desk.
Left, right, left, right, left, squad up. It don't matter where you been. It don't matter where you been. Modern Warfare is back again. Modern Warfare is back again.
Drop on in, no time to waste.
Drop on in, no time to waste.
Pull up with the bob, superheroes, no capes.
Pull up with the bar, superheroes, no capes.
Squad up, run it back. Squad up, run it back. Got nothing to do, and that's a fact. Got nothing to do, and that's a fact. Avec l'équipe, on va débarquer. Avec l'équipe, on va débarquer. Et on laisse comme play all day. On laisse comme play all day.
These badass honeys gonna bust your face.
These badass honeys gonna bust your face.
I swear this ain't my mommy's place. He swears this ain't his mommy's place.
Ranking up all day and night.
Ranking up all day and night. It's not a game, it's a way of life. It's not a game, it's a way of life. Squad up. Squad up. Back for more. Back for more. Squad up. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Squad up. Back for more.
And welcome back, everybody, to CDL Resurgence Split 2 Fortunes Keep. We just concluded game number 2. What a game that was. Apathy taking it all in game number 2. First place, mind you, going in to that game 2 dream in 3rd place. This is surely going to put them up the ranks.
Yes, indeed it will. And of course, with their positioning and how well they played at the end there, the utilization of the streaks and the fact that they were just able to come up, because it's really hard when you have low ground, especially in the grotto area, to push your enemies if they have the high ground. But having the streaks readily available was just so perfect. And not to mention, Apathy was posted up in the cave and he was able to take down Hisoka as well. Like, just their positioning was just perfect.
It's amazing to me that Apathy wins, at least comes in third place in game 2 and then wins game 2, doing all of this after being up all night because of course he just had a baby boy. We see the tweet, baby Ryan was born this morning. He's doing well and the wife is also healthy. She is absolutely amazing, forever grateful. Thank you everyone for the wishes. Feeling blessed and extremely happy. Apathy, dad, okay, you love to see it, and still taking victories, Dandro. That's dad strength, dad energy, you know?
Yeah, listen, the dad buff is real, and Apathy obviously is showing that up. I love he was able to take that UGM and just rip down that grotto hallway in order to kind of, you know, pick up some kills and give them the rotation that they needed. So this is a squad that we kind of talked about at the top that you have to keep your eye on, and they're making it very well known that they are here not only to qualify but also to make it to final. So I'm excited to see what they could do here in game number 3. Will they keep the momentum going, or will another squad like the one on your screen be able to clutch it up?
Mayappa, Skullface, Hisoka, great game number 1, but then game number 2, a dream kind of getting away from them. They finished in 9th place. They had a tough fight in caves.
They did, and I really like, though, the comms, the energy is still there. However, you never can count these guys out. And, you know, you heard kind of like the utility. What are they using? You hear PDSs, which we know that's one of the utilities that is a really, really big game changer, because the survivability in the gas, that can be key in some of these late game scenarios, because just the ability to use stims and PDSs, you can stay in there for a really, really long time. And I don't know if you guys ever been in a situation where you're in top grotto and they might be in the bottom area and you can't find them. Like, you're just in a situation like, okay, do we push? Do we stay? Do we push? Do we stay? So it's just really, really expected of these teams to utilize any type of utility that they get.
And it seems as if a lot in game number 1, Dandro, we saw a lot of fights in Terrace Keep Gatehouse, which is still the case in game number 2, but I'm starting to see the teams kind of spread out and fight a little bit more heavily over in Winery as well as towards Grotto. And obviously, we'll take a little bit of a pause in that. Looking at the team standings, Gyro does stay up. And another point, by the way, Gyro, they finished off relatively early, but that strong start allowed them to keep up their in points and maintain first place, Dandro.
Yeah, I mean, obviously what they're doing is working, right? It's not a fluke. You have game number 1 goes very well for them. Game number 2 is sticking, but we also have to take a look at that LA Thieves making the jump up there in to second. They're making moves. They want to be able to take that first place spot here after game number 3 and feel good for those last 2 games. I'm looking down the pipe. We have Sea Colors and Las Vegas Legion actually tied the exact same number of points in 3rd and 4th in a battle there, as we then kind of look down through the list. Now remember, everybody, we're looking for the top 8 today, so looks like 34 points at least right now is the score you need to kind of come into as we get ready to go into map number 3.
Yeah, and Dream, we do see Ebates fall quite a bit. First place, excuse me, going from game 1 to game 2. After game 2 concludes, they drop down to at least 7th place. They were finished off very, very early on, and that just comes to show me the volatility when it comes to Fortune's Keep.
Indeed, and you see some of these teams too. I believe at one point we saw around the lighthouse area, we saw Huskers kind of that house over there. They're just holding their positioning. So I don't know if that aggressive style of play for Ebates and Co. kind of punished them, where teams are just like, hey, we won this initial spot. Let's hold it. Let's hold our positioning until we know where we want to go, like play the circle and rotate, and just make our decisions that way, and we'll just pick up kills slowly as we get towards the late game, because we saw in the first drop how mixy it got and how it's just surviving. Like, it was so important. It's just winning your ones. You want your team alive, the majority of the team alive towards the end.
So Dandro, this is what I was talking about. Our heat map generated for all of you out there to get an understanding. Like I said, game 1, Keep Terrace's Gatehouse had a lot of activity, but now we're starting to see it spread out quite a bit, Dandro.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like I don't know if I'm looking at a heat map or I'm playing that old Flash game Pandemic 2 where things are just spreading, right? Because we can see the fights are just moving everywhere on the map. People realize that the spot they want to land at maybe is not the spot that they can actually play in this lobby, especially when I look over at Winery, right? Winery is, you know, when we looked in the qualifiers, was kind of left alone a lot for some of those games. But obviously here in the semis, it's a different story. A lot of teams relying on that Winery. They love the kind of loot. They love the little houses that you can play. And the thing about Winery that I like a lot is that for these teams that are playing a more anchor, they might have somebody sitting over at Lighthouse and then being able to help out from a distance as their teammates bring some of their teammates to that kind of other side of that Winery building. So not surprised to see that there's a lot of action happening there. Would not be surprised to see there to be continued action there as we kind of move on to the rest of our games.
But Dream, you did bring up a great point about Winery. A lot of teams did not prefer that during qualifiers, and you thought it was because of the open spacing over there, but yet we're seeing quite a bit of action there, obviously, when it comes to semifinals.
Yeah, and one thing I noticed too in this drop too, you have players that are kind of breaking off from their team because they're like, hey, this is early before that resurgence kicks in to where we don't have any respawns. Let's just try to pick up as many kills as possible. And that's kind of where that sniper support, you know, where you have that one person staying back with a duo and then that solo going off, that's where it becomes important because you can maybe sacrifice trading off a couple of kills here and there as long as that Slayer is just going out doing it. Like Waldo, for example, he was picking up a lot of those kills just going out on his own and just angling his enemies as quick as possible, taking him down.
Man, great game number 2. Again, it's volatile. We're seeing a lot of teams jump up and down up on the leaderboards. Nothing is guaranteed. That's kind of what I'm learning so far. You can have a great game, and then next game, it might not go your way. Let's bring back in our casters, Goj and Seymour, doing an excellent job. Now hopping into game 3. I'm going to go ahead and hop it over to you boys. Let's take it away. Game 3 on the way.
Well, I appreciate it. Desk, Reflections, everyone. They were able to break it down for us there, Seymour, as we're about to drop into the lobby. Of course, this is kind of the preview of the team that just won the last map. Now, I think it's worth mentioning, Seymour, they only dropped 22 points. Solid enough to get them into the top 3. Definitely within realms of qualifying if things continue to go their way. But they are playing a bit slower than maybe they let on before the broadcast. I mean, Raiden said we're chowing everybody. At last game, they chowed some people towards the end, played a fairly strategic game.
And you said that, you know, their success was going to go off of the numbers they put up, looking to do a consistent 12 every single game. And I mean, they found themselves in second place, maybe not following that play style, but whatever they pivoted to, you know, whatever they've talked about to change up going into game number 2, it worked out, and now looking for a shot at overtaking number 1 on those standings. I think you're putting yourself in a great position if you're LA Thieves. But as we hop into game number 2, let's see if they can stay true to that consistency.
Well, something else we're noticing is that the fights are starting to spread out a little bit across the map. They're also starting to spread out into the early game too, right? I think in our first map, we had 15 total teams alive once our respawn timer closed. And this time around, it was about 12 or 13. And I think we're going to continue to see that trend. But it looks like LA Thieves has dropped fairly hot, giving some comms to his teammates saying, hey, come help. As long as I can get some decent ground loot, I should be okay. But they're not trying to throw away their lives early. 22 points achieved in map number 2. The question is, what can they do in map number 3? About halfway through this map, folks. We're going to be halfway through this semifinals. Only 5 maps to be played in total.
And with this hot drop, you can see they want to keep the momentum off of a hot win in game 2. Already Raiden taking a couple pot shots. It looks like he's feeding the communication over to Apathy to start to close some of this distance, but nothing too lethal to allow the go-ahead really to fight this. The crack in the armor there from Apathy. Still don't want to push this just yet. Looking for hopefully a down to allow him a way in, as I love this. Some hardcore parkour coming out from Apathy. You see the C4 around the corner. Somebody was there, but now they're gone. A little bit of Houdini. They just disappear. I have no idea where that player went, Coach.
Well, that's the thing about Fortune's Keep. There are so many different ways to play your life. Their comms are aggressive. Let's turn up their comms a little bit early into this map and see what kind of some of the keys to success are for this squad at the beginning of the match.
There's people on me. I'm just gonna snap in the booty. Give me a sec. Got people on me. Whole team on me. I'm part of this.
Hello. 20. On the buy, Brian. Literally on the buy. On the buy. There's 3. On the buy, weak. They got on my left. Dead me. 1 dead. I knocked him. He's one shot. Shifty right in front. Nice. Go get the full on Shifty. He's right in front. Right in front of you. Right in front of you. Nice. It's like right here. He ran in. On me. Over me. I thought you. He ran. Stay left. Different team. Different deeper.
Seymour, of all the teams that we want to listen to, this is one of my favorite because they bring in kind of that urgency with their comms. The CDL, kind of like former CDL players, all 3 of them competing in CDL, CWL, former champions literally of the world, incredible players in traditional Call of Duty. I know they were excited to play a more respawn-focused playlist, and they've been grinding this map like crazy. Their communication is impeccable to grab those trades.
They're almost playing it like it's multiplayer, like they're playing a 4-on-4. You hear slacked at the start. I got one down. He's right in front of you. Thirst him, finish it off. And still, they're fighting as best as they can do in this moment. They do find it looks like a wipe onto a few more players, but they haven't been able to finish it off the other team. So it's still a little bit of back and forth between the team that's contesting them throughout keep, but I'm liking this early, urgency, like you said, coming through from LA Thieves. They had a hot start or hot finish to game number 2. They can continue that in game number 3 and start off strong. I mean, they can maybe overtake that first place spot quite early.
Right, no, exactly. And I think one of the other things to mention too, I was taking a look at some of our stat lines, and getting loadout early is necessary, and most of the players have built that into their resume, right? I think Ellen was the one that mentioned, hey, we really want to make sure that we've got overkill, right? I think it's important to grab 2 weapons at the very beginning. The loadout weapons are so strong in comparison to some of our ground loot, as we're playing around with some of the OG metas in the day that is on the ground loot currently, like D'Angelo was mentioning. 48 out of 48 players picked up overkill on their first loadout, as you would expect, but the stats continue to prove that our kind of expectations are correct.
Yeah, well, now we look at team colors, and looks like they're in quite a little bit of action too, as De Niro able to re-up on those shields. You do get a couple of pings down low. Now chance for Stu to close in with the rest of his team as they want to take these close engages with these SMGs in hand, but haven't been able to really pinpoint this team that's surrounding them, and Stu takes a couple shots from behind, so maybe a little information to take in there from the rest of the team if they were watching where those shots came from.
Had a chance to watch De Niro, a part of Team Diverge, currently playing with Team Colors for this squad. I had a chance to watch him play the Modern Warfare 2 beta on LAN at TwitchCon, and he did a lot of what he's always doing in these tournaments. Crazy shot there with Greco from Stu, making it look like a casual day in the office because, well, it is for him. That's 2 eliminations. But De Niro, top fragger and top KD throughout all of group stage and on LAN, by the way, on Modern Warfare 2 beta. Also top fragger, top KD with like 17 eliminations in one of the games of S&D that I casted over. And I think his KD was like a 3.1 all the way through that last group stage qualifier. An incredible performance in customs.
I mean, you talked about this team that's already pretty standout. Throughout the qualifiers, I mean, they were putting up ridiculous numbers, almost, doubling what other teams had that were nowhere close to them. And you see that playstyle for Team Colors has not changed, but seems like Gyro, DeBest, and co want to jump right on top of those loadouts being watched. Not sure who that was kind of watching over it, but immediately it looks like Gyro, DeBest gonna struggle. If they want those loadouts, they're gonna struggle to get there.
Well, and this is that regame blender. This is what we were talking about before. And Slack even mentioned before the broadcast, he was saying how like there's always going to be free eliminations when people are going to load out because we're going to test the waters. You're on a respawn timer, especially if you haven't died before, or at least not more than once or twice. That timer is going to be fairly low. If your teammates are able to grab eliminations, knocks or otherwise, it reduces that timer. Go for broke, grab your loadout. It's so valuable. Might as well try it. So there will be free kills. The question is, can we find them? Usually the best place to find those free kills is, of course, checking out some of the loadout boxes that are on the ground and make sure you're maintaining high ground. But a lot of our teams are doing, whether inside of keep, inside of terraces, there's overlook, there's lighthouse, just depends on the circle.
And this circle looks like it's pulling into Keep yet again around Gatehouse for the moment. A lot of these teams who can get some early positioning, some of this high ground, definitely going to be thriving. LA Thieves in such a great position. You saw Rated with 3 eliminations. Apathy has 2. I can only imagine that Slacks has a few of his own, and it looks like they don't want to stop just yet. As a few shots going to go down. You see Rated already dropping from this high ground. Apathy's going to join him, so it looks like they want to push their agenda. See if they can take some of these fights up close and personal, but uh-oh, Rated. He goes down, and now you got to be careful if you're Apathy. I didn't see where that shot came from. It looks like he's just inside of that building.
Yeah, both looks like App and Slack are running the UGM as their primary, Arma or otherwise as their secondary, the SMG category. Maybe a bit more flexible, but not really. According to our statisticians behind the scene, I think the Armaguara has about a 75% pick rate. The Marco probably secondary at around 15-16%. The UGM only got picked 6 times out of the 48 players in our group stages. We see 2 of them on our main stage here with 100 Thieves. Certainly great at long range. Can we push the equation, clean up this elimination for Apathy? Continuing to calm back and forth very rapidly. I love, again, the urgency of their comms. This is the best way to kind of trade info as long as you're used to it. All 3 players are. They lose one in the process. Seymour App's going to go down as well, and it's going to be all up to Slack, last alive, having to play that anchor position.
The Breadman strikes again. I mean, I thought that was a sure thing kill for Rated and Apathy. They had the collapse, they had the pinch, but Breadman, his movement around that circle, it was insane, and they get absolutely wiped. Apathy and Rated, see if they can come back. 13 seconds to get Rated back here for Slack, as he hasn't moved a muscle from this tower. He knows he just needs to wait. You got the high ground. If anybody is going to contend you here in this position, it's going to be from the staircase. So he just bides his time, waits for Rated to get back, and the redeploy for both of them. Get him back to full strength.
I agree with Chat and Drakota. Bread number 1. He went big in that 1v2 situation and comes out on top. Of course, this is Seattle Surge, represented by Breadman, Wars, and Bread. Bread will fall, finally. Both Wars and Joe still alive, and Joe again playing that anchor position. He has little to no weapons, little to no equipment, little to no ammo. He's kind of stranded out. He doesn't even have a plate to his name. I mean, this guy is down bad. So hey, our respawn timer is closed. Can't really play anchor at this point. We're going for placement. Those placement multipliers continually tick up all the way through nearly every single place. So you can play a bit slower, camp out a little bit, especially if your teammates are in trouble.
Hey, look at this. The spot he's in too. I mean, this is such a ratty angle. You got 17 bullets to your name, no armors, and you're Rapunzel on the edge of the tower, just hoping that somebody can come and rescue you.
I want to jump in here, Seaboard, because Wars just picked up an elimination on Apathy. So that means 100 Thieves is in trouble, and Wars is doing a lot of that killing. Now, as we swing over to this squad, this is the squad currently in first in this match. We've got some live standings on the left-hand side. Okay. Team Solidify. They're going to lose Solidify, but Panda and Clink have been slaying out. You can see right now Clink at 4. I believe Panda at 7. That's 11 eliminations just between the 2 of them. Solidify with a couple in their pocket. They're well over that 12-point metric. You can see those eliminations on the left-hand side. Panda at 7. The squad is going big, but they need the multiplier. This is the trade-off. This is the conversation we'll continually have throughout these semifinals and the finals, is how do you stay alive until the multiplier actually starts to matter? Because that 1.8 times multiplier, for instance, up at 2nd place and 3rd place, like that is absolutely massive for your overall score. A team Ebates, though, if you can drop enough eliminations, it'll help you out at the end, even if you only grab a 1.5. So stay alive. These teams are going to start dwindling very rapidly.
And Klinksley with the beautiful trigger discipline, but Serpentine definitely going to be the bane of that gunfight, as able to get away from that. And the reach out coming through with the double swing onto Klinkslays. It looks like that was Freeway and Boston Breach just collapsing right on that solo player, and it looks like the rest are going to fall for Team Solidify. They're going to have to, deal with a 13th place finish for game number 3. So all's well that ends well. Not the placing that they wanted with the kills that they had accumulated.
That's what's pain and suffering. That's what you're going to look back on and say, man, that game by itself nearly could have put us into the finals, right? If they grab the 1.5 or 1.6, that 1.8, however that multiplier comes into play, I think at 13th they did achieve a 1.2 times multiplier, so they at least got a little bit of extra points, but it's going to hurt looking back on this scoreboard, especially if they walk away with 9th or 10th. But looks like LAG in a bit of trouble. Scumming down, Unrational down as well. Huskers going to go for the revive. They have plenty of stims. I believe it was 45 out of our 48 players are running stims in their loadouts. The others potentially stuns, flashes, or otherwise, but I think the stim is a great play because of these very moments. PDSs, stuns, you stay alive in the gas and really camp out.
That was Juki's playing a little bit of peekaboo from above. I was going to say, look how small this circle is for these players, and there's still 7 teams left in this game. So a lot of coexisting going to happen here through keeps. A lot of players going to be tucked away in niche little cubbies. So got to watch out right now if your team in Rational trying to get to the next circle. Another PDS is going to drop down, so they're going to just be big chilling right now in this corridor for now, as they're actually setting themselves up for the next circle to come. I'm loving this. This is big brain from Team Irrational. They're thinking 2 steps ahead.
Yeah, not a lot of comms either, because they're just saying, hey, we know we're in the right position. They both had a PDS in pocket. They prepped for this very moment. Look how many red dots are in this final circles. Huskers communicating back and forth with an Irrational, saying, hey, they're down below. We can hold out here. They went from 8th to 4th. That's a difference of 1.4 times multiplier to 1.8 times multiplier. And Seymour, Irrational just grabbed another elimination. They're in 3rd.
Oh, here it goes over the top. The shots are good, but no elimination. The team wipe for the team above them is going to give them a little bit of leeway. The crack in the armor and the fly from Huskers. Another team wipe for Team Irrational is now looking for the dub in Game 3. However, Huskers goes down, and everything's going to be laying on the shoulder of Irrational. He's going to fall as well, and it looks like they're going to have to deal with a 2nd place finish for Game number 3. Team Irrational, I mean, things were looking good until that player jumped in from behind and did so much damage.
No, it's a great shout, too, because LAG, I mean, honestly, their strategy was flawless. Their execution was nearly perfect. The problem was their resources. They couldn't get plates in time, and they burned maybe 1 too many stims early. They do go down, grab 2nd place, the 1.8 times multiplier, but guess who walked away with the victory? Team Smixy, one of our invited squads representing the Activision Blizzard Entertainment Group that got invited to compete today. Smixy, Grev, and Sitrep coming away with map 3 victory. That was Grev with the final snipe.
Kind of swipes it out from right under a couple teams too. A little sneaky from Team Smixy. I love it. You know, anything can happen in Fortune's Keep. All of a sudden, you think you're in the best position. You're finessing your way through a keep, using those PDSs to, you know, your best example. But I mean, the positioning for Team Smixy at the end there, you saw Gravy was really in a great spot to just pick off those last couple of kills, and the way they were working around the outskirts of the keep just allowed them to pick off those last couple kills.
We get a chance to kind of see it from their perspective. It looks like Smix was down in the final moments, and looks like Grev was able to grab the snipe on Husk, but Irrational let himself die to gas. May as not give away that elimination, right? Because that's 2 points to the opposing team. You know you're not going to win it. You don't have the resources, a 1v2, and you're taking damage. Let me die to gas. Keep those points for myself. Don't want to give those away to another team that might be breathing down our necks. Great finish in map number 3. We're over halfway done, Seymour. We're going to head back to the desk and see what they've got for us as they break down all the action.
I appreciate you, Ghost. Seymour, you're incredible. Great game number 3. We're starting to get deeper and deeper, right? Only 2 more games yet to go, which means the pressure is going to be at an all-time high. But Dream, let's talk about it. Smixy comes out of nowhere representing the females and taking game number 3. They weren't even in top 10 up until this point, so maybe this is enough to at least get them closer to that top 8 position.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about it too. I really liked how Goj put it together. How do you stay alive to hit the multiplier? And you know, we saw with Huskers and Co, we saw Unrational and Scummin, like they essentially had those PDSs to make those plays, but then you ask yourself, do you risk buying a teammate back at a buy station? So at the end of the day, LAG, they were able to set themselves up in that circle, jumping from 8th to 4th. That was a huge jump, and then in the end, of course, taking 2nd. But with the amount of players in the smarts, obviously, to stay alive right there, that was big brain plays from LAG.
Absolutely big brain plays and big brain movement, Andrew, from Breadman. He got into this fight with Rated, and his movement was absolutely incredible. I know they don't get first, but I do believe they were the top scorer, if I'm not mistaken, before the multiplier, of course. Great game from Breadman, Joe and his crew. I don't even think they were top 10, right? Going into game number 3.
Yeah, they were a little on the outside looking in. And that's a squad, I think, you know, that once they kind of heat it up a little bit, they're going to come out on top. And I think you're seeing sort of the remnants of that there at the end of game number 3. You know, everybody loves to give Bread some credit for being like, oh, there's this incredible sniper, right? He's one of the OG kind of keyboard and mouse players alongside, you know, kind of with Huskers, who's in this tournament as well. But people don't realize that his up close and personal kind of prowess is still there. It's no surprise to see maybe Joe's rubbed off a little bit on Bread, you know, kind of being that movement king, being able to kind of come out on top there. So I love that they're kind of finding their footing. We still have 2 maps left. We've seen obviously with Smixy winning that game number 3 that it's possible for some of these squads to have a huge game and be right back in the mix with some of these other teams that have been on top of the leaderboard. We're seeing some of those other teams that are top of the leaderboard are starting to slip, right? They started off hot, but maybe they're getting a little bit cold now. Need to break out the mittens, warm up the hands a little bit more, because you have some competitors that are biting at your heels. They want to be on top. They want to qualify for finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and one of those teams getting second place on Rational, Scum, and Huskers Dream, they you know, have been relatively quiet up in at least when it comes to game 1 and game 2. I think game 1 they had a really early exit. Game 2 got a little bit better, but game 3 their best placement yet. They were a trio that we knew was going to be hitting the competition pretty hard, and game 3 it seems like they've got their feet underneath them.
Definitely, and I feel like it would have been a different outcome if Huskers at the end there had plates. It was unfortunate that being stuck in those scenarios, you are just playing for that late game, playing for that multiplier to tack in those points. And just the fact, like, it was just so smart from them just to play their life inside of Keep, where you do have that cover. Even if you do hear gunfights going on all around you, just stay alive, utilize the PDSs, and maybe if you walk along ground loot, you might find a stim or 2. But they did a fantastic job in the end there playing alive. But shout out, of course, to Team Smixy, able to take it in the end. And I believe she was the top fragger of the squad too, putting down like 4,000 damage and dropping 8 kills. So I would imagine that's definitely going to put them up in the ranks.
Yeah, like I said, volatility is a real thing. You know, nothing is guaranteed. That multiplier makes a massive difference, my lord, especially with the amount of elims these teams are able to get, Dandro. And I want to go back to a point that Goj as well as Seymour was hitting quite hard, and there was that early urgency to get eliminations, get your loadout very quickly, and really hit the ground running. And one of the teams to do that exceedingly well off the rip was the winners of game number 2. Of course, I'm talking about LA Thieves, Rated, Apathy, Slacked. Did a wonderful job off the rip. Talk to me about that urgency that Goj and Seymour was hitting so hard.
Yeah, really, you know, when we're in this Resurgence game mode, right? You know, if you're maybe haven't played it in a while, basically what happens is when you go down and you're full killed, you do get respawned back into the lobby, right? But the more that happens, the longer that respawn timer becomes. So what we're seeing is teams are trying to have that urgency to get those loadouts, get those guns that they know hit hard, that they are comfortable with, because they're trying to be able to play fast and rack up as many kills as possible, right? Because they want to try and basically, they're playing the game of how many kills can I get per life, because you only have really so many lives. And like we kind of saw in game number 1, you're going to hit that point where, guess what, Resurgence gets disabled, and you're then kind of in that mode of playing for placement. So there's actually kind of like a skill in this lobby of like being able to shift from like, okay, all out, kill fest, let's go. And then like that, you have to then shift in, we got to rat it up and play for placement and get there to be able to take advantage of those points. So grabbing an early loadout, it definitely is one of those things you have to be able to do if you want to be able to front load all of those kills when it comes to the lobby.
Yeah, or rat up and get your team back in. Slack did that, right? Hugging the stairs. His teammates had 30 seconds for they were to get in. I know it was a tense situation, but he held his ground. Dream, let's take a look at the heat map for game number 3 and see if anything has changed. And wow, we see it, quite spread out a little bit more than we've seen not only in game 1, but game 2. Game 1, Terraces, Keep, Gatehouse was the main area. Game 2 was the same thing, Terraces, Keep, Gatehouse, and then Winery. But now, what are we looking at?
See a way more spread of teams just choosing to land maybe in areas where there's not a lot going on. Take their time, slow it down a bit, because like with Ebates and Co, they dropped early in drop 2 as opposed to winning the first. So teams are just valuing their lives, it looks like, a little bit more and slowing it down. But either which way, it's still a little bit spicy over in that church areas and by the towers. And
yep.
If you're a team that's playing outside of that area, like maybe Graveyard rotating in, maybe that's where those kills or those rotations are they're able to pick up a couple of kills. But either which way, I definitely feel like the pace is going to change even more here. And at the end, you need to save and value your life to play for the multiplayer.
Yeah, and I think teams are starting to value that. Game 1, game 2, they wanted to start off hot and heavy. Let me see if I can challenge the best in the lobby, get the kills. But then slowly but surely, they started realizing, okay, well, let me value my life a bit more, especially if we're not within that top 8. Danjo, we take a look in our bottom of the screen, Team Smixy. These were the KDAs. Smixy, as we talked about, had the biggest KDA for her roster, but not too bad for Sitrep and Grevy doing a great job as well.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I love that this squad is here, right? This was one of those kind of squads that I was heartbroken to see that they didn't make it into the World Series of Warzone. So, yeah. A, I'm happy that they were invited here. And it's obviously that, like, they're kind of getting their feet underneath themselves and they're doing a great job of finding success. Smixy with that 8 kills is just awesome to see. I'm glad to see, she's an absolute grinder. So, game 3 maybe was just a heat up for them. Maybe game 4 can be some continued success.
Well, game 4, it's going to be underway very shortly. Let's bring back in our wonderful casters, Goj and Seymour. We're going into game 4, Seymour. Man, the pressure's high, isn't it? I mean, at this point, you got to put it all on the line. You got to try to get your points. If you're not within that top 8, you're going to be sweating bullets. I'm going to leave you with that thought to discuss with Goj. We're going to hop out, but Goj, Seymour, take it away.
Alrighty, Seymour. I mean, Smixy dropped the second highest amount of points in one game that we've seen thus far, tying, of course, our first place winners of Watch Waldo's squad. It was 32.4, the best game that we've seen on paper today by Ebates and Co. And then 2 games of 32 points apiece. Smixy squad dropping 32 in the last map.
And that's really important because you and I, we kind of hit on this point back in game number 1 is you don't want to be playing catch up now that we're in games 4 and 5. We're halfway through semifinals A and beyond. So right now, all those teams that have had, those lackluster performances from game 1 to game 3, this is where you need to turn things around. This is where you need to start to heat up. And games like that for Smixy back in game number 3, it's exactly where you want to be putting yourself for this late game. So anybody who weren't finding that success, I mean, this is where they need to turn it around, Goj.
Exactly. Map number 4 is underway. We're going to be dropping with Smixy squad. We're going to see where they can fall. It looks like they're going to fall on just the outside of Keep. We're going to be taking a look at the kind of back parts of this map. I like this strategy, to be honest with you, Seymour, because A, you can find loot back here. Sometimes it's fairly contested, but it's not the hottest drop in the game necessarily. We saw that drop landing spot and Keep's pretty aggressive, but it was fairly spread out because what some of these teams are realizing is that, oh, we're falling at 14th place. We're falling at 15th place because we're playing so aggressive early. We just need to stay alive. I mean, you saw a multiplier go from 1.2 to 1.8 in a matter of probably 60 seconds near the end of that last game.
I mean, there was 11 teams left in Keep alone, coexisting, and not even in the circle. Most of them were probably in the gas too, so it gets pretty dicey at the end. And I like this, a lot of teams have dispersed more and more in their drops as the day has gone by. It goes to show that they're valuing their lives a lot more. They're not trying to give up kills to the enemy team so early. And look at this play from Team Smixy. They see the loadouts are dropping, and this is a perfect example of camping these loadouts, looking for these free kills, try to rack up some points. You see Smixy's taking front line too for the rest of them. She's gonna find a knock on the inside. She may go down, but at least a kill to take from it.
Exactly. Smixy found 8 eliminations last map. She is playing the aggro player on her squad. Looks like Sitrep might be taking a bit of the anchor. However, he will catch a bit of fire from downrange. Long lane here on the outside of Keep. Just stay alive. I don't know if you all heard it at home, but Smixy said, just stay alive. No reason to push anything too aggressive early. I had a chance to talk to her before the broadcast, and what she said, their key to success today is that they want to find a good landing spot, dabble there like they are right now, play that classic anchor into aggro kind of competitive performance, and things should go their way. Smixy has a solid history of Resurgence tournaments, winning the Warzone Mania number 3 with the current LAG squad. We'll see what they're able to do here in the latter half of this tournament. I think they're just outside of the top 10 at 11th, but only the top 8 move on.
I like that too, just play her life. I mean, there's 15 to 20 minutes to play, so there's plenty of action to have between that time limit. So we look over at LA Thieves. Apti gonna get up close and personal. Hello, goodbye, and another elimination for himself. Up to 2 already. Picks up the UAV. Gonna pop it immediately. And that mini-map, it lights up, Coach.
Well, that's the thing. Information is key, especially in Fortune's Keep, especially in Resurgence playlists, because there's going to be people flying all over the map, especially after the first circle, right? So the more information you have at your disposal, the better your decision-making can be. I always talk about it in terms of micro advantages, whether the micro advantage is high ground, player advantage, or otherwise. Having more information than your opponents is probably more like a macro advantage. Usually you'll come out on top. One sneaks in behind, though, takes out Slack. Great trade there from App. Still in a bit of duress. He's going to kind of get out of dodge, play his life, make sure he stays alive in order to keep their options of success open. Rated is on a completely other side of the map across this wide open area outside of Grotto. I don't mind this spot, but a difficult one to rotate out of.
I mean, these players, as seasoned veterans through Call of Duty, I'm sure they're comfortable in trusting each other to take these fights off screen. And Rated on an island alone, still racking up eliminations over towards Smuggler's Cove. You see the cluster strike was dropped just to form a little bit of backup for the rest of your team over in Terrace. So I love that out of Rated. Even though he's not over there, he's still supporting the squad.
As a reminder, all of your favorite streamers are all live right now, co-streaming their perspectives, and we also have the Call of Duty Echo stream live with the the Alive and Dead tracker. The Alive and Dead tracker. You can go check that out right now, Call of Duty Echo. Of course, you see if your favorite streamer is alive or their team is alive. It looks like we've got 15 out of 16 teams still up. One of our aggro teams early got pushed, finds themselves in the lobby waiting on the next map. Again, only one more map after this, so everything riding on this. No prize pool associated today, just the top 8 moving forward. As we swing back over to Solidify, Panda, and Clink, they had a great last map, but went down in 13th place with some odd 12 or so eliminations, maybe a bit more than that even. They would love to replicate that success, but this time stay alive longer.
Imagine if you get that multiplier to back that up. It would be crazy for Team Solidify to jump. Nice shots from Clink Slays on the inside of the 10, not able to finish it. It has to call for the teammate to back up, and now both of them going to be pinned, trying to finesse around these warehouses. You can see that Omid, Panda, and Solidify both go down, so Clink Slays has to disengage. He needs to back up, and it seems like that high alert going to light up, that it seems like they know exactly where Clink Slays is going. He's going to drop on down towards Smuggler Cove, hide in a little bit of a cubby. Opens up a crate too. That is going to, you know, bring back his teammates a little bit faster. Let's hop over to Team Biffle though.
Team Biffle, otherwise known as the Penguin Club, invited by Activision to come slay out again. 8 eliminations by Biffle. Great call out, Seymour. Let's listen into some of their comms and hear what they're talking about, because they are slaying in this lobby.
Alright. I dive into the river over here, at the back of the castle.
Marking a rally point.
I don't like this, Evan. I don't like how exposed we are. Are we that exposed up? I mean, I feel like
There's people in that church next to you guys.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to look at.
Moving on, shooter.
Where are these guys rotating from castle? Okay, keep watching that. If you need my help, I can help you.
Moving to the safe zone.
Some fucking plates. Okay, D?
Yeah, there's just hella people in this building.
I can watch over here. I can get on top of that shit, D. Exactly. You can make it. I'm gonna do it on that. D, I'm gonna do that. Hold on, I'm gonna help D out. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking make the play here. Hold on.
Here we go.
That one?
I lost this somewhere. It's so good. It's so good. The comms are impeccable. They're communicating all the information. They're gonna push this building together.
Okay.
They are. Biffle, he wants to wrap around this whole thing. I love this call to flank. So you can trap him almost, catch the escapees around this church.
On the other side, right here. On this side.
As Rapul's just trying to, you know, funnel them right into Biffle's line of sight. It seems like they have controlled the high ground, so wherever this team that they're contesting is, they should show themselves soon. They're going to be on the roof. Biffle not really in a position to back up his team in this position, but hoping that the rest can zone them away from the rooftop, allow them to fall into the welcoming arms of Biffle.
Yeah, I'm going to go to UD.
I mean, Diaz Biffle has 9 eliminations already. It's going to be updated shortly, Seymour. If he can put up 12 by himself, it doesn't even matter what the rest of this team does. Like, they're going to have a great map. And to be honest with you, they might need it. They want to make sure and secure their spot to the finals. They're doing well, but might as well push it all the way to the finish line this map and just have fun in the last one and maybe spoil a couple of other squads that you don't want to see in the finals. I mean, there's a lot of options. You can put up a massive game number 4.
Well, this is the first time we actually see the circle pull away from the keep all day long, so the teams might not be used to this rotation just yet today, and if you're caught out in the open, it is not going to bode well for you and your team. So you got to watch who's going to, you know, rotate a little bit late, who's going to rotate early to get that, you know, early positioning. And it seems like Biffle, they want to beat out these teams to graveyard. I'm not too upset with this call either. If a couple of these teams are late rotate out of keep, Team Biffle will be in a great spot to punish them.
Well, we were talking about Garanko pick percentages before. It was about 39% in map number 1. That means there's over 2 players per, or there's over 1 player per team, essentially, that's running a Garanko. That's one of the squads certainly running 2 Garankos. Super Evan running 1 as well. We've got plenty of eliminations. They're going to slow their pace down a little bit and grab a great final spot in the final circle. We swing back over to Cranks, Rampage, and Vectrossi. Lost Vectrossi. Rampage and Cranks slowly kind of peeling away at the edge of this onion. These are some of the dangerous spots you want to be in. I mean, you can find the eliminations on the edge of circle. If you're not careful, you can get held as well. So they're going to kind of clear the places in front of them, talk about some of the players behind. How can we hold their position so that when they try to rotate in, we'll get free easy kills?
And they got Team Super Evan behind them, and they have Team Biffle in front of them, so it's not going to be an easy pickle to, you know, squeeze yourself out from. But we head over to the Kings right now. Team Las Vegas Legion. Miapo, Hisoka, Skullface. They've been pretty quiet since game number 1, but now looking at Miapo, 5 eliminations for himself. Not too sure how much Hisoka and Skullface have at the moment, but you look at this team together, 10 eliminations right now in this match.
I think Legion was sitting in 4th going into this map. Could be somewhere around that 5th, 6th category if they don't put up a decent map so far. They're doing well, though. 10th place, multiplier starting to tick into view. Reminder, 10th through 8th is a 1.4 times multiplier. Once we get to 7th, that's where the 1.6 starts. It'll go up to 1.8 one more time before the 2 times for the win. Respawn is currently disabled, Seymour, so if they can find some eliminations here and start wiping some squads, all of these kills are going to start counting for quite a bit more than just 1 point.
Miapo finds another elimination with a Semtex. Stray Sweeper in the hands of Hisoka. This actually may bode well for a point of interest like Town, just moving through those close buildings, but gonna have to see if it pays off in the end. You do see Skullface drops and Thirsted, so they want to bring him back. They will have to get that redeploy. There's a lot of these teams now funneling on in throughout Town. It's going to be harder and harder to hold these buildings, especially considering how top down this is. You don't know if somebody's in on the bottom or not. So if you are Las Vegas Legion, in this moment, you're just trying to hold off as long as you can. Just wait to see if anybody challenges you until you're forced to move.
I had a chance to talk to a couple of these squad members on podcasts, and they don't have an IGL. They just listen to calls, and Hisoka gets the call from his teammate, finds the elimination for free, playing trades with Miapo. Miapo goes down. Serpentine perk was hurting them. Hisoka falls as well. He couldn't quite pick a target and stick with them. Ends up trading between two. Shouldn't matter though. That was a 14 elimination game, and they did achieve the 1.4 times multiplier. So a great map should keep them in the runnings to qualify. LAG will fall as well in 6th place. Looks like at least 7 eliminations for one of these squads, but that's Biffle, Gorenko from distance. Seymour, I think that means we have 3 Gorenkos on the side of Team Biffle.
Oh, and it's definitely going to pay off for these teams as we hop over to Solidify, now looking to bounce back after a lackluster finish to the last game. Maybe not as many eliminations as they had in the last game, but now looking for that placement that they weren't able to attain. And I like this call from Klink Slay. He's going to take the full rotation around, try to reposition in through next. Actually going to pick up Tracker as well inside the gas. Going to take a fight. Breadman there again, breaking ankles like it's fine china. And that's a 3rd place finish for Team Solidify. Yet again, just missing the mark on that top multiplier.
Seattle Surge in a bit of trouble against Team Biffle. Bread's gonna go down. Wars is self-reviving. I can only imagine this is gonna be a massive success for Team Biffle. Activision certainly invited the right team. The team that got 2nd in World Series of Warzone. Back at it again. Half of phase from last year in CDLR. They're gonna take the victory, most likely with the biggest map we've seen today. Biffle dropping over double-digit 12 eliminations by himself.
Wow.
Seymour, if I'm doing my math correctly, that is a 46-point game from the side of Team Biffle. Dan shouted me out because I said watch out for this team last time. I think everybody in the world knows to watch out for them this time, and they are proving their merit. What a performance.
I mean, we talked about this in the green room prior to the show. Is somehow, some way, Team Biffle, they always find, you know, big podium finishes at the end there. You know, they didn't need the most flashy finish there. As they were playing some good rotations within that last circle. Team Biffle, I mean, you saw the early rotation into Graveyard. They get the positioning that they want, and they punish every team that's trying to sneak in around them. Biffle was putting the Gorenko to great use. You saw the eliminations just keep on stacking for the squad, and what a way to finish game 4 and project yourself now into hopefully that top 3 spot.
Hey, key to success, Gorenko, Gorenko, Gorenko. Triple Gorenko combo and a total of 46 some odd points from Team Biffle. They should be near the top of the leaderboard, if not at the top. We're going to head back to the desk and see what they have to say about this Gorenko action.
Yeah, man, Gorenko, you know, Dream, you covered the guns in the beginning. Gorenko was one of them, but to have triple, does that surprise you?
Not at all. I mean, you have the long range in hand, and I mean, you have the medium to long or medium to short range with the Arma or Marco, whatever gun that you choose. But if all 3 are running overkill, obviously that's beneficial. Of course, with Amped, and you're able to swap those weapons out faster. So, not surprised at all. And not to mention Biffle dropping 12. That is not surprising either.
Yeah. 46-point game, Dandro. That is probably one of the craziest games we have seen yet. And I think at a time where they needed to pop off, it's game 4. The 5th and final game is coming up. If you weren't happy with where you were, a 46-point game should surely help.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you have a 46-point game. You're going into game 5, the last drop. You're feeling good. You're going to be trying to recreate that same success in the last final game of the day, because obviously that is what they needed. And that's kind of the game plan that a lot of these teams need. We saw Biffle, you know, I love that Goach called it out very early on. We were like, wait, this guy already has 9 kills, like out of nowhere. It seems like we blinked our eye and he's, you know, carrying the most. And hey, listen, I got to give a shout out to Repulse. Repulse ended that game with 5, already closing in on almost more kills than the entire time of World Series of Warzone in that one game. So obviously he's feeling himself, and we love to see that. So I hope that that squad can be able to kind of recreate that same success in this last and final game.
Yeah, and Saltify, Dream, you know, we had, or excuse me, Solidify had such a great performance in game 3, finished a lot earlier than he probably wanted, obviously, but ultimately in game number 4, another good finish coming out from them, another great bit of eliminations. Yeah, they're not getting first, they're not getting second, maybe even top 5, but the point is they're staying consistent when it comes to eliminations as a whole, which means Solidify and Co, when we do see the leaderboard, the top 10, they could very well be inching their way up the top 8.
Yeah, and one of the things things that Dan and I were kind of talking about and what you see some of these teams utilize is the ground perks, like the ability to, and what we saw there in town, like Serpentine, like if you find that on a ground or even rated at one point, we saw high alert. You can see which direction you're being looked at by your enemies. You're able to maneuver around situations where you can escape. And we saw how useful that was, especially in town. I believe it was like, I think it was Hisoka where somebody got away from him because the boost that you get from Serpentine, plus if you utilize a stim shot, it's so effective in these scenarios to stay alive for that multiplier.
Indeed, Dandro, is there anything that you want to touch on that? Because I know you two were talking about that while the game was going on.
Yeah, I just think that, like, you know, kind of the RNG aspect that ground perks can add, it's like it can almost make or break games, right? Because if you're, you know, are playing in an area like town and you picked up an early tracker, right? Tracker, people find it useful, right? But you're never going to slot that into your loadout and not be running, you know, Amped or Combat Scout or one of these other high value perks. So, but if you could get it off of the ground, well, hey, being able to track someone through some of these winding and twist turns that are on Fortune's Keep, you might be able to pick up a lot of extra kills. Same thing goes for high alert, right? In a map that is so wide open, to know you're being aimed at in your back, that's huge valuable information to have that maybe allows you to stay alive, allows you to maybe make a play that you otherwise wouldn't have been able to. So I do think that as kind of the game goes on, you know, being able to pick up those ground loot perks can sometimes make or break your lobby and just give you that little bit of an extra boost you need to have the success that you're looking for.
Well, Dream, let's take a look at the KDA from Team Biffle taking game number 4. We know Biffle went 12 eliminations, impressive stuff. Repulse with 5, Super Evan with 6. Overall, man, I mean, just seriously, once again, an incredible game from our winners of game 4.
Not to mention only having the ability to die 3 times and then Biffle only once. Like, that just speaks chemistry, like the way that they were working. Right. And you saw too, even just choosing certain gunfights. I believe we saw around like the Terrace Gatehouse Church area where, okay, you heard their comms. All right, you heard Repulse's comms. All right, yeah, I got 1 week. I'm going to push in. And then, you know, when you down an enemy and get that elimination, you have the pings of the other enemies. So they weren't necessarily too forceful on certain engagements, but at the same time, they played so coordinated that, hey, not dying in the end, that's amazing because you don't get that allotted extra time for the respawns and the resurgence. And hey, if all the teams are, if everybody's together alive late game, you are definitely set up for success.
Yeah, someone in chat, I don't know what they said, because it's Biffle, Fashizzle, and all about the Biffle. Hey, apparently a Biffle fan, man. I'm never going to say that again. I don't even know what he said. My mind is blown. But Biffle, tearing it up, game number 4. I got to be cheesy sometimes. It goes with the Reflections brand. Dandro, let's look at our heat map for game number 4, see what switched up a little bit. And yeah, we are seeing a bit more red this time, back in the usual suspect of up top, but still spread out more so than it was in game 1 and game 2.
Yeah, I mean, obviously these players are happy because we're making smiley faces on the map still, exactly what's happening. But when we look at that, I want to take a quick note of that kind of right center map, that, you know, kind of isolated red dot. It is that tower. That tower is becoming a pivotal point in a lot of these maps, because if you look at the kind of spot of it, you can look over towards Keep. If you see people kind of playing outside around Keep, you have vantage point on them. If you can kind of look over towards that middle of the map, towards sort of those container kind of tents area, you have vantage point down into that. You can even see all the way over into that little bit of not lighthouse, but across the way, the radio tower building. You can kind of even see over there. You can see down in the winery. You have such a vantage point on the entirety of the map. So I'm not surprised to see that there were a lot of eliminations happening there, because it means that players are trying to prioritize that high ground and they're trying to fight for that. So I love to keep an eye on that, especially into game 5, where some of these teams are looking to really fry out. That's going to be kind of what they're looking for. But obviously, you know, Terraces was another one of those high value areas that we looked at. It was very deep red. No surprise there. We talked about it all day long. It's just such a great position to be able to play from. And then obviously that surrounding kind of southern side of the map. But I think it's really that one tower that we definitely need to keep our eyes on.
Well, Game 5, it's about to be underway, and I'm really hoping we start seeing a better performance from the usual suspects. LA Thieves, one of the first teams to be eliminated. Actually, the first team, though, which was surprising to me, was Gyro, Colony, and Waldo, who ended up winning one of our previous games, and then Game 4 to be finished off so early definitely hurt. And not to mention as well, Smixy followed suit right after a wonderful performance, winning game number 3. But, all negatives aside, I want to give a shout out to, our invited teams. Like Ghost said, Activision doing it right. Both of our invited teams for semifinals A have won at least one game. So they put up a wonderful fight. They were invited for a reason, and they've done a great job. But Dream, you've been a competitor pretty much ever since I've known you, right? Over 10 years. Game 5, right? Maybe your top 9, top 10. You're just on the precipice, breaking that top 8. Game 5, it's coming your way. What's your game plan?
You have to give it your all. I mean, take everything that you've learned from the first 4 drops and utilize as much as possible. Obviously, survivability, staying alive isn't going to be important, but at the end of the day, depending on where you fall in placement, you want to play for the best placing. You need to get to that top 8 spot and do everything you can to get there. All cards are off the table at this point. Just got to stay focused and be positive, and the game doesn't end until it ends. You just can't give up, even if you're the last one alive and all odds are against you. You just got to push through it.
Got to fight through it, right? And these games are quick, so hopefully they regain relatively quickly. Hey, chat, we do have some giveaways for you. Not giveaways, some drops for you. All you have to do is link your Activision account. You're watching, earn, and oh my God, that is looking beautiful to me. Dandra, which one are you looking forward to getting?
Oh, I'm grabbing the melting faces all day long, baby. That's all I do when I drop in here to Fortune's Keep, right? I pull out the dumbest weapons possible and just absolutely melt with them. And, when you make some of those rotations, you need that 500 IQ emblem to go around.
That's right.
Just to let everybody know you're as big brain as you say you are.
Speaking of big brain, let's bring in Goj as well as Seymour, that big head, baby. And I know he's looking forward to that 500 IQ. Goj, you looking to get that one, huh?
Look, I'm excited about the last map. I think we have to focus on this tiebreaker down in 7th and 8th. Last map of the day, we've got Boston Breach tied with LA Thieves. Going into the last map, 2 dynamic teams. I know T-Dog Smitty's shaking his fist into the air. We'll see you guys in a bit. We'll see how it goes down. Look, T-Dog told me to tell everybody on broadcast they grabbed his more attractive counterpart with Exact leading that squad. And of course, Seymour, you even talked about Boston Breach before the broadcast, because I believe the other 2 players, part of Fisher College, just recently won the Warzone Collegiate Finals.
I was gonna, talk about them as they're almost a dark horse, I was gonna say, going into today, coming off of a huge win over in College Warzone, those Fisher College players, that's Freeway and Phantoms. Phantoms not even, just being a Warzone player, coming through the challenger scene. He's been around the block when it comes to competition, and I know this team, when push comes to shove, they have the skill to come out on top. We're just gonna have to see if they can break through that 7th place tiebreaker that we're seeing between LA Thieves, who somehow have fallen down since that early success.
Well, there's a lot of teams vying for that 7th, 8th position. One of those squads is London Royal Ravens. All right, we've been keeping an eye on them this entire time. We're in the pregame lobby getting them warmed up. This is Lennon, this is Jukies, and this is Shifty. Lennon and Jukies both flew in for this competition all the way across the pond over here to the North America side, playing in the London Royal Ravens studio. Currently sitting in 14th out of 16. But this is what's crazy about this competition. Playing for 8th place, even a team that's in 14th still has an opportunity to put up a massive map and work their way into the finals, Seymour. We just saw a 46-point game by the side of Team Biffle. If one of our squads down in 13th, 14th, 15th drops that high of a map, which is certainly possible, they're in the money. They're moving on to the finals tomorrow. I mean, anything could happen, and we're kind of holding our breath, biding our time, watching those kind of middle-of-the-pack teams.
I mean, it's just like Dream said, it's not over until that game 5 is finished. It is time to bounce back for anybody. And if you want to make that comeback, you just got to lay it all on the line right now for game number 5. Take that knowledge that you gained throughout the past, maybe a couple blemishes, maybe not the performance that you want to see, but I mean, you can turn things around still. There's still time to find yourself in that top 8, like you said. And there's no better time to show up than at the finish line right now for some of these teams. You're looking at making it to some Sunday right now. You're looking at having a shot at that 100K prize pool. And right now, for a lot of these teams, it's all here or never.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, map number 5 is here. The last map of the day for Semifinals A. We're going to be jumping into Semifinals B right after this, but we've got to figure out who the top 8 teams are going to be. They're going to be addressing the finals tomorrow. It looks like Team Biffle certainly locked their place into the finals. We're going to see their early drop in this map, but the question becomes who's going to come out on top of the tiebreaker between Breach and LA Thieves, with Breach technically having more eliminations and therefore technically in 7th. And then will it be a team like Gyro the Best, who's in 10th right now after winning map number 1 and then starting to fall off, that creeps their way back into the money? And before we kind of move on from this squad, Seymour, because they have essentially made it to the finals, can I gas up my boy Repulse? This dude's comms are out of this world, and every single team has to have some sort of level of high-level chemistry in order to find some success. This team has a maximum amount of that, and Repulse is one of the reasons they were able to achieve that 46 elimination victory. It's not just Biffle dropping massive kills. Everyone else is contributing to that fact, and they've been doing a nearly flawless job thus far.
I mean, you pull up the stats graphic from their World Series of Warzone performance, you see, you know, Repulse may not have been in putting up the big numbers that you would see from Super Evan or Biffle, but it's what he brings to this team that is just so much more impactful than finding those kills. It's allowing your 2 teammates to just fry throughout with all the knowledge that they can ask for. But it looks like they're being contested by LA Thieves, where you see rated Apathy and Slacks not too far around them. So at full strength, he's getting a little mixy here. You see Raided's gonna find the first. That's Biffle down. A huge kill to pick up for LA Thieves, but it's still not over just yet. You see Apathy drop, so still a little back and forth between these 2 squads, and it doesn't even look like that was Team Biffle that took down Apathy. It just doesn't matter who it is. If you're gonna take on all of them at once.
Looks like a couple of different teams in this area of the map. Rated in a bit of trouble. He's going to go ahead and burn that self-revive and get out of dodge. Slack playing coverage over the top. Again, I'm going to try to watch this team quite a bit. I know they've had a lot of airtime, but that's for good reason. They're right on the fringe. If they were to go down early here, they know that would spell terror and destruction because they won't make it to the finals. They have to put up a decent number of eliminations. There's a lot of teams breathing down their neck as they are the relegation point. They are in 8th. You've got to put up a solid amount of squads. And look, the teams right behind them, Team Strixie, Team Gyro the Best, Team Solidify, they've been having great days today as well. Like, honestly, I can't really look at most of the teams vying for this 8th place spot and say, wow, you guys have struggled. It's just a matter of consistency, Seymour.
It's not to mention that you're matched up against Boston Breach on screen right now, who are trying to keep you at that level. So both teams, you know, multiple teams just fighting for that spot. And I mean, there's a reason why you're invited to this tournament. There's a reason why these teams are here. It's because anybody can win these lobbies at any time at all. Excellent play from Boston Breach to breach and clear all the way up top. Take down that player, work together. You see Exact and Phantoms playing hand in hand to get that job done. And the communication, it seems like there's still more around them too. We're gonna hop back to LA Thieves as it looks like Apathy just trying to keep the team alive, but a lot of players trying to make some big plays here in game 5.
Somewhere safe. I might die here.
Get a huge shout out to Exact and company. I believe the first time playing with these Fisher College Warzone collegiate champions. And speaking of a champion, Apathy will go down to Rampage. Doesn't seem phased at all. Just gonna take a sip out of one of his nondescript energy drinks and get right back into the lobby fairly quickly. These are the moments, though, you're gonna look back on and try to make sure that you're doing things correctly, because if things go awry when you're looking for weapons and trying to regain, your chances of heading to the finals tomorrow could be very slim. Let's take a look at some of the other teams that are inside of the money thus far. We've got Seattle Surge up in 4th currently. Las Vegas Legion 5th. Team E-Bates a little bit quiet since the first drop, but slowly ticking away points, currently in 6th. And then the teams in 7th and 8th that we've mentioned. Rated goes for an elimination, almost loses that out of nowhere, will end up falling after cleaning up 1.
That was Stu for the trade, so being contested by Team Colors won't be easy for LA Thieves. You see Rated and Apathy both go down. Slacked on the opposite side of the map. He's just big chilling, vibing, just waiting for the team to redeploy. 8 seconds left for Rated, so soon enough, Slacked will be able to take some action. There's a box right next to him, so he's going to knock off some of that time for Apathy. Bowed out right under him. Sounds like he's aware that there's a team either above or below him. No matter what, he's going to get spotted. So Slack not in a great position. We're going to look back at Boston Breach. Freeway trying to finesse, but he goes down. Phantoms gets the revive on himself, but going down will be both Freeway and Exact. And Boston Breach now trying to hold on.
They're in a bit of trouble. We're tied for 7th. We're winning that tiebreaker, taking 7th currently. When you hear some of the comms eke through our commentary, or they're saying, just hide. I mean, you've got a pistol. Just let's try to regain. They just need to put up an okay lobby in order to kind of stay inside the money. Continue to kind of watch the leaderboard. Look on the left-hand side of your screen. You can see Strixie putting up great numbers. Strixie's team was in 9th. You might have a bit more danger kind of breathing down your neck than you even know. I believe it's Biffle at the top still. Z Colors and Co. after dominating the group stages in 2nd, trying to take down that first place team and maybe go undefeated thus far, but all eyes on the team on the screen.
You can run around the edge, right? Yeah.
It doesn't look like it's going to be easy to get to that loadout either. As the weaponry for Boston Breach, not the best right now, Goj. I mean, they are definitely on the outside looking in. Looking at Strixie. Actually kind of backed up against the ropes. He's going to get aggressive through the garage, trying to finesse and dance around this car. Going to find the down, the throwing knife just to confirm. Oh, and he loves it.
Lay on in, hold the bottom, come on.
He's locked in. He's ready to go. He's trying to stay alive. A crucial win, Seymour, and he's going to let him know that it was crucial and that he's going to the finals at all costs. I got to shout something out here that is so interesting, too. This was the team that was in 9th. Boston Breach, like we mentioned, was tied for 7th. Exact and Foreign Jace are on those 2 respective teams. They actually are a duo alongside Brolic, a trio for most of these customs tournaments. They didn't make it through the qualifiers, and so they separated out into different teams. A lot of people grabbing at them because they wanted them on their squad as soon as possible, and both of them vying for a spot in the finals, from Foreign Jace to Exact, right neck and neck, competing for the exact same spot. This is going to get really interesting in the later parts of the circle.
Oh, a lot of players just knelt down, reviving each other. eBay's trying to pick away. It was Prospect for those great shots out, but not able to really confirm anything. As whichever team that was, they are just going to have to do a little bit extra work in picking up their teammates. As you see, a squad redeploy going to come through from Team eBay's, trying to get to full strength. I like that, you were mentioning, a couple of these teams branching off, because not only are those 2 players trying to fight for a space in Sunday, but we're also going to be able to see Brolic in our semifinal B as well try to perform. So all 3 of them going to be looking for a chance.
That's a great call out. I would love to see all 3 of them into the finals, but we've got a long way to go, albeit probably only about 10 minutes or so left. It's going to feel like a marathon. How sweaty this last map is going to be. Respawn timer at 1:24. Rated already on 5 eliminations, propping up the LA Thieves for a chance to make it to the finals. They said there's no way we don't qual. We've got the experience, we've got the tact, we've got the skill, and we certainly have the gunny. Rated says that there is not one single person in the entire world that can outgun him. We'll see if he can continue to prove that in this map.
We have a minute. I think someone could play the sniping above us.
Well, I mean, with those 5 eliminations, at least there's 5 players that we know can't gun him right now throughout game number 5.
Okay, Reese, you
But I mean, the test is still there for the rest of LA Thieves. Apathy on 2 eliminations, so it's 7 confirmed for that team. Jump over to Boston Breach once more. Posted up right now in the tower, just watching from the high ground. It looks like Exact's going to be separated quite a long ways away from both Phantoms and Freeway.
Yeah, I think playing slow here is not a bad idea. The question is, have they done enough? You grab some early eliminations. Exact is on 4. Multiplier starting to tick in. Only looks like 9 teams left. You're inside the 1.4 times multiplier, but if you stay too complacent, you have some of these other squads, like the squad on your screen right now, Team Strixie, right on your heels, and a few more eliminations in pocket. Great find there against Extra J. Of course, this is Foreign Jace. This is Exact's counterpart. They are battling for this final spot.
I mean, you say battling. I mean, there's a fire lit underneath them, Goj, right now. They're energized for game number 5. We said, you got to lay it all on the line right now for this last game. And right now, Team Strixie, they are taking it quite literally. as not only their comms are quick, but so far it looks like their gameplay is starting to pace up. As you can hear, they have to escape from underneath Winery now. The circle is going to pull away from them. But I love this call through that. You hear that from Strixie. Just wait till the circle starts closing, then move.
Foreign Jace was clipping away at about 4.1 eliminations per round on average through the group stages. Already sitting on 5. Carrying a large burden on his back, trying to make it through the finals with a new squad. So far, so good for this team. Now, Rated, not so far and not so good. They have found at least a sizable amount of eliminations. Multipliers coming into play. They're looking for that 7th place spot. That's when it'll go up to 1.7. But App and Slack are down. It's going to be all up to Rated. Looks fairly well kitted up using that UGM. He's going to take the long distance gunfight. He's got the combat scout. He can hit him through the wall. Can he knock him, though? Bullet damage reduction through the wall. Not able to do so. He's going to go for the large wrap around the corner utilizing that gas mask. I don't mind that at all. It's going to be a tough fight to take to push up on all on your load zone.
He wants the high ground too. I love this call from Rated. You know, quick to take those shots, quick to almost find elimination, but quick to reposition is going to be important too. Here is you're just trying to make sure it's a question mark on where he is. The redeploy back onto both. Breathing life back into this roster. Hopefully a chance for LA Thieves to slip even farther into the placings now. For game number 5 is Rated turns around. Somebody not even where he's there. Blindsiding the player behind the car. Or team wipe from Rated. That's now 6 eliminations. It does look like Apathy's going to drop right on top of him, but going down won't be easy to get this revive. Not sure where those shots came through, but listen, it seems like the team that shot them haven't yet started pushing. Cluster Strike's going to drop right on top.
It's all up to Rated. He may have done enough. He's clipped his way into it. He's close to the finals. He's able to knock one. Not able to grab the elimination, but got inside the top 4. A pretty decent map. It might be enough. There's about 10 teams all around that 7th, 8th place category, all moving up and down, and this is one of the other squads. They had dropped outside of the top 8, and now they're in trouble, Seymour. DJ able to stay alive, and they've got a fantastic, well, I thought player advantage, but it looks like it's 3 teams of 3 left. This could be monumental for their success and their opportunity to make the finals. They don't have a lot of eliminations. They've got a good multiplier, but I don't know if it's going to be enough with Strixie putting up a ton of points in this last map.
Who's going to take game number 5? It's all down to this. Las Vegas Legion, they're going to be in the running as Mayapo gets aggressive. The team wipe is there. We will see you later to Team Ebates. And now looking for the dub in a 1v1 for these teams. They're 3 up on either side. As Las Vegas Legion, they have yet to find a win, but these are the Kings of Caldera, and they are looking for a crown here in Fortune's Keep. As they're going to set up shop in the caves. I love this call. We saw it earlier from actually LA Thieves themselves that they found so much success at just holding the low ground right there, dancing between these circles, using the caves to get this one done. But look at Mayapo's going to jump up top. We look, they have the high ground control. A couple kills back and forth. Scumming is actually going to take down Skullface. Mayapo falls all down to Hisoka. He's going to pop out, good for 1. Dropping on down. The cover is not going to be good enough. Just Yekarenko for the snap around, and he's not going to hit the shot. That's a 2nd place finish for Las Vegas Legion. Not able to get that 2 times.
What the fuck? It is certainly going to be enough to get them to the finish line, but it is LAG coming out on top with a total of around 15 eliminations. A 30-point game will certainly secure LAG into the finals. Congratulations. I gotta say, what a way to end map number 5 and end semifinals A. Seymour, I mean, we've got back-to-back kind of interesting fights for these final circles, but this one was the battle of the kings. This was the battle of the rings, the belts, whatever you want to say. These are the defending champions of World Series of Warzone versus the defending champions of CDLR, Rebirth Island, and Split number 1. And this time around, it was our CDLR former champs up on top yet again in the last map.
And just look at the way they were able to play that too. I mean, I was talking about how smart it is for Las Vegas Legion to play the low ground, but I feel like they didn't bide their time. They kind of jumped the gun a little bit, taking that high ground from LAG, and they got punished for it. It kind of blows up in their face, a little bit disconnected when it comes to maybe the communication and the playstyle that they want to have happen, and that is a big win in game number 5 for LAG.
My mind is scrambling and running all over the place right now, trying to do some crazy internal math to determine who actually qualified for the finals, because that's it. That's all we got for semifinals A. We're about to jump into semifinals B in a moment, but we're going to let all the admins do the math behind the scenes, because I certainly can't do it on broadcast. I think there's maybe a 2 to 3 point difference between some of these squads, between like 5th all the way down to like 10th, but only the top 8 are moving on to the finals tomorrow, where they've got a shot to face off against the best of semifinals B for a chance at their lion's share of $100,000. And Seymour, we've seen some incredible action here in the booth, and I've had a blast bringing you all that crazy action. I mean, any final words for the broadcast before we send it over to the desk?
I mean, all I can say is whatever we see on Sunday come through from semifinals A and B, whichever team we get to see on that last day, whoever's playing for that money, after what we got today in semifinals A, I can happily say that it's up for grabs. It's anyone's game right now.
Well, highly aggressive, consistent, or otherwise, maybe just Garinka, whatever your key to success is. Good luck with whatever you have in semifinals B. We'll let the admins do the math. We're going to head over to the desk and see what they have for us.
5 games down. It's now completed for semifinal A. Of course, we still need to see our leaderboards, but an incredible performance from each and every roster. And let's take a look at our highlight stream, because there's several of them, especially when it comes to game number 5. And I got to ask you, at least for game 5, what stood out to you?
Regain. Like, there were so many squads that we saw were in situations where there was one person left alive, and like they just had to play their life. We saw that with Breach. We saw that with LA Thieves. I believe like Slack was in the grotto area just playing his life, where, you know, his team went down by the gatehouse area. So we saw a lot of teams, I feel like, break off a little bit more here, but also just not being afraid to challenge and pick up those kills early game. So like for a team like Breach, I'm really curious to see if they did end up making it, because even though they were placing in like the top 10, the top 12 ranks, they were still able to pick up those early kills and frag out early in the beginning of the game.
And Dandro Strixie was bringing the fire, was he not? Each and every kill he was getting hype along with his team.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's classic Call of Duty for me right there, right? Brought me back a little bit to the days of kids yelling over monitors at each other. Like, you know, he's here in the semis. He's getting a simple kill in a garage, and he's acting like he just won, you know, champs is exactly what's going on. I love it. This is a team that was on my radar kind of coming through qualifiers. Right. Obviously, Strixie and Belief picking up 4 and Jace, a very solid, talented player in his own right. And it obviously seemed to kind of work out a little bit. Strixie and Belief, they're getting mixy. They're full sending. Jace is sitting back and he's saying, hey, I got unlimited lives for you boys. As long as I can stay alive, I'm feeling good. So I love that they were finding kind of a lot of momentum there in that lobby and using that hype to drive them on as the game went forward.
Well, Dream, I think we had 5 different winners in all 5 games, did we not? And again, that shows the volatility. We had both of our invited teams for semifinal A end up winning. Of course, I'm talking about Biffle and Co., Smixy. And then on the opposite side, we just saw Irrational and Scummin win their final game. But it comes down to the leaderboard, right? Top 8, only 8 teams move, and Dream Goj brought up a great point, right? Maybe 1 through 5, they're going to be okay, but 5 through 8 could literally be within points of each other.
Yeah, and it's really going to come down to the couple of those plays that they might be kicking themselves in the foot in game. But either which way, who played the most consistent? You see Z Colors and Co. Like, not much of a difference from the qualifier here into this tournament. Like, whatever strategy that they've been implemented in the qualifier has been working here as they, I believe, still were in that top 5 spot. Or if not, maybe even the first. But either which way, consistency is key when it comes to these squads, and it's not an easy thing to do in a lobby like this, of course. But I'm really curious to see the standings already. I'm like looking over to the side. I'm like, I just want to know who qualified for tomorrow, because my goodness, these games are intense.
Yeah, qualified team Z Colors does move forward. You know, obviously coming in much hyped up, incredible performance from him. And then I'm happy for LA Thieves. You know, Apathy literally just having a baby last night. The dad strength coming through. He ends up qualifying for tomorrow as well, Dandro. And, you know, Biffle's team doing an incredible job too. Even though, Repulse, I'm talking to you because I know you're watching. Don't call me Flexions again. I got a lot of love for you. Chat's always trying to start fights over there. All right, I didn't say anything bad about you aside from your 7 kills when your team had 29 over in World Series Warzone. But congratulations for moving forward. You're an incredible guy. I don't know, the voice was working for me too. Anyways, Dandro, when you saw the qualified team just a second ago, did any of them like maybe surprise you at all?
I'm gonna be honest, no. Like, I'm not surprised to see that the teams that qualified did. It is interesting though. We had 4 qualified teams, you know, teams that made it through the qualifiers, and 4 CDL teams. So to me, that just kind of shows that this is a very healthy mix, and that as we get ready to move into finals tomorrow, that the teams who are there deserve to be there, right? So you have those CDL teams who came in, you know, they're a little bit more established competitors and content creators, right? But they're obviously showing that they can hang with some of the best in the scrappy. And on the other hand, we have the qualified teams who played through an absolute gauntlet, have just had to beat out so many other talented individuals to get their chance to have a seat at this competition, and they're showing that they're hungry. They're showing that they're here to go the distance, and that they want to be able to take home, you know, any amount of cash tomorrow as part of that $100,000 prize pool.
Yeah, it's a nice mix. You know, we got one of our invited teams into the qualifier, or excuse me, into grand finals. We've got our CDL teams obviously coming into grand finals, and obviously qualified team Z Color and Co. Moving through. So nice mix overall. Great competitors as a whole. 5 games down. You know, it only took I want to say about an hour and a half, maybe close to 2 hours. That's insanely fast whenever it comes to BRs in general. But for me, Dream Fortune's Keep is incredible, and the reason why I like it so much, BRs, you know, are great in their own way. You talk about rotations, you have your slow moments, you have your quick moments, but Fortune Keep is all about quick moments. And honestly, the biggest surprise for me, Dream, was how often the gas was utilized by each and every player.
Indeed, and I completely obviously burger brain that. Like, those were the qualifying teams. I was actually on the other screen looking at the stats because of how close the drop off was. From 8th to 9th was literally by 2 points. So yeah, you look at this and you look at Caldera and Trios, like, it's so fast paced. And in comparison to the CDLR that we saw earlier in the year, Trios, it's a little bit harder to regain. Like, when you have quads, you have that extra person there where, you know, you may be able to get away with a little bit more, and it might be easier to get out of those situations. But Trios, it's much harder. It's obviously faster in the keep, and yeah, this is no surprise that we see this competition so close when it comes to these teams.
Yeah, and moving forward to Semifinal B coming up in just a short bit, Dandro. Obviously, we learned a lot from Semifinal A. All 5 games were absolutely incredible. Semifinal B, probably going to be a lot similar, but I just want to reflect on from the beginning to now that you've seen, you know, the top competitors really play Fortune's Keep. Is it playing the way that you kind of saw in qualifiers? Is it a bit different now? Maybe that things have been elevated a bit?
I think now that teams have had a chance to really kind of get a hold of how the lobby's going to play, they're a little bit more aware, like, you can't take rotations for free. It's not always just going to be like, oh, hey, we need to move over here, let's do it as a team. You have to think about that a little bit more ahead of time than maybe you were before. So hopefully, if any of these squads are sitting here watching this first kind of you know, semifinal lobby A, hopefully they realize that in the back of their head and take that into consideration as we move into lobby B, because I feel like as the games went on, kind of, you know, we saw in that game number 1, right? It was a blink of an eye till Resurgence was off and we had a lot of teams left, and it seemed like teams realized they had to get their kills very early on for it to matter. So hopefully a lot of those learnings that we kind of saw progress as the lobbies went on are then picked up in the second lobby.
Well, overall, great stuff from all the qualified teams and teams that competed in general. We had 16 very talented trios. Of course, we had to narrow that down to 8. Only 8 will move forward from each semifinal into grand finals tomorrow, which will consist of 16 teams trying to get top 8 once again to get into the money. Well, semifinal A has concluded. I hope you enjoyed it, but still stick around. We have semifinal B coming up right after this. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, semifinal B's coming your way.
The Call of Duty League Resurgence tournament is here.
Wait.
Maybe number 3. Ready to pit the best players in North America against each other to decide who will rule Fortune's Keep. But before we crown the best Resurgence team, the CDL orgs have assembled some of the best Warzone players here to prove their mettle.
Of course he wins it because he wins them all.
We started with 64 teams in our qualifiers and got down to 32 after the week we're lost in combat. The remaining trios will battle it out in today's semifinals, and only the top 16 will move on to our final.
Oh, yeah.
Where they will put it all on the line for $100,000. You heard that right, $100,000.
There it is.
Do the open qualifier teams have what it takes to hang tough? Or will the seasoned Warzone warriors drop in and remind us that to be the best, you've got to beat the best? Well, let's find out. The CDL Resurgence Fortune's Keep semifinals starts now.
And welcome back, everybody, to the CDL Resurgence Split 2 Fortune's Keep. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dream and Goj this time around, who just casted with Seymour for 5 incredible games. Goj, nice to have you on the desk, brother.
My name's Dandro. Let's be very clear. No, I'm really excited to be here. I've had a blast in the booth, but I'm excited to be on the desk with you all this time around because I get to breathe a little bit, kind of dissect things from behind the scenes, see the things that I didn't see the first time, and also break down all the analytics that our team behind us has given us. So excited to be here with you guys. Ellen, I hope you're doing fantastic. It's good to actually share a desk with you for the first time.
Indeed it is. I mean, I think we were supposed to do this a long time ago. So now that finally we have the opportunity, of course, with such a wonderful tournament, I'm excited to go. And, well, Reflections, let's be real. You always got the swag. You always bring the swag to the table.
Hey, I appreciate you, man. After being called L-Flections, you know, I don't know what to think. No, hey, honestly, I'm loving this. I love whenever the competitors, they have banter with us as well. It makes things fun because, let's be honest, sometimes we always, you know, we can't highlight them the way, you know, they should be highlighted because maybe they have a bad game here or there, but Biffle and them, they did an incredible job. No, this is going to be awesome. Great desk. And Semifinals B, right? Coming up, we learned a lot from Semifinals A as a whole. Semifinals B coming around, I think the biggest takeaway for me is the volatility. You can have a pop-off game in game 1 or 2 or whatever in all the 5 games, but then maybe the next game you finish dead last. And that's just how aggressive and chaotic Fortune's Keep can be, Dream.
Indeed, absolutely. I mean, with some of these areas, you see some of these teams deciding to pick a strategy where, of course, they favor the high ground when we see those areas in terraces and keep and in the towers. But in some of these moments, you have to be able to win your ones because you could be left in a situation where you all go down, and that's where you see teams kind of spread out a little bit, and you have that one player playing back with the sniper support, potentially maybe even using the combat scout perk to be able to ping enemies and use that infrared to their advantage. So that's where cold-blooded would come into play too. So we may see a little bit more of that, a little bit of a change up in terms of the perks and the usages with the semi group B, but I'm excited. I'm here for the action. I can't wait to see it go down.
And Goj, from your perspective, obviously calling the action with Seymour, any key takeaways, maybe if you had to give some advice to any of the competitors, not that they need advice, but from taking away from semifinal A, moving into B, that you could give to the players?
Yeah, I think one of the main strategies that we saw was the classic strategy of the 1 anchor and the 2 aggro players. It works in Resurgence playstyles, but there's another playstyle you could try, and that's using a guy like Biffle to play the aggro player, and you kind of play this amoeba type formation. You saw Super Evan, Repulse, and Biffle do a fantastic job of playing together, but separate enough to take separate fights if they need to, close enough in case one of them gets under duress and calls out that they need help, that they can go and swing in and help with those fights. I love the way they played that, and that is all, of course, on the line with good chemistry, good communication. Those are the things that people like Repulse bring to the table.
Yeah, some of the teams had wonderful team comms, super clean, in and out, not, you know, cluttering up the team comms as a whole. Really enjoyed that, and especially when you do those listen-ins and you hear that, it's so nice, right? Because sometimes it can get too muddy. Dream, we do have a wonderful stats team behind us with Shawnee and Co, and we're going to get a look at the heat maps from game 1 through 5, and I want you to walk us through them.
Wow, like just from that first drop, the keep area. But I mean, kind of like Dandro said, that classic smiley face, like you see with the plane line, how it kind of altered from left to right, just depending on what side of the map that the teams decide to land in. But from the middle areas of the map, you see where kind of like the outskirts where Overlook is taken over, or that middle gatehouse area, we saw like LA Thieves kind of just really just dominating there and picking up kills when they can. But what Goj talked about was that amoeba formation, right? It's really valuable, because in third-party situations, like, you have players where they're able to help each other, but you also get that information around you. So you just kind of see throughout the game where these drops really started to change in terms of locations and where to go.
Yeah, and I think they started to switch Goj whenever they realized, okay, maybe I don't want the smoke at the beginning. Let's take it easy and go for the placement points towards the end.
Sure, no, that's a great point. I think, especially if you're contested on a couple different drops, and maybe it is that Biffle squad that's contesting you, or maybe it's Legion, right, that we're throwing down a ton of points early. Maybe even eBay's squad at the very beginning contested you, and you said, yeah, we're not having any of that smoke again. We changed it up. But something that was really interesting on those heat maps was the high ground locations. You saw the keep, you saw the lighthouse, you saw the terraces, you saw all the different places with high ground. They were lit up because you want to use those micro advantages early in order to find some success.
Well, let's start taking a look at our teams, right? We've got a talented group playing in Semifinal B. We just saw Semifinal A, but let's take a look at these teams, Dream. And of course, I got to pick your brain to see which one stands out to you. We've got 8 teams that qualified, 2 that were invited. Talk to me about them.
Well, of course, off the break, I shouted them out earlier. Team Braxton, of course. That is a core trio that played really well in their qualifying group, and a little bit of a change up tier 2. Also, Team IQ, and IQ was one of the players that brings so much to the squad. He was the top fragger as well, and even in terms of the group stage statistics, he was that player that was assisting in kills. I believe he had like something crazy, like 36%. So, like a 1.83 KD. So with these squads, I would expect them to do good. But on the other side too, FaZe Blue, shout outs to them, because I believe they had a most recent roster change. But Attract, if you remember Attract playing with Stukawaki and Z Colors, he is such a good player to sub in for them, because he brings a lot to the table, and just being able to provide that sniper support, he's going to definitely add an element to this team that potentially would make him to qualify.
Well, speaking of adding an element, the CDL teams add, without question, an element of competition. Goj, who do you like the most?
There are a lot of names on this list I like. You got to mention NYSL, of course, with Knight, Smith, and Aiden. They played together in a number of different of these Resurgence tournaments, and they've performed very well. They got 3rd in CDLR Split 1 on Rebirth Island. Of course, dropping Dill for this trio this time around. But can I shout out Optic Texas? They're fielding a very competitive squad this time around. We got Z-Laner, we've got Destroy, we've got Oakley Boy. They've got a lot of chemistry there. Z and Oak have played a ton together. Z and D have played a ton together. I think this is a squad that could really make some waves. And then we would be horribly remiss if we don't talk about Minnesota Rocker. TBE, the most winningest players as a trio in Warzone history by and large across the board. I think the only team even close to them in overall earnings combined is actually the Florida Mutineers, using their CDL earnings, because the Florida Mutineers is using Major Maniac, Brack, and Havoc. You combine all their earnings, still less than GBE in Warzone.
Well, Tommy Alma nudes, I mean, they're just noobs. They're amazing. They really are, you know? So we're going to see what they can do. I mean, I had a lot of expectations for some trios in Semifinal A, and they did perform well, but they didn't, you know, come out the gate swinging as hard as they did, or at least as hard as I expected them to. But hey, I digress. Either way, I'm excited to get Semifinal B going. And Ghost, since you're here, that means someone else is up there casting. And who do we have? Let's bring in Spider Tiff. Let's bring in Dandro, who decided to switch teams a little bit. Dandro, I'm happy to see you up there, but Spider Tiff, first time today, what's going on?
Hey, you know, it's been really tough just sitting back and watching all the action, because I wanted to be here at the forefront calling all the hype, especially with you, Dandro. Good to see you here.
I mean, listen, I can't be more excited to be on the other side of the desk for once. You know, like Ghost said, how he's like, wow, I'm so happy I get a chance to breathe. Mine's the opposite. I was like sitting there the entire time, like watching everything go down, and I'm just like, yo, I am so hyped to get in there and be able to cast this second semi lobby that we have going on, and I couldn't be more happy to be here with anyone else than you, Tiff.
All right, well, it's getting ready to go for the first drop. You guys take it away.
Awesome. Well, listen, Tiff, I was here on the desk for semifinals A. We're coming in here to semifinals B. I mean, we have tons of great teams to be able to shout out here, right? We have our qualified teams. We have the teams coming in from the CDL. You know, obviously we heard from the desk who they're looking out for, but who are we trying to keep an eye on maybe as we make our way through these 5 lobbies?
Look, I don't want to pick another team but I kind of hype on the one that Dream was talking about. Let's look at FaZe Blue's team, right? Blue just recently went back to college, going to Virginia Commonwealth University, and he was actually playing in the open quals during the college Warzone playoffs, in which their team placed 7th. And you called it out. They had to play with a sub. I reached out to a track this morning. I was like, yo, like, have you played with these two competitively? He's like, no, I'm not worried. I just woke up, got the crusties out of my eyes, and I'm ready to slay. So excited to see what they're going to do here today.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see that a track is coming in at the last second either. You know, I've seen this dude be like live for 16 hours and he's playing $4,000 wagers. Like, I'm like, what are we doing here? And then he's still frying and he's still doing some crazy work. But it does sound like we do have our game ready to go. Drop number 1 of semifinals B. It's you know, and in that, you know, kind of Goj mentioned him, you know, NYSL Tiff. It's a team that I love. It's going to be, of course, Z Smith, Aiden, and Knight. And I just love this team for a multitude of reasons, right? I think that Knight is one of those players that is just constantly overlooked, especially when it comes to these resurgence modes. It's all the dude plays. He's going to know every nook and cranny of this map like the back of his hand. And then when you pair that up with Aiden, who's obviously one of the most established Warzone creators of all time, it's just going to be a fantastic team. And guess what? If Z Smith has 40,000 fans, I'm one of them. If Z Smith has 1 fan, I'm the one. I love this kid. I've loved his entrance into Warzone and everything he's ever been able to do. You know, when I first started casting Warzone, he was one of those first kind of competitors I was able to watch, and I'm so excited that he's here today, especially representing NYSL.
Yeah, I think it's a really great moment for him to get another chance to shine, working with Aiden as well throughout his competitive integrity. He has come up through Caldera, but the first drop is underway. Let's get a look. We've got Attract and Co on the screen, a good little sneak peek of them, but jumping on board with actual FaZe Blue's team.
And you can see, we saw the heat maps already, Tiff. Keep. It's gonna be the spot to look, and well, Blue, he's getting that Joker out of the first chest. Yeah, leave that on the ground, buddy, and Will finds a Car 98. But you can see here, Keep is obviously gonna get Mixie, and Zepti is actually gonna be the first one down. Tip, we are literally 10 seconds into the lobby, and this team is already dropping like flies.
Hey, it's time to get absolutely spicy. Anytime you go Keep, you know it's going to be an absolute annihilation fest. Attract going to fall as well. Blue just kind of trying to play his life. Open as many boxes as you can. You know, if you open those boxes, that countdown timer is going to start counting down a lot more quickly. And look at that, Zepti and Attract already back. But it looks like Blue might have found one of those personal supply crates. And hey, cut on over to Nadia, everyone's favorite player right now. I saw a lot of passionate fans in chat, and she's in Keep as well, Dandro.
There's going to be a lot of people that are here at Keep It. Ooh, look at the shots coming out with that ground blue. And we got to talk about Nadia's teammates as well, flanked at Intex. If you've been watching competitive Warzone for any amount of time, you know that these are 2 absolute demons to have backing you up, right? Flanked at Intex, they've played with everyone. They've played in every single type of tournament, every single map that's been able to have. And I'm glad to see that they're able to team up with someone talented like Nadia.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. They're kind of in a precarious situation here. Nadia had 6 bullets in a dream, flanked, no shields, Intex, no shields, and I'm just really feeling a little uncomfortable for them, but they're going to have to get out of the situation. But we saw so many teams land here. It would be a shame for them to go out now, so going to have to play some things a little smart. Intex going up on hype, going to get caught off guard and get completely decimated, and that's going to be Knight. You were talking about him, Dandro, and it seems like they are here for the action.
Not surprised to see NYSL. It wants to get aggressive very early on. Now, if we're going to talk like most talented gun skill in the lobby, you can make a strong case that it's going to be that NYSL squad. And we're seeing here already that some shots dots are coming out and are just absolutely wiping some of these squads here. The one thing I didn't like about that play, we saw them, they were kind of playing around that corner. They spent a lot of time hanging out just on that corner, and obviously it kind of meant their demise. So it looks like they're going to get pieced up a little bit. Got to try and play some regame. Let's come on over here to the Florida Mutineers. A little bit of a different squad. One of our CDL invited teams, obviously. Major Maniac, Brack, and Havoc. And, you know, maybe they don't know the map that well, but there's one thing that you cannot take away from these guys, and it's Gunny, as we're seeing Major Maniac absolutely put someone down, but unfortunately the trade is going to come out.
That trade is going to come through, but Havoc and Brack still alive. And I love that you brought that up. Yeah, they are the only kind of full CDL team, and you've got Brack out here, that decorated challengers player, just waiting for Major Maniac to get back in. They're kind of frolicking around this town, and Havoc going to catch someone off guard, not able to get it down. And as I say, that trades them out. Let's go. That's how you got to do it. Just keep flowing. We talk about all the perks that people can use, and no one really has their loadouts just yet. You see that FFAR on that ground loot weapon. Dandro, you and I were getting some games in the other day, and we were chatting about that. We're like, hey, that latest update brought us all kind of the old weapons back into the game. So you're seeing FFARs, Car 98s, Krigs, everything of that like on the ground, and it makes for some dicey moments early game.
Rotate through the building.
I mean, listen, if I had $1 for every fight I've lost using that FFAR, I probably would be making as much money as some of the people in finals tomorrow. But either way, it's kind of why I brought up that point earlier, why getting a loadout is so crucial. I mean, we're even seeing right here now, Brack though with that RA SMG still kind of making it look pretty decent. That's what I was saying. You cannot count out these CDL players. People maybe might forget that Major Maniac was kind of a demon in Modern Warfare, which obviously is like the same engine. So I'm not surprised to see that this squad is maybe finding some early success. They know the movement. They're feeling pretty good. But even as I say that, though, 2 of them get immediately deleted, and it looks like it's going to be the last final player's job to stay alive. But let's talk about a team that you and I know pretty well, Tiff. Going to be Team IQ.
Team IQ just lurking down below in the caverns. IQ on your screen using that Arma, and look at that, the Gorenko. It's kind of interesting. The World Series of Warzone brought out the Gorenko meta, and now anytime I drop into a public lobby, I'm just getting decimated. And I'm curious to see what IQ can do with the Gorenko in his hands, because you know what? My favorite thing is watching people snipe, the quick scoping, every bit of it, and I'm ready to see what they can do.
I mean, and this is a squad that's probably going to make it look really good. You see Arrays there rocking that XM4, no surprise there. This is a squad of just players who can play their life incredibly well, but also just have absolute beams for shots, right? I mean, IQ has been, you know, one of those players who can play his life incredibly well since the early days of Resurgence. Kind of how he made his name by dropping just kills. I've played a couple tournaments with Q, and the thing I love about him, he literally does not care who's in the lobby. Like, there's no shakes about like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm playing against, you know, Tommy Allman and Noobs. Oh my gosh. He's like, no, I'm about to slam these guys. Bring it at me. I'll ego chow anything. And then obviously you got Big Rob Arrays, who's just the most chill player ever. I just love watching him because he's just like, he'll just get shot in the back and he's just like, oh man, what just happened? Like, and that's his entire reaction to it. And obviously Valid, just an incredible demon in of his own right.
Hey, cutting on over to that Optic Texas team that Goad shouted out on the desk. We got Zealaner, Oakley Boy, and Destroy. If I'm not mistaken, it was Destroy's birthday yesterday, so happy belated birthday. He's up on your screen if you're in chat. Make sure you wish him some happy belated birthdays. Excited to see what this team can do here. Just picked up a loadout, and you know, he's already got 2 eliminations to the name. Gonna drop that portable redeploy balloon and follow the red dots on your screen, and it is a plethora of people. They're heading on over to Winery. You know it's gonna get dicey. Winery is usually one of the hottest drops, but people haven't actually been landing here. But it's good to see that they're rotating through, going downstairs very slowly into the Convertus. Gonna get 1 knock. That's gonna be great. Can he get a double? No, it's not. He's gonna get traded out, and that's gonna be a mid Sage coming in to take him out.
Ooh, a little bit rough. I like the movement from Destroy there. I like the idea, but it just wasn't there. I actually think that might have been like a third party going on too, because he took down, I believe that was Swag, if I'm not mistaken. And then obviously Sage coming up from in behind. So just a little bit of unfortunate timing there for Destroy. You know, BB seeing those couple of those dots, thinks it's a full squad, when in reality it's maybe a couple different squads that are there. So pushed a little aggressively, paid for it, and Sage kind of coming out on top there at the end. But here we go. Attract, we were talking about him early, kind of wiping the the crusties out of his eyes and getting thrown immediately into the semifinals of here the Fortunes Keep 100K, but he's keeping it cool. 1 kill to his name already, and a little bit of a sticky situation though. You can see they do have the bounty up, so they know that there's at least one team kind of off to their right a little bit, but he seems to think that there's somebody to the left. He wants to make sure that he doesn't get snuck up on.
Yeah, this is going to be a real precarious situation. It's a very tough area of the map to rotate out of, and unfortunately going to go down. So Zepti left last alive for the team. Going to have to hold it down, play that anchor, play your life incredibly well. You mentioned it, they have the bounty up that gives them a little bit of awareness. They do have a fire sale available to them, and they could get their team back a lot quicker, but I don't think it's safe to leave the cover of this little wooden shed, even though you can definitely get shot through it if someone has a UAV up. Only 18 seconds, but it's going to be all right. Big game bounty averted. 5 eliminations on the board for Zepti and a diamond Marco in hand. Just going to have to wait to get his teammates back, and then they can carry on the aggression. But I love that Attract was able to step in for Blue and Zepti last minute. Absolutely clutch. A great addition to the team. Kid is so calm, cool, collected, and can just really ice out in the moments that count.
I mean, of people that were still available that you could have picked up as a sub, Attract might have been the #1 option that you could have had. So, you know, really glad that they're able to still be here and still be competitive, right? It's always nice when you can pick up one of those players at the last moment and still feel really confident about your chances in order to qualify. So love that he's here. And obviously it's working out pretty well. You can see on the left-hand side there in our L bar that this squad is up near the top, at least so far, as we only have a number of teams remaining. So what they're doing is working well here in drop #1. I only hope they can keep it moving on, as Attract is going to pick up that ground loot Krig and an MP5. And you know, we kind of were memeing about the ground loot earlier, but of the ground loot that you do like to see, hey, a Krig and an MP5. That Krig doesn't really move. It hits like a truck. It does really well. It's pretty great. But look at this, Tiff. We do have the dead and alive tracker ready for you. And why don't we let the people know if they want to see this kind of all the time and watch along with us, where can they go find this?
Thanks for the shout out, Dandro. They can find it on that Call of Duty Echo channel that will always be up and available for you. We do have kind of the drop 1 standings on that L bar to the left, but everyone's just kind of, I won't say necessarily camping. They're anchoring down, trying to secure some position right now. You can see Zepti and Co. They have that big game bounty up on NYSL Z Smith, so you know they're frying. But when that dead or alive tracker was up, we did see that TBE was back up, still alive. I'd be curious to check in with them and see how they're doing. They've had a little bit of a rough kind of momentum going throughout some of these tournaments lately, and I would love to see them get back on top where they deserve to be.
Yeah, one of our qualifier teams is here having maybe a little bit of a rough time, maybe a good time. You know, these boost trucks, I actually didn't even remember that these were in the game because they're kind of a meme, but you know, in these kind of competitive scenarios, they can be useful, right? I mean, especially if people are laying bullets into you. It looks like LG Trizzy is just trying to do their best to stay alive. Unfortunately, no cash. So not really an opportunity to get the squad back in. So he might be playing a little bit of movement games here in this vehicle, just trying to stay alive, maybe trying to get into a position that feels more comfortable and that nobody will push up on them. But a little unfortunate. Here we go. Team Z laner, we were talking earlier, Destroy. We saw him take that fight earlier. Didn't really work out, but it's A-OK is back in it. 4 kills to his name. And they're still looking to get more, guaranteed.
Yeah, nestled into this little house that connects down to the south side of Winery, and I think this is a really good moment for them. They just kind of need to hold tight here. There's 8 teams kind of remaining, so you're into that 1.4x multiplier, and you already have a plethora of eliminations coupled with that, and they're given pings. So I would love to hear them play this in case there's a team moving on. So let's turn up their volume and get a good listen in.
You went back.
Come on, Z. Bring it down the hall.
I think they're running through the gaps. They're gonna come here. They're gonna come here. Just
okay.
Watch it. I'll snipe. I'll snipe. I'll snipe.
I just got a Claymore hit above.
Okay, we're good here. We're still in. I think we can.
I'm not sure, Dandro, if that team is going to survive and push them through the gas, but regardless, I was just waiting. I was like, please tell me there's a little rat just nestled in on the underside of Winery that's going to come straight to Z-Laner and Destroy, so Destroy can do what he does best.
I mean, and I also love that too. I mean, you saw Destroy was able to get the Claymore kill, and obviously it shows that a little bit of prep goes in as they're going to be able to find one down here, just kind of lurking like you said. So a little bit of forward thinking from Destroy maybe works out as they get the information they need. They do get this cross across the street, which I'm a little bit surprised they got it for free. Destroy now finds one on the back. The stims are there. Doesn't matter. There's one. That's Booyah going down. He's actually been able to clean up Aiden. Two heavy hitters just immediately taken out of the lobby. Optic Texas, they're looking pretty good right now as Z-Laner does go down, though. Oak Boy was able to get bought back in, so a little bit of a regain. Maybe Oak, when flying back in, can give some live pings to Destroy, but he has to be careful because he could be the only one left alive. You do not want to make Oak be the one coming back in and have to kind of regain as Destroy taking fights in the gas left and right. Does he have any stims? No, he's frantically looking for a gas mask or stims, and he's going to be able to find one, Tiff.
He only finds one, and there's a precision airstrike incoming. This is going to be really dicey, but he was able to pick up a PDS. He can clutch this moment. 4 teams remaining. Just play for placement at this point. You weren't able to grab a gas mask. Oak Boy has already fallen. He just needs to get back into the ring. You can see there's actually a mobile buy deck that's going to be just going into the gas. Unfortunately, doesn't have any cash. Let's see what he can do here. He was able to find 2 stims, so he can make this happen, Dandro. If he clutches this moment, it's going to be insane.
Yeah, has 2 stims. There's even some more on the ground here. So play a little bit of gas, and look who's still alive. It's going to be Unveiled and Sage. And Sage, you know, kind of one of those players that has been playing out of their mind recently. And I love to see that. You know, he actually had the opportunity to play with some of these CDL teams who said, nah, me and the boys, we're making it way through qualifiers. And obviously playing alongside Clamp and Unveiled, those are 2 great players, as he's going to be able to try and hit the scuff jump off the side. And that's exactly what they need to catch the dub. First map number 1 of Semis B. Tiff, we're starting it off spicy.
Spicy indeed. Is Sage getting a post-game win massage? Sign me up. I need one of those as well. But congrats to Team Unveiled for taking a victory here in game 1 of Semifinals B. That's gotta feel good.
Of course that feels good, right? I mean, you're up top, you're at the top, you have 32 points to your name. Especially, you know, we kind of talked about how coming off hot in these semis is just such an incredible feeling, right? When you can kind of have that banger early game, it just feels so good. And obviously Sage here kind of showing how they were able to get it done. It was only his 3rd kill of the game, but it doesn't matter because they were able to catch the dub at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was really tough. I feel like Destroy kind of put himself in a bad situation. Rotating outside of camp into Winery is always incredibly spicy. And you said it yourself. He got that rotation into camp for free, wasn't so lucky trying to make his way back into the final zone, and unfortunately was just caught in a 2v1 situation. But hey, still a 2nd place and a nice multiplier with some good eliminations is still a solid start.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a little bit unfortunate. That's just caught RNG, right? The zone pulls away from him, not where he wanted it to go. Tried to do his best, had a couple of those stims, and you know, and obviously, you know, he tried his best, didn't work out at the end of the day. But that's all we have for map number 1. Tiff, though, let's bring the desk back in so they can help break it down. Doge can use that gigantic brain of his we talked about earlier to help catch everything that you and I probably missed and talk about all of the amazing things that happened.
There it is, gigantic brain. Goes, hey, look, we're just calling you smart. That's all it is. Dream, also, we get to use your brain too. That was a great game 1. And honestly, it started off a bit slow, a lot slower than I expected, especially after watching semifinal A's. But semifinal B was a bit different in a multitude of ways. And Dream, I go to you. Big fan of Destroy. Across multiple titles, Destroy has always been a very talented player. And I tell you what, when that gun gets heated up, everybody needs to watch out.
100%. I was just kind of stuck on the fact that you said, oh man, my brain's a P compared to the Grandmaster Goge. Man, he's got the big brain.
What is going on right now?
Destroy, honestly, it's like for the years that I've seen this guy play, like he's always that hype man. He plays so fast and electric, and he's winning his engagements. Like he's consistently has done that for years since, man, we're watching this guy like play COD 4 wagers back in the day. So yeah, I just something that you would definitely expect to see from him. I mean, and then his survivability, of course, just utilizing, finding those stim shots in the gas. Like, man, look at all those ones he won, and then essentially able to pick up more kills for the squad. I'm curious how this drop one went down, because I saw NYSL up there as well. Aiden and Knight doing their thing, of course. Those big fraggers. Curious to see the shakings in the standings.
Goj, final moments here in Veld and his team able to take first place. A big W coming out. I know you highlighted, Optic Texas. Super happy to see them. And clearly we saw quite a bit of them with Destroying Co. But talk to me about in Veld. First place, game one. Got to feel good.
Yeah, I've been casting over in Veiled and Sage in particular for a very long time. Sage, of course, representing Team Omit, and they're both insanely talented, and adding in their third Goat Clamp is just a dynamic trio that has plenty of hours playing together from a competitive standpoint. What was really cool to see about that final circle was that Veiled was actually taken out by Destroy earlier in that round. With about 5-6 teams left, was able to come back and enact his revenge with Sage by his side. So a massive victory, but again, because of our sliding scales of multipliers, we will probably see Optic Texas still at the top of the leaderboard over Team Sage and Veiled because of how many eliminations they had. We'll let the leaderboard come through. You guys can go check it out as well. Exclamation point leaderboard will take you over to the official website. But placement is nice. Winning the game is fantastic, and congratulations.
Right.
You got to throw up a lot of kills. I'll be curious to see what their total team tally was.
Yeah, it's well said, because there were several times, especially during semifinals A, where we would see one team win, but didn't necessarily mean that they were in first place. They would be overtaken because those kills, they do matter. And speaking of kills, going back to you, Dream, you brought up New York's, Subliners, Knight, Seasman, Aiden. Taking, I want to say third place. We'll see the leaderboards in just a second, but even though they don't get, first place, they still had plenty of eliminations, which isn't surprising, because Aiden, again, a couple days ago, dropping a video where he dropped 41 eliminations in Fortune's Keep. So that's a team to look out for. Even if they're not getting first, their kills are still going to matter.
And that's exactly what you see with some of these squads, like able to tally up those eliminations, maybe not necessarily getting into that multiplier spot, but the fact that that's their strategy going into this. They know exactly where they're landing, and they know exactly what they're doing, like when in terms of playing aggressive. So just depending on if they just change it up next time around and drop two, maybe where you see teams switch up that strategy and slow it down a little bit. But I could only imagine just like semifinal A, we're gonna see another huge change up and possibly a new team win every single time.
Well, just like semifinal A, let's bring in our heat map for game number one. I'm loving this, Goj, and a perfect person to break it down is yourself. Let's hear about it.
Yeah, I think with our drop landings like this, you're seeing a lot of the same. You see the lighthouse kind of focused in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, and of course, Town Overlook in particular, fairly intensive from a standpoint of drops. And then Keep has been the largest drop spot the entirety of this tournament. It's spread out slightly all the way through the different maps, but in all reality, it's large enough. There's a ton of loot there. You can really play your life well, and I think that's why a lot of players like to favor it. Not only do you get your loot, but you can survive in those buildings because there's so many corners, so many alleys, and so many rooftops to jump up and around on to make sure you stay alive.
Yeah, I was kind of interested to see Smuggler's Cove just to the left of that to get so much action, which wasn't as transparent, or wasn't apparent, I should say, during semifinal A. You said played your life, though, Goj. Where would you play your life if you're not like a shot hitter like, I don't know, myself?
I'd stay alive. You would be the anchor in all reality. It's not always the person that has the lowest gun skill. I'm not saying you're bad. It's usually the person that can play their life the best. And a perfect example of that is Brawlic. Brawlic is the guy that he's so slippery. I was talking to Braxton and co, and they were picking Brawlic up because I think their third Tyronix actually had his sister's wedding to go to, so he couldn't make it. And with Brawlic, it was like, hey, this guy can slay out. He puts up crazy numbers in 2v2s, but he is so hard to kill. And that's the definition of being a good anchor. I think he put out the most damage out of nearly anyone in the group stages without necessarily netting the most kills, because he was always throwing covering fire and taking down some extra damage from distance playing that anchor role.
Right. Yeah, anchor role, they matter. They matter in multiple game modes when it comes to Call of Duty in general, but speaking strictly here for Fortune's Keep, getting that respawn is also incredibly important. We've seen players not shy away from the gas or even just staying put where they are. There was a good moment, I think it was Rated, if I'm not mistaken, who just stayed on the stairway, making sure that his teammates got back in. 30 seconds is an eternity sometimes to wait out for your teammates to get back in, but it's a necessity, and sometimes that anchor role is essential. Well, game number two is going to be loaded up up relatively soon. We'll bring back in Spider Tiff and Dandro. Heck of a job from game 1. Game 2, Spider Tiff, what are we expecting?
Hey, I think we're expecting a lot more chaos, and we're going to be sending it forward in the keep. One of my favorite places to drop is just on kind of the scaffolding area, and you can run in out through so many of those doors, and sometimes you find a lot of cash on the table. Usually there's a buy station out back. Pop a loadie real quick. Dandro, you know the strats. We do it all the time.
I mean, we attempt to do it all the time, is what I'll say. Is it successful? That is a little bit left to be desired, but I love seeing that keep, just kind of lit up as is tradition, but because it just reinforced what we even saw on the broadcast, right? I mean, look at how literally immediately off drop, we saw a track phase blue and Zepti were getting in fights at keep. Nadia and flanked and Intex were getting in fights at keep. We saw NYSL at keep. It just kind of is going to show that like everything we're doing really matters. But one of the squads that we're going to be kind of looking at here as we get ready to go into game number 2, it's going to be that Florida Mutineers. We saw them a little bit at the beginning of game number 1, Tiff, but game number 2 could be a different story. What are you kind of looking out of this squad as we get ready to move on?
I want to see some really solid rotations. You mentioned it in map number 1, like, hey, maybe they weren't as familiar with this map, obviously, but they got caught in that open kind of no-name area just on the outskirts of town, kind of just by the gazebo. And that's a really tough place to fight. If you don't have like tracker or some good information, people can come out from all of those rooftops and do some insane parkour, jump down and completely tackle you. We know Major Maniac's got the gunny skills. You've got Brack, who is the 2020, Challengers World Champ. You know they are talented. It's just being able to finesse this. But hey, team unveiled on your screen, a nice personal supply box just on the outskirts of Winery. Actually, one of my favorite places to drop. I know I said keep, but let's be real. It's Winery all day, every day. And if you don't drop here, what are you even doing with your life?
Listen, I enjoy a wine tasting just as much as the next person, but it seems like every time I try to come here and get a little bit of a taste of the fine wines of the Mediterranean they have here, I'm getting gunned down left and right by everybody who, like in Veiled, is landing on a personal supply box, and I'm getting a Joker out of the chest. So I'm glad that these people are finding success here because, in pubs, it's a lot different. And obviously our heat maps kind of confer that too, that obviously these teams are loving landing here, as we can see in Veiled with that XM4. He grabbed out of the personal supply box, that they have already found one team, so they're trying to be able to make some work here. Actually looks like in that little bit of a time frame they did rotate over here to keep his. Oh, that's actually Brolic he finds, just kind of laying here. LG Trizzy goes down to Clamp. That's an entirely different team. That's 2 squads. They have to be careful that they do not get picked apart here.
Ooh, yeah, and Veiled going back in, finds another down. That's going to be Empathy, and everyone just getting absolutely decimated. We talk about the keep being the hot zone on the map. You saw it, those heat maps that production is providing so kindly. Now Sage just trying to play their life. 2 seconds left before Clamp is able to join them, but back at Winery. And Veiled had actually overextended and made his way towards keep, but Sage going to go ahead and break some armor, not able to get the down, and that player is going to be able to absolutely stim and run through. We talk about being able to track these players through the narrow corridors, but man, guy was zooming.
Yeah, whoever that was, you're on something different right now. Looking at our list, is maybe Base God Xenon? Like, I'm looking at the players here who have this level of movement, and Sage is, trying to chase them down, wants to be able to get this kill, but at some point you maybe just say, I'm just gonna let you do whatever you're doing because I am investing so much time into this one singular kill. Finally is able to bring them on and down, and that was actually Braxton. Not surprised there. Brax is an incredible player as well, who has some insane movement. So, but I can just give some props to Brax real quick because being able to weave in and out of that fight was pretty impressive. Unfortunate that it was Sage on the other end of the gun because obviously, you're not able to stay alive.
Not able to stay alive, that's for sure. But cut on over to TBE. You know them, you love them. One of the most winningest teams in Warzone, carrying from Verdansk to Caldera. Now let's see what they can do in Fortune's Keep. And you got Noobs on your screen. 0 limbs and Almond full dead, but is coming back. Tommy, same as well, getting taken down by Nadia. So she's absolutely frying off screen. But now Noobs trying to play a little bit smart right here. Says there's a guy above him. So needs to play very rat-like until the full team is back, Dandro.
One's on edge.
Yeah, you gotta imagine when Tom comes flying back in, can hopefully provide some information, right? That's kind of one of the, at least the niceties of Resurgence, is you kind of do have a little personal radar, right? As your teammates are flying back in. If anybody's holding that high ground, they can give you the live ping and let you know that they are there. You saw Noobs trying to hold that ladder. The player on top trying to throw down grenades, catch him mid through there. We've seen, by the stats, we've seen a lot of people, and by a lot, I mean like, I think like over 90% of players are running Semtex as their lethal, as opposed to maybe their throwing knife you would be expecting. And I gotta imagine it's for moments like that. Like a Semtex, you can kind of create some space with it as you kind of throw it in these different areas. So I'm not surprised to see that, you know, a lot of these players, they're using it to their advantage. They're using it to finish downs. They're using it to kind of maybe get long range kills. And it's obviously kind of working out for them. But we saw Almond able to get a quick kill there. And Tom, well, look where Tom is. He's on one of these sort of top towers with a Gorenko looking to make some stuff happen.
Yeah, I think if you're going to run the Gorenko, playing that high ground, as Dream was kind of alluding to on the death segment, is going to be mission critical for you, Tommy. Taking some shots with the Gorenko, not able to get it down, but is laying down a lot of damage. This team is going to have to start picking up eliminations through and through. Trying to look right now, currently, I believe they're unofficially in 11th place. So we've got some movement to do because you just got to get to the top 8. And you really want to find yourself in the kind of the top 3 to feel a little more confident. Sure, map 1 underway, done and dusted. Map 2 on your screen. And hey, a nice little bounty on Intex. And that's actually going to be Nadia's team.
Where were they knocked at?
Right on the fountain.
Yeah, look at this L bar on the side here, Tiff. Like, this seems to be a lot more of a slower game, right? Like, we're kind of already a little bit in here, and we're looking at the top team only has 9 kills right now, a little bit. So, a good start, don't get me wrong, but I feel like last game we saw a lot more already by this point. You can see Knight leading that leaderboard already at 4 kills by himself. So, a little bit slower this time around, but obviously these teams are not afraid to get a little aggressive. As Nadia here on your screen, already sitting at 3. As they are looking to move around, doing some of that parkour you mentioned earlier. Looked like Flank coming in off of a regain, maybe trying to grab some of those guns and get to work. The UAVs pop. They see that there's a couple players around here. Can he catch anybody with his Gorenko?
Like near the buy, yeah.
D'Angelo, this is kind of interesting. I'm like looking at the mini map, and Flanked is so split off from where Nadia and Intex are. You talk about playing fraggers. Yes, it's Resurgence. You get to come back. If you just want to go out and just cause a lot of chaos, Flank able to get a crack and is going to go ahead and chase that player down who was able to get some shields, is going to be able to get a knock and clean it up. That's going to be destroyed. But meanwhile, Intex and Nadia both go down, so Flank is going to have to play their life off in Gatehouse, kind of all alone. We saw the UAV with like 7 people around him, so needs to play it smart.
I'm just going to hit it, okay?
Yeah, and I like this. You just find the corner that you can hold, catch somebody off the back foot, and maybe stay alive. This is something that, you know, I kind of want to make a point on the desk was, you know, these early deaths are so critical, right? Because with each of these deaths that you take early on, all it takes is one kind of little team wipe that happened right here where it's, you know, both of your teammates, they're waiting 35 seconds to respond. It puts so much pressure onto that third player to be able to just play their life. And if they're just kind of doing what we saw Flank doing and ratting it up, that's time they're not spending getting kills. That's time they're not spending gathering cash to get UAVs, to do all of these other objectives that they need to set themselves up for success in the lobby. So, you know, you have to make sure that if you're making these rotations, if you're going to make these decisions, that they're going to work out, because in a lot of times you might get into that situation where you're just putting way too much pressure on your third player.
All the way around, huh?
Well, a team on your screen that is no stranger to racking up the kills, that's for sure. We got a brief look at where NYSL is currently located in that no-name kind of POI in between Grotto and Winery, and they were just looking for people jumping off of the gatehouse, and they had the Gorenko in hand. But Leonard on your screen from Team Drifts, and they are going for the parkour, hardcore parkour. Clown down, self-resing, gonna go ahead and hit it. Doesn't need his team, but Leonard getting tagged up from behind. That is the dangers of town. That's gonna be, you know, Booyah coming in from the rooftop.
He's just got a stunner. He's gonna get a ship back though.
I got precision. I'm dead. I'm dead.
See how this team decides to play this.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's Tommy. We saw them hanging out over there. Not surprised to see Tom picking up one more, and it's all on the Clown right now. He's trying to be a little bit careful, maybe catch somebody pushing who is not suspected to be there. but doesn't look like anything yet. Has the UAV. Nobody's popping up, but that doesn't mean that somebody's not rocking Ghost nearby. We talked earlier in the broadcast about how some of these lootable perks can change the game, and that's one of them. Even if you picked up Overkill off that first loadout, if you did grab Ghost out of a chest, you can find a lot of people on the back foot. As we see, Cloud finds one. He gets the down. Some good shots, but the tags come out, so he has to back up, not be able to get his full.
Yeah, Clown, 6 eliminations thus far, looking really clean. 55 seconds left on that Resurgence counter. So once that time is up, I think it's a really good moment for him to maybe hit this balloon, rejoin up with his teammates, and kind of start gearing up for that end game. You got 9 teams remaining, and hey, full sending over to that overlook area, which you know TBE is lurking within. We just saw Tommy get a critical kill on one of his team members over here, and I'm just... This is the tough part. Yes, high ground is key, but the moment you drop off high ground, you are basically opening season for everyone in the vicinity to take shots at you.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's one thing when you're coming in off of Resurgence and you have that spawn protection, so you can, you know, kind of float a little bit, you take your time, you know, have that ability to not go down very early. It's another thing, though, when you don't. But look, Tom, we saw this earlier already. Tom was trying to play this ladder. You know, he decided to come out. He was able to get the trade, but was not expecting Clown to already be up here, guaranteed. So a really good play and down from Clown to be able to get that. That's a huge pick, especially when you're kind of looking at the lobby. 7 already. Is going to be able to hop up and use that height that you were talking about with the XM4 to hopefully get in some damage from range. But it looks like for now they're just going to kind of regroup up as a squad, decide their next move.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really a good game for them thus far. You know, Clown only had 2 eliminations in map 1, now 7. So this is going to really kind of traject them up that leaderboard even further just in 2 maps. You want to really solidify your standings within the first 3. So, but oh, those incoming Semtexes, you called it, Dandro, such a great lethal to utilize. But as soon as you peek, it's decimated. This is not what you want to have happen. And now the precision airstrike to kind of finish up that full. Clown is down bad.
Cloud is down indeed. What a great alliteration to the name. Lauder gonna come out here, try and make the ego challenge to Tommy. This has been a back and forth between the Minnesota Rocker and Team Drifts, as it looks like now Drifts, the only one left alive, has the cash. If he can hit a buyback, could get both teammates back in, but he's getting tagged up, and that's gonna be the end of game number 2 for Team Drifts. Looks like some deep Gorenko shots gonna be able to bring them out. That awning not enough to keep them there, but look at NYSL playing SEAL Team 6. Knight sitting currently at 7 kills, top of the leaderboard, tied alongside teammate Z Smith. So at least 14 kills for NYSL so far. They're heating up, Tiff, and I kind of like it.
Hey, I love the aggression very casually. You know TBE is over here, and they're the ones throwing the Semtexes in, getting a good crack right there. Just going in. They had 22 eliminations in map 1. They're already starting it off so strong with 16. Unfortunately, Knight is going to go down, but Aiden coming in, just going out and making sure they're able to clean it up, throwing down some suppression, but now incoming Semtexes are going to wreak a little bit of havoc. They're just trying to get the res off on Knight. No one really has gas masks, but plenty of stims available and a good PDS grab for them. Can Aiden survive this moment?
Precision does.
This last second stim from Aiden keeps him alive. You saw him peek that corner, and somebody was just sitting there ready to get the shots in, but he's able just to get that stim, get out of dodge, regroup with the team. They're going to have to make a little bit of gas plays. Thankfully, Aiden, they do have the PDS. They have multiple stims, so I kind of like this. They know where the zone's going. They're going to take the super deep wrap here. Aiden dropped the PDS a little bit early, so they can play it up. They can continue making their way through. There is a buy as well. They can grab anything else that they do need. Not a lot of cash, though, on hand, so it doesn't look like that's going to be the strat, but they can make this wide wrap. As we see Nice here, he's going to drop the PA. Maybe can make something happen, catch someone out who's not suspecting this, but I love this rotation right now.
Look, they're holding the, just the edge of this area, and that rotation was so clean. I was a little worried. Knight doesn't have any plates available to them, and is able to pick up one. There's some people in this building. I'm excited to see what they can do. Aiden going to fall, but
one shot. I just got shot.
Oh no, Z-Smith as well. This is all going to be on Knight's hands.
I shouldn't even have lost that right there.
All on Knight's hands, and there's not many people left in this lobby. You can see there are 5 players across 4 teams, so it's a lot of solos. And that one duo that's up, it is Zepti and Attract. Zepti is down. I don't think think Attract is going to try and go for that res. Obviously wants to try and play his life knowing that it's, you know, just a bunch of solos. It's okay. I can kind of play this. Zepti did go down though with 10 kills. So huge stuff coming out of this squad. But look at that leaderboard, Tiff. Minnesota Rock are currently at the top. We saw them do some insane things all game long as Attract. Guess what? 1 but 2 off of the top rope. And this is why you wanted to pick this guy up. 1v1, Tiff. Let's see. Can Attract close this one out to give them what they need?
Oh, he can, Dandro! Look at that! He just sent that man to the Shadow Realm. I cannot believe it. He came in as a last-minute sub, and look at the joy on his face right now, clutching up for FaZe Blue's team here in map number 2.
21 kills and the dub. 42 points in map number 2. That's the type of game you need early on. You know, we saw this squad doing pretty well in map number 1, but it seems like they figured it out. They played it correctly. That was some insane stuff. And I got to give some huge props to Attract. You have some teams in here who are set trios who've been playing forever. They know each other like the back of their hand. And Attract just said, you know what? I'm going to come in here and I'm going to do what I do best. And that is fry.
Fry indeed. Let's run it back. A nice double kill and team wipe on Arrays and Co. before he sets the last player in his sights. Breaks out that Gorenko and chows the rooftop fight right here. You are no match for Attract. And you know, Dandro, this team has never played competitively together, and clearly that is not an issue here today.
Yeah, I mean, to give this team a lot of credit, I know each one of these players is kind of one of those players that they've played on a large number of different teams, right? And that kind of is where this experience comes in. It's just another day in the office for each of them, right? I've seen Blue play on a number of trios. I've seen Zepti play on a number of trios. And I've seen Attract play on a number of trios. Always happy to play with whoever they can get. And it's kind of nice because you just learn that you got to play your role. You got to do what you got to do. And at the end of the day, you're going to find some success there. So I'm glad that this team is kind of turning up right now. And I don't know, maybe hopefully they can keep that momentum moving on to the last couple of games and not just a, you know, kind of one hit wonder.
I'm sure they're going to be coming back swinging, carrying that momentum into map number 3. But let's throw it back to the desk so everyone can break down all the action we just witnessed.
Hey, appreciate you, Spider Tiff. Dandro, great calls for game 2. And game 2 was incredible. So many good moments and questionable calls. We're going to walk through all of that. But Goja, pass it to you first, brother. An incredible ending for Attract.
There's so many different teams I want to highlight, and I'm sure we'll get a chance to see some of Attract's crazy plays. So I'll kind of wait for it because it's the most disgusting thing I've seen on main broadcast in a while. Shout out to Valen, Sage, and Clamp for, of course, taking map number 1. They had a decent start here in map number 2, but the aggressive start sometimes doesn't always pay off.
Yep. Yeah, it's you got to find that balance, right, between aggression that can turn into recklessness, and I think that's the big balance when it comes to Fortune's Keep, because sometimes you want to get in, you just want to shoot, you want to gun down your opponents, but sometimes you have to take your you know, a rest. And a team that was doing that I was pretty surprised to see, Dream, was actually Aiden's team, right? Aiden's team representing New York Subliners. At one point we switched over to them. They're literally walking, all 3 of them on the edge of the map, wanting to be sneaky beavers, like Bucket likes to say.
Yeah, and they also made that gas play where they worked, because they had the PDS, so they worked around and played that deep wrap, playing the circle and playing for positioning. It was unfortunate that they didn't have plates in their favor, but in the end it was Attract that repositioned himself and took that high ground, and of course having that sniper in hand really made it easy. But you see even here in town where it's kind of like not 100% like keep, but it's that area that's very popular because you can take the high ground, you can get away inside some of these buildings. But how amazing was it that Attract was able to do just that, and then of course having the Gorenko in hand and playing it so patiently.
So nasty.
And that was just insane.
So a 21 total kills, a 42-41 math is hard kind of game. And now, honestly, you know, Goj, when it comes to FaZe Blue and his team Attract and Septi, that's their second decent game. Game 1 wasn't bad for them either. They picked up plenty of elims. They also had a decent placing. So that's 2 back-to-back games now where they've, you know, sort of popped off.
No, I was going to bring up the exact same point. They had 23.6 points or so, I believe, going into that map. They were situated in about 4th. They were sitting pretty after map number 1. And they said, hey, let's go ahead and push our way up into potentially already qualifying. I mean, you could think back to our scores from last semifinals, right? You're looking at somewhere around the neighborhood of 80 or so, kind of being that relegation point. I mean, they're going to be sitting at 65 already after 2 maps. That was a 42-point game. A huge pickup, of course, a track coming in for Invader. But overall, all 3 of these players can certainly play on their own well. Together, things seem to be working.
That's right. And for New York subliners, too, that's 2 games back-to-back that have been pretty decent. Despite them not getting first place, we talked about that earlier before we, of course, started even game 1, Goj and Dream, where we were stating that, you know, you don't need to get the victory to end up in first place. And the goal today is top 8, right? That's where we want to be, or that's where the teams want to be, rather. And I think for a lot of these teams are being very consistent. I want to go to one of the questionable plays, though, Dream, and that was, I believe, a little bit early on when Nadia's team flanked, ended up separating. He was by himself. Meanwhile, Nadia and Tex were, you know, kind of doing their own thing. They do fall, and it's actually Godson that flanked was by himself because he ended up staying alive long enough, I think, to get his teammates back into play. But I question, is there value in splitting from your team? Dream, we talked about being an anchor earlier.
Yeah, because that player can play their life and they're on the other side, because you know you do get a little bit of a ping and they're not in the vicinity of essentially the players that wiped their teammates. So that is kind of part of that 2-in-1 anchor spot where that player values their life. They stay alive. We saw Slack do it earlier. We've seen Brolic do it. We've seen even Attract do it. Like, we've seen multiple players have that sniper support where they can play their life. So having that ability to be able to push out and get those extra eliminations is kind of like a high risk, high reward type of thing. But that's where we see teams that don't necessarily place high, but they still have the kills in their favor. So it's just one of those situational plays that you as a squad need to decide, is it worth it or is it not?
Even Clown, to highlight him, he was playing his life incredibly well at a certain point, and until he unfortunately ended up running into, I believe, Noobs it was who took him down. I do think we have results though, Goj. Let's take a look at our standings and see what our top 10 is looking like.
Well, quite unsurprisingly, NYSL at the very top, 73.8 points after 2 maps. Team FaZe Blue, as suspected, around 65. And then Team Unveiled still hanging on, 42.8, right into the mix with Optic Texas, the team they were battling it out with in the first map, right behind their heels by only 1 point. And the team you just mentioned, Team Drifts, with Clown dropping 7 eliminations, kind of battling for high ground. They're right there in the mix as well, all the way at 5th. And again, it's top 8. So you're kind of looking at 8th place as the relegation spot. That's Team IQ. 27.6 is the score to beat currently.
Yeah, so I think we'll start looking at Dream, right? Obviously, top 5. They're gonna, be solidified relatively sooner than later. But then again, it's that 6 through 8 that we'll start to take a look at. IQ being in at least number 8 at the moment. No guarantee they're going to be able to hold on to that positioning. So things are going to start getting tense, especially towards that 10th through 8th place. But let's get a little bit deeper into what we ended up seeing from game number 2, I should say. And let's look at our heat map again for game 2 and see how it differs from game 1. Dream, take it away.
You see we're heavily favored towards the bottom half of the map, towards the town side. A lot of the eliminations are working around in that building. And of course, if you have solos pushing, or depending how the teams are playing, it's an easy spot to pick up kills and also survive and get out fast as well. And a little bit of a surprise here that we don't see too many eliminations towards that keep area, but you do see it still towards the gatehouse side and the circle buildings. Like, if you've noticed on both sides, I mean, we kind of saw that too, where Clown was holding that area. We see that same type of building, the tower building over by church. It's just it's one of those spots that's high ground. But the downside of it, of course, is those Semtex we kind of saw being utilized. But depending on where you get eliminated, I feel like I was going to kind of point that out earlier with the Semtexes. If you notice that those buildings, they don't have the high ground, they don't have any type of protection above them. So to get those players out of those spots, the Semtexes, that's really where they come in handy. So you can take those teams off those high ground positions, and I would imagine that we see maybe more teams get eliminated in that spot.
Well, we'll see, right? Game 3 is coming up. And of course, we have to bring in our two wonderful casters, SpiderTip as well as Dantro. You're doing a wonderful job. 2 games down heading into game 3. We saw our standings. I'm sure that's going to give you both a lot to talk about. So without further ado, SpiderTip, Dantro, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Taylor. Let's get ready to go. It's game number 3. Tiff, I can't tell if it's all the caffeine I've had today or just watching the track hit that shot to end game number 2, but I am shaking with anticipation to see what we got going on here. I mean, it's just been absolutely wild these first 2 games we've been able to watch.
Yeah, I think absolutely wild is a great way to put it, considering there's so much chaos. You know that Fortune's Keep is one of my favorite game modes. I will be dropping in all day, every day, but these lobbies are an entirely another level, which I'm so glad to be on the desk for and not actually in on it. But we were talking about a lot of the teams, but one of the teams we haven't mentioned is, let's talk more about Optic Texas. So that Z-Laner, Destroy and Co. And Destroy had his birthday yesterday. They're currently sitting in 4th place after 2 maps, and you know, they've been looking pretty clean.
I mean, listen, I think it's about time Optic Texas put up a competitive Warzone roster. I'm just going to say it, okay? I'm glad that we have Z-Laner in here alongside, obviously, Destroy. They are 2 extremely talented Warzone players. And obviously adding in Oakley Boy, who's kind of been this sleeper sort of third, you know, is a great addition. Obviously, Z-Laner and Oak has played a ton together. It just kind of makes sense when you're slotting in that team. And obviously, they're in 4th right now. They've had 2 pretty decent games from map number 1 and map number 2. But let's get ready, Tiff. We're headed on in. It's map number 3, and we're kicking it off with none other than the winners of map 2. That's FaZe Blue, Attract, and Zepti. And here's something I kind of want to pose to you, is that I was kind of taking a look on the back end a little bit. Shout out to our stats team yet again. All 3 of these players are running quick fix in their perk slot number 1. What do you think that has the impact on their ability to kind of take in some of these fights?
I mean, if we just look back at Attract's last moments there on the rooftop, picking up that team wipe and regaining to go ahead and take that 1v1 with the Gorenko, you are going to be able to regen your health after every kill, and it's going to be incredibly challenging. And honestly, this is a really interesting drop spot. Not a lot of people go graveyard. Sure, in pubs, yes, but we heard the desk talk about it. You don't really want to go here. You kind of want to keep height. A lot of the action's going to happen in these towers throughout Gatehouse, kind of around the keep. But so far so good, carrying on the rotation. Plenty of cash, and Attract goes down as soon as I say so far so good. That's a caster curse in and of itself.
I mean, we tried, right? And tries to hit the buy. Zepti, though, is also going to go down, not before throwing that loadout. Has the self-revive still, but it's already getting a little bit questionable here. Getting absolutely Goomba stomped by Flank in that helicopter. You hate to see it this early on.
I mean, look, there are 2 helicopters on this map for a reason, but I haven't really seen too many people utilize them here just on broadcast, and Flanked is just laying it down low, swinging the helicopter through and crushing people. But hey, don't worry, back redeploying as Attract, trying to keep it all together, and Blue just making his way on the underskirts of the kind of tower area, able to throw down a little bit of damage, but not able to get a crack. This is one of those things where I don't feel like it's going to be that great to pursue, but the gas grenade utilization is going to be super clutch in this moment. Is going to lose his life, but does have self-res and is able to get that, but a precision airstrike might prove to be kind of detrimental to the situation.
A weird trade that just happened there. I love the play. You saw him very quickly pick up the gas grenade, throw it down, but unfortunately, they just do take each other down. That other opponent just immediately decided to give up to be able to get back into the game a lot faster, knowing that the teammate was probably there to get the trade. So a little bit of an interesting, you know, kind of a scenario to be, but it just goes to show like how aggressive a lot of teams are being in this lobby. On our way back over to Team Nadia, we're on board with Flank. We saw him do some work with the helicopter already, has decided to hop out. Now going to maybe use the guns in hand rather than the vehicles on the map.
Oh yeah, you can hear the comms coming in from Nadia. Now everyone besides her is kind of collapsing in on the team that she's fighting. Flanked able to find Tempered is going to be really critical, but hey, Gorenko in hand, not going to be able to connect that shot, dropping down with the Marco, maybe to have some better luck, able to throw down a little bit of damage, but the chase ensues, and once you get into these narrow corridors, you can just really lose someone incredibly quick.
It happens so often, Tiff. Do we see people doing exactly what just happened, right? Using these kind of little narrow corridors to weave in and out. I do like that Flank looks like maybe had learned from last time. Decides to not really chase that player. Says, okay, you can go. I'm going to stick with my team. I'm going to try and hold this down and just be able to play together, because ultimately that's what brought them down in game number 2, right? We saw Flank just get absolutely isolated. We saw Nadia and Intex get taken out together, and then Flank was left alone. So now I think they're realizing, hey, we have to play together. We have to move as a unit throughout the map, because that's the only way that we're going to be able to find the kills and take the fights we need. And Nadia getting tagged up in the back, but thankfully has the stims on hand to stay alive. This team is doing a much better job, Tiff, of staying here and not just kind of ego channeling for no reason.
You said it, they're doing a better job. Team Nadia, 6 eliminations here in drop 3 thus far, so starting off really strong. They actually need this. They're currently sitting in 10th place, which you know, only the top 8 are going to advance onto the finals, and Flanked gets completely dropped. Intex looking to see where that information kind of came from, gonna crawl his way over to Flanked and maybe go ahead and hit the revive, but this is a really dangerous place considering people are flying back in, looking to kind of finish this squad off.
Player playing up top, causing some chaos, but it looks like they are able to kind of pincer maneuver a little bit, bring them on down. Eventually, at the last second, Flank is able to get revived, and they're going to pick up a bounty, getting some information on where another one of these teams are. And you can see in the L bar there, it looks like Nadia's efforts are paying off. Currently sitting top in the lobby very quickly with 6, but not too far behind our Drifts and Squad Toronto Ultra. But a team we need to talk about, Tiff, it's going to be this Minnesota Rocker squad, Almond, Tommy, and Noobs. They had a pretty okay game 1. Game 2, they really turned it up, though, as they are sitting kind of up towards the leaderboard. And you see Tom is out here at camp, Gorenko in hand, ready to hit some shots, kind of providing some cover. It looked like Almond landed and hit that loadout.
Yeah, this is kind of a different look for the Minnesota Rocker team, right? Last we saw them was kind of running over at Overlook, and now you're right, over at camp, and Noobs kind of trying to get a good line of sight over the Lighthouse vicinity, and Gorenko trying to get some shots, gonna get tagged up and easily. One of the things that I want to talk about, Dandro, is how quick the TTK is. You get completely caught off guard. You really don't have a lot of time to react. And now Tommy, who was kind of playing that support in a sense with the Gorenko in hand, is now forced to anchor. And this is a great place. You call the regain area. That's going to be over by Bay. And not a lot of people will drop here, but hey, gonna get spotted by that snapshot grenade and now forced to stim. You got to hold on for 3 seconds. You can do this.
I love the patience from Tom here. He saw the player there and said, I have to stay alive. Let me kind of preemptively pop these stamps. And you can see there, it looks like he did pick up a restock along the way. So, you know, maybe not as worried about popping those. We'll still have them in the back of the pocket. And if he is able to stay alive in this life with restock until it gets to the end game, that could be something really, really nice for him. But unfortunately, yet again, Caster Curse comes in as he does get taken out. It looks like Noobs was able to make some trades, though, is finding some more. That's actually Oak Boy. Noobs was able to bring down, so going up against that Optic Texas squad that we highlighted at the top of this lobby. A little bit of I don't know, a little bit of chaos going on here for the Minnesota Rocker.
Should I come to you, Ben, or go
yeah, and you say chaos, and we see Almond over at Winery in one of the most intense action buildings that I have ever seen. And now Almond just kind of laying low. I'd be curious to see, maybe there's a team in his sights and he's just trying to catch them by surprise, kind of crouch walking. We saw them approach SEAL Team 6 style and Overlook, and it seems like they're carrying that on over to Winery, but jumping on over to Team Unveiled on your screen, and things are getting dicey on the outskirts of where Almond was.
Yeah, this is a squad that has obviously been kind of finding some success here. Goad shouting them out, and for the right reasons, right? I mean, Unveiled, Sage, and Clamp have been doing a fantastic job already so far in today's events, and you can see they're kind of just looking around. They're trying to make sure. One of the things that happens a lot at Winery is that you can get caught out from some of these teams that are over at Keep. So I like that they're kind of consistently spot checking over here, as Unveiled does find some nice shots on a player above, finds another one deep. A lot of damage going in, but unfortunately no knocks or anything. So it looks like as a squad, they're kind of moving up. I like this a lot. You can see Sage is kind of gaining that ground and gaining that positioning. Hopefully Unveiled and Clamp can maybe come over and help them out. As Sage, here we go, cleaning up over here, gets 2 quick kills. He's maybe looking for more.
Getting that reload in and beginning the rotation into Winery. 7 eliminations thus far here in map number 3, looking to pick up number 8. Maybe if they get another dub, he knows he's going to get that end game massage, so he's going to do everything everything he can to make sure he gets another one of those, but making the move on to join up with their teammates that are in that building, kind of on the outskirts of Winery. I think this is a really smooth place to play. You have the buy station, right? So if you have the cash, drop down, grab a UAV, but you can really hold off the teams that are rotating over from Keep in this area and just make sure you've got all eyes on deck. But look at Sage now taking the high ground, which we know is king.
Currently sitting at 8. Most of the kills needed for that squad. You can see there they are kind of third in the lobby right now, and I like that Sage realizes that, like, hey, if I can grab this power position, this could be wild. He's actually gonna find somebody on the ladder coming up. That's gonna be a team wipe. Sage not expecting somebody up there, but is able to still stay alive and immediately takes out the XM4, gets the armor crack on the player flying in. But whoo, Sage is turning up. One thing I know about this kid, the second he starts feeling himself, he becomes an absolute demon on the map and will just take everything, and you're about to see a string of kills. I love that this squad is finding a lot of these kind of hits left and right, and Sage is looking to continue to do that as he kind of holds his high ground.
Ooh, we get a little update on the standings for map number 3, Toronto Ultra, 17 on the board. I would love to check in with them and see how they're doing and navigating this end game scenario. But Sage, meanwhile, just holding the high ground, calling out all of the information for his teammates that are just kind of down below, but going to drop down and begin the rotation throughout these buildings. Comms are flying left and right.
Stay up here, stay up here. More kids behind us. They're in storm right there. The enemy. Okay. Yeah, so we put on the tower and you have to come back to us if you need to, okay? Yeah, I'm coming back. This guy's getting fried, bro. Ed. Nice. Closer now. Another guy pushing up.
I love the comms that this squad is putting out here. It's frantic, but it's still concise. They know what's going on with each of them. Some good calls, kind of letting Sage know that, like, hey, you got to kind of get back and play with us. Sage playing forward, trying to check all these angles. The zone is closing in, and they have a little bit of a weird kind of spot to play at. But here's a squad that we haven't been able to kind of take a peek at for a while, Tiff. It's going to be Toronto Ultra, and I believe they're sitting at the top. Look at that L bar. Xenon's in second with 8 kills, and Picnic with 7 alone. So of the top 3, 2 of them are on this Toronto Ultra squad.
And this is the game that they needed. They're currently outside the top 8, and Xenon with 8 eliminations already. I've actually had the pleasure of playing with Xenon in some public lobbies. We really didn't plan that. It just kind of happened. We queued in together, and I was like, wow, this guy seems really familiar. And he drops like 30 kills, and I'm like, dude, the dude's a demon. I was like, wait, this is actually Xenon. So now to see him here killing it under the Toronto Ultra banner, super proud of him, making some moves over at Lighthouse. A beautiful team wipe for them, and that's actually going to be on NYSL, I believe, Dandro.
Yo, drop me your guys' red.
NYSL going down. Yeah, that is Night. Go just mentioning it in semifinals A. 12 is that number you're looking at. And, well, Xenon by himself sitting at 9. Picnic not too far behind. So they're feeling great as they're in this top 5. They're hitting the multiplier. At this point for them, they just have to play correctly and get to that first or second place spot to be able to get the game they need. And there's one quick kill as they make their way into top 4. And the rotations are coming out. They are flying. They realize that they need to be able to play a little bit ahead in order to get to this next zone.
I'm just playing this
one. Ooh, this is going to be spicy. This rotation across the street into Winery opens them up to anyone that was playing the rooftop area of Winery, but this is beautiful. As soon as they run through the door, that's going to be Empathy and Co. Absolute decimation. Picnic still alive and able to keep the thing going. Nickel able to start regen. This is going to be really dicey. I'm waiting for it to switch POVs, but we're going to cut on over to TBE, who's got a precision airstrike incoming. They're working the top of Winery, just trying to stay alive with 4 eliminations to their name. Forced to kind of drop down. The zone's about to move, and they're going to have to join back up. Gorenko in the hands of Almond, though.
I like this play. They know that somebody's behind them. They're kind of just holding this. Now, hopefully they don't focus so much up here that they then miss the team that's below them, right? We know that there was a fight below, and oh my god, Noobs! The quick out of the top. It's going to be clamped going on down, and it looks like 3 final teams remaining. So it's actually the Minnesota Rocker here and 2 solos. They got to realize that, and they're going to be feeling super confident. All they need to do is move as a unit here and be able to take these 2 separate fights and not get picked out. But this is looking very strong for them, and this is the exact type of game they need.
You can go for him, just chase him.
There they go. Wipe on one, looking for the last solo, just trying to take them out. I'm sorry, every time I hear Almond kind of say something super funny, I get kind of caught off guard, but that's going to be all they wrote. TBE on top once again. That's going to be a victory here in map number 3 for Team Minnesota Rocker.
Hey, 12 kills first place. That's 24 points. You love seeing that. Tommy, surprisingly with the goose egg, but the 1500 damage, playing that support, staying alive for, of course, his 2 teammates. I love that, playing that kind of more support role that he's always done, right? He's always played this kind of, hey, I'm going to stay alive, try and be able to get you guys back in, be able to kind of make some IGL calls. And obviously it paid out for them, as they are going to be able to take home game number 3.
Love that you mentioned the support system there. We saw Tommy right there holding down camp. But before I get into that moment, let's look at Noobs find the last remaining player hiding behind a deployable cover. And you can just see the joy on his face right there. It's a little bit, right? It's that subtle smile from Noobs. He doesn't really get too pumped too often, but always looking super happy. So congrats to them once again. It's really nice to see TBE getting a nice dub here.
I know the desk will be very happy to see that TBE getting their share of the pie. So I'm sure they have lots of thoughts. So let's throw it back on to them and see what they have to say.
That was an incredible game. I keep saying that, right? Game 1 was great. Game 2 was great. But no game has been greater today than Game 3 in Semifinals B. And it opened up with a splatter with the heli. So I knew we were in good company when I saw that, Goj.
Yeah, there was a lot of players popping off at honestly the highest level. We saw top fraggers in game number 1 was Aiden at 9, and game number 2 was Zepti at 10. And I think we saw 5, 6, 7 different people up into double digits or close to it at the end of that game. So there's a lot of individual slaying happening and a lot of great team chemistry. Now, a 24-point win for Rocker, well warranted. They needed it, right? Reflections. But the problem is they're only dropping 24 points with a win, whereas a lot of our other teams are dropping 35, 36, 39, even if you're in YSL, even without even getting a win.
The goal is top 8, right? The goal is top 8. So if you have a pop-off game, others are doing better than you, that might be okay, Goj, as long as you make that top 8. But you're 100% justified in saying that. Look, we had so many players popping off, and you know, just to point out a couple of them, right? From Toronto Ultra, Xenon was just picking up Elim after Elim. I think he ended with 10 total eliminations. Noobs obviously was popping off with the sniper. I was just blown away from that. And then Dream Sage picks up an entire team going up a ladder and doesn't stop until he's forced to stop getting eliminated.
Yeah, and I mean, look at that. There were shots that were raining from above too. So it's like, it was just such an unfortunate situation there for Nadia. But I really liked from Toronto Ultra, just to kind of highlight them again, is the fact that after that post game 2, like they were sitting around like what, 9th at like 23.4 points. That was a huge game for them. And that's kind of like what they did as that Tiberius Con roster back in the CDLR tournament in April. They were just a team that kind of stepped it up like midway and dropped a lot of eliminations. And with a top fragger like with Xenon, like he's that aggressive style of play from those guys. I mean, it's kind of like you look at the standings and it's like, hey, we're on the brink of elimination. Let's step it up and slay out. And I mean, they did that. I'm really curious to see where that's going to put them. Because I know after at least being able to place a little bit high and getting those eliminations, that's gotta maybe place them in the top 8.
You would have to think so. Good to see them actually doing well, because Toronto Ultra had an abysmal game in game 2. They were dead last. You know, they were finished off or eliminated the first team. Before that game, 5th place, not bad, but the finish in the way that they did in game 3 definitely gives them newfound confidence. But Goj, going back to your point, right? We had a ton of players who had pop-off games. For Tommy, Almond, and Noobs, they end up getting first place. But did they have the elims, you think, to be able to elevate them up into the top 8?
Yeah, I mean, I think they probably are still inside the top 8. They were in about 7th place or so, Rocker was. And so 24-point win, you know, they're probably going to be sitting around 6th, maybe 5th. And that old Tiberius Con roster is what I'll call them. The team base god Xenon is at 9 eliminations after the first 3 circles or so. Absolutely frying for Ultra. So it's good to see them picked up by Ultra for this series. I'm sure they're going to continue their success forward. But for the teams outside of the top 8, we've got to learn from our mistakes, right? We finished 3 maps. We're going into the latter half of this tournament at this point, and this is where it really started to get mixy in semifinals A. These are the points where people started swinging for the fences, and if you miss big and you're done. And if you hit, you're going to be up inside potentially even the top 4. That's how close it really can be, aside from really the far and beyond winners of like 1st through 3rd.
It's tough, man. You know, we saw how close it got, especially now as we're heading into game 4 Dream from semifinal A's. Literally mere points were separating, you know, 6 through 8. We might be running into the same situation here as I just glance over. I think we are. There might be a bit more separation than semifinal A, but even still, game 4, you got to put it all on the line. You know, game 5 is not where you want to cover ground if you can help it, right? Game 4 is kind of where you want to be able to do that.
Yeah, this is where you kind of just pick up on each other's tendencies a little bit and adapt to each other. So any mistakes that were made from the previous drops, like, you have to learn here, because this is really going to set the tone for that final drop. And for the most part, we've kind of expected to see this, like, a new winner every single game. Some things don't work out. A little bit of RNG comes into play, but SpiderTiff kind of mentioned it too. We've seen that in Caldera, where teams will utilize the choppers to get around the map very quickly, like in Caldera. But in a map like Fortune's Keep, you would get punished doing that, essentially, because it's like you're a free target in the sky. And I don't know about you guys at home, but if you see a chopper in the sky near you, like, you best believe your teammates, hey, well, shoot it together. Like, you're instantly a target unless you're throwing it at somebody.
It's just so small, isn't it? So if you're in a vehicle, they're just all going to gun for you. Everybody's looking to pick up that Elam. Ghost, let's take a look at the heat maps for game number 3, as of course we're heading into game number 4, and things continue to change. I'm a bit surprised to see that western section get the most, but for Elims though, the right side is where everything was popping off.
Right, and usually this heat map is kind of denoting of which way the circles are pulling to. So we'll kind of like continue to watch out for the circles and see which side of the map they're pulling to, because we did have that sort of eastern side of the map kind of final circle. And so this kind of denotes the activity at the end game. You can see a little bit of the early game action is probably where you're looking at the terraces and maybe all the way down into town. Those fights were those early fights, and that far eastern side are the late game fights where Noobs ended up cleaning up that kill on Inveiled to finish out the game with the W.
Good stuff coming out overall for all the competitors. We've been seeing a bit of a mismatch when it comes to who's taking it all. I don't know if we're ever going to see a back-to-back winner. It seems like it's so difficult. It's not as difficult to stay consistent, right? We are seeing teams stay consistent and have decent placings throughout all 5 games, but it's so hard to get a victory at the end because it's so chaotic. But I love that. I love that about Fortune's Keep. Let's bring back in our casters. We've been doing a good job. We're heading into game 4. SpiderTiff, Dandro, game 4 is about to be underway, so I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to you. Let's get it going.
All right, thank you so much. I loved what Reflections said, Tiff, about saying that game 4 is where you really need to turn it up and grab your points to be able to kind of make your way and solidify your way on the leaderboard. Now, as you get ready to move into game 4, we've seen a lot of movement. We've seen a lot of different teams popping off. Is there a squad that maybe you're surprised we haven't kind of seen towards the end game or popping off yet?
Ooh, that's kind of dicey. I'm going to go with Team Braxton. We had a lot of conversations about them on the desk. We know they absolutely have that stand out. They got 3rd in World Series of Warzone. So I kind of figured that they would have no issues with making it into the top 8. But let's go ahead and take a look at the standings. I'd be curious to see exactly where they've fallen and kind of where they need to go in map number 4 and map number 5. Yeah, sitting in 9th place, one outside kind of that cutoff mark, with 39.6 points, and Team Nadia also on the brink as well. But a team that we haven't really seen too much on the broadcast, Andrew, that's going to be NYSL.
Yeah, I mean, NYSL, they've obviously been doing work while we've been watching everyone else, but 86.8 points sitting at number 1. We saw them in kind of game number 2 over there in town, kind of putting on the moves and being able to come out on top, but they're obviously, you know, doing something right. If I had to guess, and I think, you know, kind of we're going to see this a little bit in game number 4, they're getting a lot of very early eliminations and then just playing their lives to just take advantage of those point multipliers. We saw that kind of late game rotation through the gas using PDS in one of those previous games. And obviously it's those types of moves that are really kind of making it out at the end of the day. So hopefully here in game number 4, we can catch a little bit of what they're doing and what that strategy is. And maybe some of these other teams can take it back and maybe do something similar, because when we look at that leaderboard, like you said, a team like Bratz, game number 4 is going to be huge for them.
Yeah, it is, as we get ready to lock and load here for map number 4. Your map 3 winners from Minnesota Rocker on your screen. You got Tommy, you got Almond, you got Noobs, and I know you watching at home in chat know who this team is. One of the most decorated Warzone teams competitively, but look at where they're kind of landing. You see Tommy just kind of nestled off. They're going Bay, which kind of a very interesting area, because most people come here to regain and not necessarily loot. Gonna go ahead and kick it off with a nice supply run, get some early cash to them, maybe a quick loadout there.
I actually really like this, to be honest with you. Like you said, Bay is a huge regain location, but by coming here and kind of landing, you already gonna get the benefits of Bay of like, okay, you can get a rotation either over to camp or kind of over into winery if you really want to, but then you're also kind of eliminating the ability for other teams. So by landing Bay, you might go over it, you might wipe a team or only get 1 or 2 picks. That player could come back in and be like, oh, I'll just regain Bay. This is fine. And then they land and they're like, wait, there's no loot here. Like, who lands Bay? And it's gonna be like, well, TBE does, and you just got absolutely wiped by them. So have fun with it. And look, we can already see Noobs has his guns, already's making his way over to winery and finds the one. Wait, please don't take yourself down. Okay, thank you, Noobs.
Oh my gosh, talk about a quick loadout, talk about a quick rotation into winery, which has a lot of people, and then an easy kind of down on that's going to be Sage, actually. So not very good. We know Sage likes to lurk around, so I'd imagine the other 2 dots on the map are going to be the rest of that team. And now just kind of trying to ensue and hunt them as Noobs goes on the aggressive front, joins up with Tommy, and now they're going to try to 2v1 these situations, utilizing that UAV for some information. Just going to absolutely fly at these other teams. But hey, we were talking about him, Dandro. It's going to be NYSL on your screen. I asked production kind of like, hey, what has this team doing been like early game, right? Where are they finding a lot of their success? That's going to be at Keep. They've kind of dropped at 3 different areas of Keep, and they've been running the front of the aggression here in Gatehouse.
Story though.
I love the way our production people put it, and they said TLDR, they've landed hot and just taken it to teams. And I just love that. As you see, Aiden actually takes a chow right here. The shots were there, but I think lost a little bit of aim assist, and yeah, that's Brolic coming in up over the top. So maybe a little bit too hot here in game number 4, but looks like Knight has made their way to the top of these sort of buildings, trying to be able to get in some of these shot spots. So someone out to the left, maybe not going to get the angle. Oh no, he does with the XM4. Very quick shots, low ammo, is somehow able to skirt away. Thankfully has the plates, so unfortunately will not get that full, but does kind of create some pressure on the map. Desperately needs ammo though.
Yeah, this is going to be the real negative of running that XM4 is you don't have fully loaded available to you. So it's kind of spicy, right? So you start with your potential, like whatever round you have in your mag, and you're kind of done with it unless you can find some ammo on the ground. Thankfully, that crate kind of spewed some out of it. So 39 bullets and an absolute dream, but luckily you don't need too many if you're Knight and you've got the gunny skill to make something happen. But Z Smith on your screen right now. I've had the pleasure of commentating over this man so often throughout his career. He's really made a huge standout since Caldera dropped, winning a plethora of 2v2s, whether that's co-ed and a Gorenko in hand, so you know there's going to be some decimation. A nice shield crack followed up with that Semtex, and you know, I say don't push it, right? Don't push it.
Yeah, I mean, they could if they wanted to. They have that portable balloon, but I see Aiden was trying to maybe hop up a little bit and getting tagged up potentially from that team that was up top. But there's kind of just maybe playing their life, trying to figure out whatever the next move is. I love that Z Smith has that Gorenko in hand. He is a very talented sniper, especially on controller. So in this kind of sniper meta, I think he's going to find a lot of success, and I think that's probably what led to them being at top of the leaderboards right now. Now, obviously, they're getting a little bit of mixy here as they have teams pushing them. Smith kind of just trying to play that door. I love the cross that they're trying to get together. Aiden wants to be able to get high ground, maybe catch them below. Looks like that's what's going to happen. They come out together. They find one as they are starting to look for more. Aiden on the hunt, and it doesn't look like there's anyone else maybe nearby. UAV pinging out. Nobody's showing up just yet, but some great teamwork coming out for them to be able to take that team fight.
Yeah, I was listening to what Aiden was saying there. He's like, I swear he's on us, but no one is showing up on the map. So kind of spicy, but that was a kill on Major Maniac right there. But let's come on over to Team Braxton. Braxton on your screen, Empathy and Baralik rounding out this team. Big shout out to Tyronix, who usually plays with this squad. They played in the World Series of Warzone together and got 3rd place, but they are currently sitting in, I believe, 9th place, so just outside the moment of where they need to be to move on. So you have 2 maps remaining, so this is going to have to be a big one, and Braxton descending some damage on from above, but unfortunately going to get sniped. This is not what you want to do. Anytime you take these towers, you run the risk, right? You're like, hey, I've got some good information, I can get some sight lines, but usually you lose your head.
I mean, yeah, we saw Z Smith taking the fight on some of those players that were at the top of Keep, and it seems like maybe it's that same team that's now looking over towards Braxton and co. As Brolic, he's going to take a little bit of damage, maybe take a haircut, but it will give the damage back in return. That Tempered coming in clutch. As you can see, he's just maybe trying to get a peek here. There is a helicopter, so the team migrated over there. Going to take a little bit of just time here. Try maybe get some information. I mean, if they can get a pick here, that's kind of huge, but it's unfortunate that they can't maybe convert onto it and get the full. So they're just kind of sitting here to see what they decide to go ahead and do. See some shots deep.
Andrew, this is interesting. Isn't that where NYSL was over on that gatehouse side, kind of running that momentum area, looking down from gatehouse, but this watchtower area trying to hit the Gorenko shot's gonna get a crack. Can they get a down? I'm just waiting for it, bro. Like, you can connect it. Gonna have to reload. You got 16 bullets left. Is able to get an assist, but getting tagged up from gatehouse, and they're gonna have to keep an eye out on where that is coming from off screen. Empathy was able to grab an eliminations, but they need a little bit more. They're gonna have to keep up the momentum and move forward to find themselves in the top 8.
They have a good start so far. They're top of the leaderboard, tied with Team Devera and Atlanta FaZe and Team Skyraw. So finding some early success, but let's come on over. This is the Atlanta FaZe squad. It's gonna be Lucky, Doozy, and of course none other than Booyah. Swag probably having a field day right now, but unfortunately Devera will be able to find that kill. Gotta stay alive. Lucky will be able to come on in, no problem. But NYSL, this is not looking good.
Oh my yeah, and I hate saying that because they've been finding so much success throughout the first 3 maps, and the moment we kind of bring them onto broadcast and be able to see what they're doing to find success, we kind of bring them a little bit of bad luck. But let's jump on over to Team Drift. Leonard on your screen right now, waiting for Drifts to kind of respawn back in, nestled into this area, trying to find some information. A fire sale going to come through, and it's a great time if you don't have a self-res to maybe pick it up for that end game, a good gas mask, kind of get kitted up. Sure, 14 teams remaining, but we see just how quickly that Resurgence countdown kind of goes away.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I feel like a lot of teams get caught out, right? They're trying to be able to play, and they think their Resurgence is up, and they're not paying attention, and then they get taken out as Resurgence goes down, and they get taken out. But look at that. Empathy is going to come in on top of Leonard and just get a nice camber break. Look at that. I think he was expecting him to slide to the left of him, but Empathy actually goes to the right and is able to take him out. So, you know, I gotta give a huge shout out to Empathy because I watched this kid drop 14 in qualifiers in one map. It was honestly something crazy. And we talked about how map 4 is going to be huge for this squad, and you know, Empathy being able to get a fast and early kill on a team like that is setting themselves up greatly to have a good game.
I mean, the desk said it earlier, you've got to win your ones, and unfortunately Leonard just kind of fell there, but Brolic, Gorenko in hand, really providing a lot of information for their team. You got to think, if Empathy is flying at players throughout Gatehouse away from his team, this is where Brolic comes in clutch. He's like, hey, I'm giving you the information, the ping, so you know where these players are, and you can see Empathy out in the distance flying at the team that they're calling out.
Yeah, under us.
Let's take a quick listen in here as they decide to take this fight.
I got sniped from the tower far.
You did, it's fine. I'm bottom. Yeah, they're in the building right to your left.
They're in the building, yeah. Exactly.
They're gonna be a problem, but
I'm going to those now.
Okay.
One just broke the door to my left.
We can have a snipe. There's a guy right there. There's a guy on that.
Yeah.
Pulling up. Behind us. Yeah, landing behind us.
Below.
Oh, right here.
Ooh, look at that. The comms are flying. I think the desk mentioned that this team doesn't really have a true IGL right now, but it used to be, I believe, Braxton. And now with Tyrannics being subbed out for Brawlic, you kind of have a good checks and balances. You can hear them. They all have an opinion on kind of what they are going to do next. And I think it's proving to be really fruitful. Sure, they're just sitting outside the top 8, but I think that they go the long distance here in map number 4, they will find themselves within that top 8.
I mean, listen, Brax is a very vocal player, and I think I love Brawlic's kind of, approach to this. He just says, hey, I'm the one subbing in here. Brax, you make the calls. Kind of what I saw with the qualifiers. Brax was kind of taking a little bit more of that vocal, kind of IGL-ish role. And, Brawlic, for the most part, would go with it 95% of the time. But the 5% of the time, the Brawlic's like, yo, I don't think that's the play. I think we should do this. The one thing I love is that Brax and Empathy were like, all right, dude, I like that. I plan too. We're going to go with your idea. And it was just like not in discussion. They didn't have to talk it through. It was just like when Brawlic was sure that they needed to do what they got to do, the team just listened and they did it. And on a couple of occasions, it worked out really, really well for them. And it seems to be like, obviously, this game, it's happening too. Brax is sitting at 5 kills by himself, and they're just trying to rotate to maybe get into zone. There's a couple of buildings they can weasel their way into, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, but look at this. Speaking of not going to be easy, Tommy last alive for the Minnesota Rocker squad. Started out with a victory there in map number 3 and looking a little shaky here in map number 4, trying to land on the top of Keep. And meanwhile, Braxton has fallen off screen. We didn't get to really see what happened. They haven't even got to kind of get their rotation underway, and they're being completely aped by another team right now. And that's going to be Nadia's squad. Brawlic going to get a full on to Nadia, but you know that means Flanks and Intect are nearby.
Different team. Hold on. Okay.
And you can see Brawlic gets it down as well and is fully calling out that this is an entirely different team. So that's Inveiled going down. So you know that obviously the teammates got to be here somewhere. So they're immediately trying to play super cautious. They know that there are 2 teams near them. They do not want to try and engage both. They don't want to get third party. They want to be the third party-er. And look here, the gas play, it's coming on through. They're seeing the shots. They saw someone get taken down in the streets. Brax gets taken out as well. Can Empathy stick this? Has one more stim. Is it going to be enough? Brawlic goes down. Someone's right in front of him. Oh no, Brax is able to get the stim off to stay alive, but now this is Empathy going down. A trade in teammates coming on through. That just absolutely decimated them.
I'm sorry, but when he started that res, I was like, there is no way that this is going to work out. And I hate being negative there, but I mean, it was a little spicy. But coming on over to Team IQ, absolutely decimating the top of this watchtower, asserting their dominance with an inch of their life, beginning the reshielding. Now down to 4 teams remaining here in map number 4. Going to hit that muni box, restock up on stims, but a cluster strike incoming. Going to make things a little spicy for the next rotation.
If IQ, Valid, and Arrays can hold this high ground, they have a very strong case to win the map. That cluster is going to bring them off of it, but guess what? The cluster goes away. They're A-okay. They can now come back up here, and they're just going to have a vantage point down into the rest of the map. You can see, looks like Valid is pushing out, kind of maybe trying to draw some of that fire. IQ getting some shots in down range as you're seeing the kills come on through. 4 other players in the lobby remaining. Q's going to find one more. That's a team wipe as we are down to the final 2. It's a 3v1. Gas masks come out. They are searching. They're on the hunt. Where could this last player be? Circle's just a little bit larger, and it's going to finally be it. There we go. 18 kills and the dub. Solid 36-point game coming out of the boys.
Comms coming out. Sheesh, you look good. The hype from this team is unreal. You know it feels good to come in, get a W in map number 4. We've had different winners for all of our games thus far throughout the semifinals, and congratulations to Team IQ. You know, I was looking back on CDLR Split 1 back on Rebirth. IQ is a member of that Tiberius Con roster, and they actually won the first game of Split 1 finals, and they had won with 28 kills. So we know this team was going to be good. It was just looking for that moment for them to shine. Not a matter of if, it's a matter of when for them.
Yeah, I think this is one of those squads where they can really just kind of get their footing, not get kind of pushed by a random team, not go down to anything, that they're going to find just all of the kills that they need. And you see at the end there, Valid was just not afraid to kind of sprint ahead and draw out some of that fire. And then Q was able to kind of hold that high ground to be able to get in the shots needed to kind of clean up some of those remaining kind of players. That squad, you can kind of see just this switch flip. The second they knew that they could just kind of push the momentum for the rest of the game, they got it just like 1, 2, 3 right after another to grab the win. Not surprised to see that there. And game 4 is definitely the game you need to be able to drop some big numbers.
Hey, they did exactly what they needed to do. I believe they were 11th place moving into map number 4. So that's kind of just on that bubble, right? You just need top 8 to move on to the finals that are happening tomorrow. And you've got to survive 5 drops to do so. And we just got done with map number 4. So that only means there's one more map remaining and then it's done and dusted. If you're not in the top 8, you're kind of going home.
I mean, listen, this is do or die moments, right? As we get ready to head into map number 5 here. It's just, if you're on the outside looking in, you maybe need to do something different, because what you've been doing for the past 4 drops is just not going to work here in the final game. So I'm excited. We only have 1 drop left, Tiff. Let's go to the desk. Let's see what they had to say about game number 4.
Man, oh man, IQ taking one and able to get the victory. The best placement they had just a little bit before was, I believe, game 2, where they got 3rd place, but game 1, game 3 wasn't as smooth. They finished towards the tail ends, but hey, 1st place, not bad at all. And they said it right, Goj, going from 11th place to who knows how far up. That gives them a better shot at top 8.
Yeah, I want to spend some time talking about that squad as we take a look at some of our replays from this last map, because I mean, Tiff mentioned it. IQ was a part of that Tiberius Khan squad that is now Ultra, right? He was their 4th and got dropped off, and he's kind of playing with some homies. IQ and Arrays have been duoing since early Verdansk. I'm talking like before they were 18 years old. These guys were putting in work in Verdansk. I was casting over them, playing $300 tournaments. They've got the chemistry, and then of course with their 3rd of Valid, who played on Paris Legion last time around, who got 5th in the CDLR split 1 on Rebirth Island. I mean, it's only kind of a time for them to really come into their own. Like, now is that time. We've been waiting on it, and they're able to do it thus far, but they're gonna have to do it again in this last map.
From $300 tournaments to $100,000 tournaments on one of the biggest stages here. That's a pretty big come up, and you've been there since the start. Dream, a great game 4, like we said, for IQ and Co, taking it all. But we also had some heavy hitters drop off early on.
Yeah, Optic Texas was one of the squads. They were the first squad, I believe, to drop early, and they didn't pick up a lot of eliminations either. So with them being in that top 5 spot, definitely going to shake up the standings just a little bit. But shout out, of course, to IQ, Valid Hands, and Arrays. And we've seen Valid Hands too in the past as well, earlier on that Paris Legion squad, of course, during the CDLR tournament back in April. So it's no surprise to see him there, of course, up in the top. And just what a wonderful duo to pick it up with and be successful in here in this tournament.
I don't know if I want to spoil it, but I did see IQ hop up the ranks from 11 to a maybe top 8. They're looking pretty solid. We'll definitely solidify that in just a bit. Those are the unofficial numbers. But another team that had a bit of a falling off in game 4, but they definitely didn't fall too far down the leaderboards, was New York Subliners with Aiden and Co, right, Goj? I mean, they ended up placing, I believe, 15th or 14th. They were one of the 2nd teams to be eliminated.
Yeah, it was Optic Texas 1st, and then it was NYSL 2nd, and then it was Drift's team 3rd. So that's 3 teams inside the top 8. The first 3 teams eliminated in this last map. Now, not that sad of a story for NYSL. They keep their composure and throw up at least a couple eliminations. They're certainly going to be fine. They might be able to drop goose eggs and be right on that fringe and probably still qualify. So not the end of the world, but still a little bit scary. And it opened up the door for a team like IQ Squad to not only grab the win, but also grab a ton of eliminations along the way. 36 points was one of the highest games from Semifinals 1, and it's up there inside probably the top 5 highest games that we've seen thus far in Semifinals 2 and in Semifinals B. So, I mean, a big win, and I think that can be attributed to the fact that some of our heavy hitters were eliminated early.
That's right. And heavy hitters getting eliminated early is always scary for them, but like you said, an opportunity for those who are on the come up. We've got some heat maps ready to go. Dream, I'm going to pass it to you first. Starting off, we've got our landings heat map, which looking a bit cool around some areas, but hot in at least 2.
Yeah, of course, terraces, hot, but it's a little bit of a spread, of course, across the map, and of course, in that southernmost part of the map, towards that lighthouse area. But it's a little bit of a spread here as teams kind of just adjusted, of course, to that plane line, which is beneficial to your strategies, but kind of a little bit to see what we expected. I would imagine that. I mean, towards the eliminations, I'm just kind of curious to see where squads were getting eliminated, though, if we were a little bit more spread out.
Well, let's take a look at it, right? And as you said, Ghost, it's dependent on where the zone is going, but here we go. We got our heat map for our eliminations.
Yeah, no, I love to tell this story when we're able to see both maps, because you saw, of course, it's starting to spread out. Early in these semifinals, it was a little bit more congested because people were contending for spots. Once you kind of get dumpstered on once or twice, you're saying, hey, we're going somewhere else. But there's always a hot spot on Lighthouse, and there's always a hot spot not only from the drop side, but also the elim side. Lighthouse is always contested because it's one of the high ground spots that allows you to see all over these open spaces around Winery or otherwise, or down into the coast. So it's really cool to see these maps side by side. Shout out to the team behind the scenes to make that happen.
Winery, Dandro, he went on a 5-minute monologue about winery and drinking over their Mediterranean coast. I love the guy, really do. He's kind of like me. Sometimes he's cheesy, but hold it in, right? Game 4. Now we're going into game 5, the final game of semifinals B. So a lot on the line here, especially for those looking to break in. You mentioned, of course, Team Drifts going into game number 4. I believe they were in 5th place. Now they've dropped down to 11th place. All unofficial, of course, but just to set up a storyline for those at home. Team Nadia in 10th place, looking to break into top 8. To Optic Texas, we talked about them, maybe not the best placing, at least in game number 4. Now they dropped down to 9th, just on the cusp of breaking into top 8. So now we go to you, Dream, right? We have these teams that are looking to break through. Is there any team specifically that you think who is on the cusp, whether it's Team Nadia, Optic Texas, Drifts, who will for sure be in top 8 after game 5?
Man, I gotta say Optic Texas, man, especially I believe it was like a couple of weeks ago, like I had the pleasure of casting over a tournament that Z-Laner was playing. It was actually Fortune's Keep tournament for fun with Intel. And I mean, man, my goodness, with this guy, he plays so fast and so aggressive. Like there's no way that they don't have a plan going into this drop to secure a win, because with how smart Z-Laner has the ability to get out of these crazy situations where they are heavily contested. Like he can literally, I've seen him pull the impossible out, and I have no doubt in my mind that they're gonna win this cusp.
Well, we'll see. They're in 9th place. It's a scary place to be, right, Goj? I mean, you're right there on the edge. You were already in top 8 before, but you had a bit of a lackluster game number 4. Yeah, it'd be surprising to see Destroy, for me specifically, especially after game 1, not make it in. But do you have a different opinion? You expected another team other than Optic Texas to break into top 8?
I don't know. I think Drift Squad can do it. I've seen Clown been putting up great numbers across the board. I was looking back on his kind of like entry games, his qualifier games, and some of the stats around that, and he's outperforming those stats by and large in every single map. So there's a huge opportunity to execute one more time, creep into the top 8. But the real storyline here is that relegation point at top 8, because our last point total in 8th place was 80.6. Currently, 8th place is somewhere around the 60-point mark. So there's going to be a lot of points, a lot of teams vying for those points right around that marginal spot. I think you're going to want to put up a 15 to 20-point game, really no matter where you are, from 6th all the way down to 10th, to even have a shot at that 8th place spot.
Well, pressure's going to hit hard here, and experience is going to pay dividends, especially in these clutch moments. Let's bring in our Spider Tiff and Dandro casters for game number 5. And game number 5, it comes down to this. Let's see who's going to take it. And speaking of taking it, Spider Tiff, Dandro, take it away.
Hey, listen, Taylor, if you're cheesy, calls me a wheel of Gouda, okay? Because I am here. We got one last game ready to go. Tiff, it's do or die moment for some of these squads. I don't know. If you're one of these squads on the outside looking in, Tiff, what are you doing? What are you changing up? What do you think the sauce is that you need to get in to that top 8 qualifier?
Win your ones, hit your shots, get good forehead. I don't know. At this point, all these teams are playing so incredibly aggressive, especially that Tirana Ultra team. Let's look at a little bit of a look in for them. That's going to be Xenon, Nickel, Picnic Basket. I had the opportunity to meet Nickel at TwitchCon very briefly. They had a nice meetup of some of the Call of Duty content creators, and it was just really cool to kind of put a name to a face IRL. We see all of these players throwing down day in, day out, but you only know them behind a screen. So when you kind of meet them and you're like, you're the demon. You're the demon that I constantly see throwing down, and unofficially they have found themselves potentially in first place, unseating NYSL, kind of, you know, chilling, right? But map number 5, we are dropping in, locked and loaded with Team IQ on your screen. They went from, I believe, just outside the top 8 into 6th place after map number 4. So let's see what they do in that early game.
And you can even see on the leaderboard, though, they've jumped to 6. That's very formidable. But look at the scores around them. It's still so close. So even though you had that banger game 4, you got to match it back to back and go get a huge game number 5 underneath your belt as well. So that has to be in the back of their head as they make their way through. And well, somebody's already spotted that they landed here and is sent over a cluster strike, maybe to kind of screw up with them a little already. Early jammer going down from IQ, just in case anybody's nearby or trying to push up. He will be able to kind of make sure that they're not going to do so easily, because they are landing Lighthouse, trying to get looted up and figure out where do they go next. Very early loadout already, too.
Yeah, Lighthouse does have a lot of cash, and you can see they've still got 8,200, but the jammer's not going to help them. Someone's going to be trying to infiltrate their Lighthouse. Semtex going out. No real damage aid, but they were able to snipe that person that was kind of just going inside that building, but no downs yet. Instead, it's going to be Arrays calling it a UAV right now, but the jammer still in effect, and Arrays beginning the self-res, waiting for someone to tap them. Will get tapped, and that's going to be great, so you can preserve that self-res there. But this is a little spicy, which is why Lighthouse is always lit up on those heat maps early on. Typically, this is a place of the map I like to avoid because it's really tough to rotate out of here.
Yeah, I mean, your kind of options are either going to go by foot, which usually you have somebody maybe at winery looking down at you, or you jump off the top of this Lighthouse and, you know, you're basically throwing it back to the Nintendo NES days and you're playing some Duck Hunt for the rest of the lobby is what's happening. You're just kind of flying through the air saying, please, please pick me off. And, you know, but it's no surprise to me that seeing this light up on the heat maps, right? Because I think you've made a really good point that a lot of people like coming here, a lot of people like landing here, but it's very hard to rotate out of. But having that vantage point on the Lighthouse, you can just overlook so much of the map from there, and it does provide you a very strong vantage point. So hopefully IQ and them can take that and use it to their advantage. But let's look at Keep. It feels like it's been a little bit, Tiff, since we saw a team kind of playing around the Keep, and well, Optic Texas looks like maybe this is their spot to play in here in the last final map.
As soon as you see that, we see Oakboy go down to flanked from Team Nadia. So I don't know if that's necessarily a smart choice for them, but Destroy finds a nice down right there, able to get the full. That's going to be on Aiden. So we have 2 teams that are kind of in this vicinity. We know that NYSL comes over here. We know that Team Nadia is in the vicinity, but Optic Texas, currently sitting in 9th place, needs to get as many eliminations as possible in this early game to carry into the end game. Couple that with a nice placement multiplier to get into the top 8, because you want to go to the finals tomorrow, where you're going to fight for a lion's share of that $100,000.
Okay, we get okay.
I mean, this is very reminiscent of game number 1, right? But what I don't like is you can see Z-Laner is sitting above Destroy right now, but we know that there are multiple teams here, and not only just multiple teams, but like 2 teams you know are twisted, right? And so to play separated like this, if one of them gets caught out, it's going to be extremely bad, as in Veiled, another team has been able to be here and takes down Destroy. I hate this, that we kind of are like calling out like, hey, this could be bad, and that's exactly what happens. But man, we see Z finally able to get some picks up himself, getting Destroy back in on it. But if you're in this Optic Texas squad, I think you maybe rotate out of here and play your life a little bit better, because I get that you need eliminations, but you can't get eliminations if you're dead.
Yeah, and you mentioned that earlier when we were going to map number 1, the amount of time that you lose kind of playing that anchor position, waiting for the teammates to join back up, because you have to play your lives. You can't go on an aggressive front if you are waiting for your teammates to spawn back in. But let's jump on over to Nadia's POV on that lower level of the keep, and we saw 3 teams in totality here, and she's going to work this kind of staircase here, playing a little bit slow, peeking around every corner that she can, checking her angles, making sure, but hey, someone runs right up on her, but she's going to be able to get the down, does get the finish, stim in hand to kind of get out of dodge and maybe put some shields back on. You said it earlier, you're like, hey, that quick fix perks, that is exactly why you need it. If someone is kind of stacking on you, you're gonna have to get that full, begin that regen if you don't have stims available, because you know that stim delay is just a little bit too long.
Oh, and Nadia, she's kind of was here. She knew somebody was lurking around and was kind of trying to check her corners, and they peek out just a little bit. Good job by her to be able to stay alive, has all this loot sitting at her feet, so, you know, could grab some extra armor plates and whatnot. And you can see the other 2 teammates are nearby, so they can decide to come and help. And they're kind of seemingly maybe going to be the winners of Keep so far. We haven't really seen them, you know, have to fight anyone else. Obviously, the Texas squad was here, but they maybe have rotated away. And, well, there's the down on the flank, and immediately the PA comes in up over the top. Whoever getting that snipe, they want that kill. Will Flank be able to stay alive, though? Looks like he might be able to, so the res should hopefully come out here.
Yeah, this is something kind of interesting that we haven't really talked about. It's the utilization of those cluster strikes, the precision airstrikes to follow up on those Gorenko shots. And I haven't really seen too much 3-line action because the Gorenko is kind of still reigning supreme. And thinking of reigning supreme, that's going to be Team Nadia. Intex able to get flanked back up, fully hit, and they got a nice regain. And now just kind of taking over the backside of Keep, a UAV in hand, and they're just looking for the red dots that are nearby them.
Wait, no, am I tripping?
Yeah, I mean, that's a squad, too, that along with this Optic Texas squad, they really need to have a good game 5. They're currently sitting in 10th, just outside of that, you know, kind of 8th place spot that they want to see themselves in. And so they have to be able to stay alive, and they have to be able to get those eliminations to take advantage of that multiplier. You know, they're doing a great job so far, but we've seen all it takes is one quick little slip up for your chance to just immediately go down. But even kill feed, I'm seeing for this squad, it looks like they're finding some kills, but unfortunately, Oak does go down, and that's a 30-second timer on his respawn, and Z also going down, so all up to Destroy right now to stay alive, and we know he is not the only player that's in this keep.
Yeah, and you're not really sitting too hot in this staircase with 30 bullets in your CX-9 and a real trash scope. Kind of gonna be spicy, but you only have 4 seconds that you've got to survive. And I've played these towers so many times here over at Keep. You can get a lot of information. Does have an automaton available to them. One of the moments is you can find this weapon on the ground. So really nice, has a cluster strike available to them. So be curious to see what they're gonna do. Calling out a lot of information out. Oakboy and Z-Lane are coming back in to join Destroy.
All the way down low, all the way down low.
Let's go ahead and listen to some of these comms as they get ready to take this. This is a very important fight for them.
Oh, he's behind. Watch out. Over here.
Okay.
You got your phone. Where are they at?
Let's keep our marks clean.
If you need them.
Flying in. Flying in right here. One shot in here.
Down them. I down them.
Big. I'm going to tap that Lodi.
Right here, going up these stairs.
Okay, let's get together here. Make sure we're getting big kills here. Big kills here.
Yep. I'm getting roof. I'm getting roof.
Well, I'm roof right now as well.
I need rockets.
Rockets looking, dropping. 1. Kid flying in. Sounds like close. I'm going left side here. Got one here. Got one here.
I love the comms that we're hearing right now, Tiff, between these players. Destroy is just absolutely helping carry the team as another one comes up. He's able to get the down, but there's another team up there. They might not know Destroy is here. He might be able to get the plates up and then reach out off this corner. It looks like they were actually able to win that fight potentially. Oh, Oak actually goes down. Somebody is up here. Destroy swinging across for the trade. Looks like that was a track. Oak still sitting down. One is up on top. Destroy is carrying right now. This is absolutely wild.
You hear it in the voice right there. I need to play my life now. Z-Laner back in to join them, and Destroy is absolutely decimating this side of the keep, doing everything that he needs to do. You heard it when we had that listening. We need big kills here, big eliminations, a big dub when they find themselves sitting in 9th place. Nice. 1 out of advancing to the finals tomorrow. They need to do everything that they're doing right now. But look at all these players flying in. This is going to be easy pickings for Destroy.
He's feeling really good about this. They're currently sitting third right now in this lobby. If they can keep up this momentum, this could be that one game that they needed. We said game 5 is where you leave it all on the line. And yet again, unfortunately, Oak is just trying to get back onto his things. But there's just somebody being a nuisance right above. And you can see Destroy kind of trying to take his time now, checking up top, trying to make sure he does not get shot in his back. And yet again, both teammates going down. This is where you hate to be, Tiff, because look at this. Z-Laner was at like a 40-second respawn timer. Oak is extremely long as well. D has to just sit up here. He knows there's people all around him, and yet again is the one who has to stay alive.
Ooh, and he spots one, hits a stim, and says, I'm freaking out of here. Pre-aiming every corner, trying to play it incredibly smart. Yes, Oakboy is finally going to respawn and join Destroy back at the keep. And they have zone. They just need to walk right into it and play their life. There's still 12 squads remaining. And hey, White Mike, thank you so much for the sub to Destroy. Turn me up, baby. Destroy getting another down. 8 eliminations. Can he get double digits?
He's close, and Zethi's going to stop that quick. As you can see, Z's coming back in. He's going to start cleaning up some of these players that are here on the top. So those are going to be some quick guns for him and Oak that they can kind of grab. And do they have the cash? No, they are short on money to get Destroy back in. So a little bit of a regain right now from Optic Texas, but they are starting off hot. I think I see already 18 kills for them. So they have the kills they need. It's all about placements right now. So they can definitely kind of tone it down a little bit. Maybe just try and wait, get the cash, get Destroy back in, and then just play their life for the rest of the lobby. I love that this squad has seemingly found some success here in map number 5, but it's not over yet, Tiff, because look at this Z-Laner triple star threat right now on the bounty, and Oak is trying to come over maybe to help out his teammate.
And lay that bad boy down as a heady right in that corner. Big, loving it. There we go.
Ooh, love Destroy here. He may be down and out, but providing some comms for Z and Oak, throwing down the deployable cover to really have a good angle on both sides of this room. So I'm loving what they're doing. They've got both angles kind of set up and ready. A PDS is available for Z-Laner. This is going to be critical.
I have 2 stims all day, no gas.
I like this. I have PDS. We kind of just mentioned they need to kind of chill. They just need to play for placement, and that's what they did. They're going to use these deployables. They're going to set them up in a way that they can use them. Unfortunately here, okay, they do have the PDS. This is great, but you can see where that circle is pulling. They have to be a little bit thoughtful about the rotation that they want to be able to take, and it looks like Z-Laner is going to decide to stay up high, go on this outside, maybe get a little bit of a hop to try and cover some of this distance very quickly. And he's able to stay here. Looks like somebody is going to roll up on him, and Z not able to stay alive, and that's in a veil. Who's going to be able to take down Z-Laner? One of those other squads we know loves to play keep, and it's all up to Oak right now. No gas mask, does have double stim. This is looking not great, Tiff.
Big stim usage.
Yeah, I mean, they've currently made it all the way to 1.4x multiplier. He only has 1 more stim remaining. You see the ring is going to start to pull back towards him. I'd like to see Oak hit another stim and just nestle themselves right into that south side of the zone. And I think that's exactly what he's going to do. Play it smart, play it safe. 7 teams remaining. That puts you in 1.6. Every team that dies is going to provide benefits right here. But hey, we've got someone preventing to be Top Gun up in that helicopter above. Keep playing their life as well. But unfortunately, wait.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Whoa. Dandra, what just happened there? Can we just talk about that for a moment? Because he just hopped down, breaks his ankles? No, there's no way.
No, there was a player there. I think he just dropped. He was very low health, no armor. That player was just like already just sitting there, got a quick turn and burn on him. You know, like you have no plates, especially with yeah, exactly. Especially with some of these guns, obviously like the Armor Guerra. It's just like you're gonna get fried immediately. But look at this. It's gonna be Flankaroonie in the helicopter, just staying above. And I'm gonna be honestly, Tiff, how has he been able to sit here this long in a helicopter? Like, how has nobody just decided to look up and throw bullets into him?
Why is no one challenging the heli? We heard Dreamer, like every time I see a helicopter, I just open fire. Some people have UGMs in hand, not a lot because the XM4 is kind of reigning supreme, but Team Nadia is currently sitting in 10th place, and I don't know how many eliminations they have right now, but if, you know, but hey, Hey,
You're fine. You're fine.
let's cut on to a different POV, Dandro.
I think he tried to throw the hell. It didn't really work out, but here we go. This is the French squad. We haven't seen a lot about them today, but it's the Hobu, Skyroz, and Gromaluk. Hobu and Gromaluk are here, and they're trying to be able to play alive. You can see they're at this point where this circle is going away. They're going to pop the balloon, maybe just try and stay in the air as long as potentially possible. And I don't know if they're going to be able to stay alive. I think Correct might have been the last one alive. But, oh, what an ending. Game number 5, what is happening? It was just chaos for the entire last like 2.5 minutes.
Dandro, I know I said get good forehead, but I don't know what happened here. Map 5 was just absolutely chaotic. It's like everything we know about Fortune's Keep just went out the window. Helicopters, deployable covers, nestling themselves in corners. I mean, I don't even have any words.
Yeah, it's hard to have words for that, but the one words that we do have, we knew coming into game number 5, Optic Texas had to have a huge last and final game, and that was the game they did. I believe I saw 27.5, I think was the number I saw coming out of them. Is it enough to get them and secure their spot in the top 8? I don't know. That's why we have a whole talented team of production behind us to be able to figure those things out, but I got to imagine having a strong game like that will definitely potentially get them onto that leaderboard.
Hey, and I'd be curious to see what it is. We saw Pilot flanked, just occupying that helicopter above the keep. Was that enough for Team Nadia to move out of 10th and into that top 8 as well? Only time will tell, Dandro, and I'm curious to see.
So many storylines that have yet to be spoken about. Just, you know, I feel like this second lobby was just so much more volatile than lobby A. I feel like we just, every game it was somebody new was making some huge play. Another team that we thought would do really well did not do well. It was just, I don't know, it just seemed like every game was just getting mixy and you know, to end it with Flanked being able to sit into a helicopter, I couldn't think of a better way to end Semi B here, but I know that Dream, Goj, and Reflections will have their own thoughts of course, that insane last game. So let's go ahead, bring back in the desk, hear what they have to say.
Hey, Spider Tip Danjo, appreciate you. Wonderful job casting all 5 games. Spider, it really does seem like in a blink of an eye, they're all done, right? I mean, it's so quick.
I actually thought that. Dandro and I kind of connected after map number 1. We were like, it's over. And like, it was absolutely within a blink of an eye. There's so much action, and the next thing you know, there's 3 squads remaining and someone's making an epic play to win. So, I mean, so much action, and I can only imagine how the finals are going to be tomorrow and who's going to walk away with the lion's share of that prize money.
That's right, 8 games, right? 8 games to get through. It's going to be a lot of fun. Spider, Dandro, appreciate you as always. Dream goes, that's it. All 5 games are done. We're waiting for results. We set the storyline up right, though, when it came to certain teams looking to break into top 8. And I gotta say, for Optic Texas, I think they might have been able to do it. Destroy is a guy that if you put him in a situation where he has to clutch up, he's gonna give it his all. And I really do think his performance along with his teammates was enough to break into top 8.
I have so many thoughts about that sequence we saw from Destroy, essentially right as the respawn timer was ending. But if you want to get good at Warzone, and I'm talking to myself here at the same time, if you want to go get good at Warzone, go watch Destroy's POV for that sequence, and then probably just anytime he is streaming. The dude is cracked, but also showcase how to play hyper aggressively, how to utilize some of your long range weapons like efficiently, but also how to play insanely slow and insanely patient when you need to. And that's what marks a fantastic Warzone player. These were the moments where he was slaying out beyond all belief, finding elimination after elimination, and then when he was last alive, he had to slow his pace way down and only push the fights he knew he could win. Nearly flawless execution there from Optic Texas. Of course, not winning the game, but putting enough points on the board to maybe be in the equation to qualify.
This was a tense game for sure, right? Dream, I mean, we were looking at teams looking to break into top 8, certain teams trying to hold their top 8 position as a whole. But as far as really all the rosters go, did any of them stand out to you the most?
Well, and kind of the counteract to that, like with Nadia's squad, we saw Flanked right there at the end. Like, I was kind of wondering who was in that chopper when we were watching Destroy, or I believe it was actually Oakley Boy when he dropped down from Keep. Like, there were players in every single level of Keep, it felt like, and it's like one wrong move or one wrong door like you open, there's a squad. And it was just kind of funny amidst all of that. Like, here's Flanked just riding around waiting for these teams to be eliminated, maybe chopping up some people from the sky as they come down. So yeah, between these two squads, it really was so intense in these final moments to stay alive, and that's really what the name of the game was, is who can stay alive the best, and of course not be punished for any decision made in the game, because one wrong move and then you're impossible, like it's impossible to be eliminated.
Heli Strat, was it enough to get into top 8? Goes, yes it was. Team Nadia rounds us off at 8th place. Sometimes you just gotta hop in a heli and it's gonna be enough. Toronto Ultra taken first, but I'm liking it. It's stacked 1 through 8.
I'm nearly speechless. So many things I need to shout out, but the helicopter strat. Hey, shout out to my boy Flanked, right? I mean, he had to do it to him. He got a couple chops in the air, stayed alive, grabbed the multiplier, and qualifies. And guess who he beats out with that strategy? I nearly came out of my chair. GBE via Minnesota Rocker. They do not qualify for the finals in Fortune's Keep. Now, color me surprised, color everyone surprised, certainly. Insanely talented, had a fantastic map with 24 eliminations, but it was one of the things I called out. They were not finding enough eliminations throughout the entire series. They seemingly were having some troubles, especially towards the end of this tournament. I don't know what those factors were. We didn't get a chance to see them on broadcast as much, but just very, very close at the end. And it was the helicopter stall in the air that put Team Nadia into the finals over Minnesota Rocker. If Flank dies only probably 2 minutes before that, not using that strat, gone. Rocker's in.
Less than 4 points. Less than 4 points to break into top 8. That is the biggest, I think the biggest surprise, both throughout semifinal A and semifinal B, Dream. Minnesota Rocker not making it yet. Team Nadia is there. Brax, Optic Texas, IQ, New York Subliners, and Veld, Blue, and Ultra. But yeah, that's a big loss, because you know, when we talk about a trio, and we even highlighted them specifically at the top of show, right? Almond, Noobs, Tommy, that we thought they were going to make it. But you know, it's Fortune's Keep. Anything goes. It's one thing I learned today, Dream. It's hard to stay consistent.
Yes, and the craziest thing about that was after the first drop with Toronto Ultra, like they completely boosted up in points despite being one of the first teams that fell, but their eliminations throughout the whole tournament, like they just completely revved up, I feel like, after that second drop. So kind of a little bit of, you know, shake up there in the standings. Like they jumped from 9th to 1st, which is insane. But if you're able to stay alive and pick up those kills, I mean, look what it does for you.
I'm telling you, look what it does. And let's talk about our top teams in general, Goj. For all the teams that competed today, whether it be semifinal A, semifinal B, we'll get a list. But let's just focus in on B, because obviously we just finished that. It's fresh in everybody's minds. Who stood out to you the most? For me, it's Optic Texas. Just breaking into top 6, the way that they did it speaks volumes. That's going to give them good composure for tomorrow. But what about you?
Yeah, no, they went out with a show. They went out with a bang. Optic Texas certainly was on Made broadcast a lot and put up great numbers. But what about the bane of Optic Texas? Team Inveiled. Inveiled was constantly bugging them, constantly finding eliminations. Inveiled, Sage, or otherwise, that team was dynamic all the way through. Shout out to Goat Clamp, their third. I was very impressed with the way they played. Not really surprised, to be fair. I was expecting them to qualify, but to do so with flying colors and getting third, fantastic job by that trio. And then, of course, Team FaZe Blue. Some people call them an underdog. Some people called them out as, I'm not sure they're really doing it too much anymore. Blue, of course, was a dominating performer in Verdansk. Not as much recently in Caldera, but Fortune's Keep seemingly went in their favor. 2nd place. And of course, bringing in that sub of a track at the last second. And then he's putting clips on the timeline, world starring people for a triple. Come on now.
Hey, can you even consider him a sub? It's a tract, you know? Like, it's a tract of all people. But honestly, Dream, you know, being a competitor yourself, sometimes, you know, you stay with the core trio and it does make you better, right? Chemistry is absolutely important. But there are times you add in somebody to your team last second or whatever, you know, a sub, and it gets you loose. You got nothing to lose and everything to gain and everything to prove, right? So I think for a track to come in, that gave FaZe Blue, in my opinion, a little bit of an added edge.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of look at some of these teams too, like the CDL teams, in comparison to the teams that qualified. Like, essentially, they have been grinding for 3 to 4 weeks, so to speak, depending on how long they started practicing when the tournament was, you know, announced. But aside from that, just to be able to pick up a last-minute substitute and still go against that plus, you know, the pros, quote unquote, if you will. It's just amazing to see. And I mean, yeah, like you said, Reflections, it is a track. Like, he had a reputation, of course, of doing really well with Stukawaki and Z Colors in the past. So I mean, we kind of highlighted. We highlighted at the desk earlier. That's it's what you expected to see from that squad.
Absolutely. And Dream, you've been hitting hard those POIs all day long. I've been loving your insight. Let's get a little bit more and take a final look at all of our heat maps, specifically for our landings. And we'll walk through drop 5 landings to start off.
Well, you see, yet again, still that terrorist side just being favored for that landing and of course, towards the keep area. But we do see kind of, it looks like a little similar to how drop 4 went. Teams either landing very comfortable, but of course, it just depends on that circle and how they teams want to rotate. But it still kind of looks very much so expected just from the drop 4, pretty much kind of the same.
Kind of the same, right? Staying consistent. You don't want to switch it up too much, right? Especially if you already had a game plan. And honestly, with how fast-paced Fortune Keep is, I don't think you really have a chance to switch it up as much as you probably would in your standard, you know, BR game modes. But regardless, Coach, let's move on to our heat maps for eliminations. I always love looking at this one.
Yeah, no, this is a fun map, certainly comparing the last map, right? Because you saw nearly everyone landing on the west side, the south side, or the north side. There was hardly anyone in the winery or outskirts area because they probably knew, hey, we've got to play a bit quicker. We need some points. So we're landing in the town, and we're going to try to find some early eliminations. A lot of those, of course, going to the side of Destroy and the teams that were around them. But always the most action is in Keep because there's so many different places that you can outplay your opponents. So you want to go there to try to survive against a ton of other teams. You can rotate around the desks, you can rotate around the tables, there's so many different rooftops, etc., different angles you can find eliminations. So oftentimes you'll find eliminations there that maybe are coming from all the way across the other side of the map because you can see just about anything.
Yeah, I feel like all that red up there is just destroying everybody in game 5. Okay, that's literally was all him. Well, let's take a walk through how today ended up unfolding. We knew we had 16 teams playing in both semifinals. This was our first 8 teams to qualify. Dream and Z Colors up there, E-Bates. It was hard fought, but these were your top 8 from semifinals A.
Yeah, not a switch up from Z Colors and Co, who pretty much did the same thing when it came to the qualifier, just setting the bar high and slaying out completely. But there's a lot of highlights from today, like a lot of things that we expected to see, the fast pace, the usage of the stim, which didn't really change from the qualifier. Like pretty much, I think it was like 100% tally rate of all players using stims, maybe a couple of snapshots in there, but you see how the stim shots were so effective today in Fortune's Keep, just staying alive in the gas as long as possible. And of course, if you pick up a streak or 2 along the way, that can get you out of sticky situation. But really how long you can survive the longest, and my goodness, just all around we've seen such amazing plays from all teams.
Yeah, and Goes, just to piggyback off of that, man, the amount of gas plays that we saw, what I mean by gas plays, right? You know, just hovering in the gas, whether you're waiting for your teammates to come back into play or you're wanting to flank. I felt that was utilized way more in semifinal A than semifinal B.
Yeah, when you start talking about kind of skill differentiators between the top Warzone players in the world, it's minute things that are differentiating who's the best player versus the second best player versus the third best player. And it's things like movement mechanics. It's things like IQ and strats and rotations rather than just raw gun skill most of the time. And so when you start utilizing the gas to your advantage, whether it's to regain or potentially win the game, both things were viable and we saw both. That's where you start really showing, hey, this is how you play high-level customs Warzone.
Well, let's move on to semifinal B. It should be fresh in your mind, but a little recap of it, right? These were your top 8 teams to move forward. Team Nadia was number 8. Congratulations breaking in. And obviously we talked about Optic Texas making it, but Toronto Ultra taking first place. Obviously going to be a huge threat tomorrow, Dream.
And it was just so crazy to me, obviously, not to see Rocker qualify, but nonetheless, I expect to see Optic Texas do really well. I mean, we've saw so many crazy plays coming out of Destroy, as you mentioned, and Man, I would only imagine that there's just some upsets from these squads. It really just came down to like a couple of key plays and key moments just in these positions that really separated, you know, maybe from a win. And it's one of those things that you just kind of got to shake off. I mean, maybe some of these squads maybe learned something or maybe might change up for tomorrow. Like that's kind of what I'm going to be looking at Reflections is like, will we see the same thing here like that we saw in semifinal A and B, kind of similar to tomorrow, or will teams really like look back at this footage and like change up strategies like drastically?
Yeah. That's a great question because I was kind of thinking about, you know, those heat maps we were looking at specifically for landings, and I do think it was much different from semifinal A to semifinal B. I'm curious how that is going to mesh together when we move into tomorrow's finals with obviously our top 8 teams from both semifinals. Fun stat for you, by the way. I have no idea how they got this, but flanked in the end, getting that, you know, obviously pushing Team Nadia into top 8. He was moving for 91% of that match, and on average, players moved at about 65% in game number 5. Goj, I don't know how our stats team does it, but apparently they're wizards.
Hey, shout out to the team behind the scenes. They were feeding us all types of stats today, from heat maps to movement percentages to frequency of perks. It was fantastic to work with here on the desk and on the cast. But I want to go back to the point that you all were just mentioning with Ellen and Reflections. You guys were talking about how this idea of like, hey, are things going to change? Well, I think there's some important things we got to talk about, right? Because the finals is 8 maps instead of 5. So you've got a lot longer of a runway to work with. Consistency is going to be paid off at a much higher level than this kind of like, hey, one and done type scenario where we drop a 50-point game and we're probably going to be okay. And the qualifiers and these 2 last semifinals are the only customs Fortunes Keep tournaments we've ever seen. So in terms of VOD review, in terms of prep that you can do, there is a ton of footage from main broadcast to all of the other players' footage. Look, I'm not trying to give the secret strats here, but if you're somebody that just qualified, maybe turn your VODs to private. You don't want to give away the strats that worked in the semifinals that you were at on A or B. So we'll see what teams put in the homework behind the scenes.
Hey, I love that. Hey, but you know what? Honestly, it's too late. You know, I did an interview over last weekend and I said, you're giving away your strats for free, man. Why are you doing that? He said, it's too late for the competition. I've already won the event. And he went on to win the event. So I don't think these pros are worried at all about them seeing their VODs. They're just going to run right through them, or at least that's the idea. Maybe it might not work that way. It's been an incredible day. We saw 2 great semifinals. But hey, we got a game coming up relatively soon, and it's going to be Modern Warfare 2. Let's take a look at that trailer one last time.
Left, 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 right, left, 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 right, left, left, left. Squad up. It don't matter where you been. It don't matter where you been. Modern Warfare is back again. Modern Warfare is back again. Drop on in, no time to waste. Drop on in, no time to waste.
Pull up with the bob, superheroes, no capes.
Pull up with the bob, superheroes, no capes.
Squad up, run it back. Squad up, run it back. Got nothing to do, and that's a fact. Got nothing to do, and that's a fact. Avec l'équipe, on va débarquer. Avec l'équipe, on va débarquer. Colin second play all day. Colin second play all day.
These badass honeys gonna bust your face. These badass honeys gonna bust your face.
I swear this ain't my mommy's place. He swears this ain't his mommy's place. Ranking up all day and night. Ranking up all day and night. It's not a game, it's a way of life. It's not a game, it's a way of life. Squad up. Squad up. Back for more. Back for more. Squad up. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Squad up. Back for more.
It's one of the most unique things I've ever seen. That cadence is pretty awesome. I can't even lie. It's been an incredible day. This is the Talent Crew. Spider Tiff, Danjo, Dream Goes. Y'all killed it. Spider Tiff, I'm going to hand it to you first for your final words before we get out of here.
Don't put me on the spot like that, Reflections. That's not very nice of you. I've been thinking while that whole trailer was going, that music in the background, I was like, what are my final thoughts from the day? What could I go in tomorrow, like the finals, the top 16 teams that are going to be duking it out for $100,000? I'm curious if anything is going to change overnight kind of in the strategy, but we saw a lot of Gurenkos today. So I guess if you don't have yours leveled up, level it up because it's coming out and it's going to be powerful tomorrow.
Well said. Level it up, and now you're giving free tips at a competition. Dandro, you did an excellent job, whether you're on the desk or you were casting. Gotta say I missed you. All right, I did miss you, but what are your final words before we get out of here?
I mean, I'm just so impressed at how much of a bloodbath today was. I mean, I knew it was going to be competitive. I didn't really fully realize how competitive today was going to be. So being able to watch kind of Semi A from the desk and really analyze everything from the 30,000 foot view was a lot of fun. And then I'm glad that I was able to get on the mic with Tiff and just get nice and down and deep into it for Semi B, just to be able to bring all of the action. So I had a fantastic day, and I couldn't think of, you know, some better people to be with, obviously all of you, and of course Seymour.
Aww. Yes, Seymour was incredible too, man. Good looking guy. And it was nice to finally work with him for the first time. He's incredibly talented. Ghosh, same thing as Dandro. First you started casting though, then you came onto the desk. It was a pleasure. What do you have to say, brother?
Look, as much as I love to talk, I'm going to keep it short and sweet, and we're going to go to FIFA Kill, who wasn't able to participate, and this is his quote for everybody at home, what you need to do for the finals. A, focus up, lock it in. There's no pressure, just trust your gut. But B, if you got that dog in you, you're going to come out on top.
Dream,
not my quote.
What's up? You got the dog in you. Gosh, I love that. Actually, that was great. All right, Dream, what you got to say before we get out of here? It's always a pleasure working with you.
Well, I'll keep it short and sweet. Intense, it was fast, and it was fun. All right, and maybe crazy with 3 Z's, not 2, because you know, I mean, with my brain, you know, sometimes I just get a little flustered and a little whatever. But hey, you know what? It was super exciting. I only expect to see more craziness tomorrow. More battles, of course, at the keep. And hey, Fortune's Keep, anything can happen. I'm excited. I'm ready. I'm ready for Modern Warfare 2 as well. I mean, I agree with Tiff there, man. I was thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, we're close. We are close, ladies and gentlemen.
It's coming quick. It's coming quick. I hope you all are ready for it. I hope you all are ready for tomorrow. Both semifinals were excellent. It's been a great day. And join us tomorrow for the grand finals for the CDL Resurgence Split 2 Fortunes Keep. We'd love to have you again.